The Prota had always aimed for the pinnacle of martial arts, but he realized a single lifetime wouldn't be enough to achieve that goal. To change this cruel fate, he decided to cling to an ancient legend. The legend said that a golden fruit capable of granting immortality was hidden inside the sanctuary of a divine dragon. Upon seeing the place with his own eyes, the Prota realized the legendary fruit actually existed. He simply couldn't believe it was real. But there it was, the golden fruit of immortality right in front of him. And even after facing so many hardships to get there, like, for instance, defeating the divine dragon, he finally managed to claim what he wanted. Completely exhausted, he walks toward the fruit. And as he picks it up, the Prota gets excited, knowing he can finally continue his pursuit of the ultimate martial arts peak. Without wasting any time, he starts eating the fruit. This was Gilfus El Dragon, our Prota, and he was the strongest warrior in the world. Several decades pass, and the end of the Prota's life is just a matter of time. And who managed to beat him? Father Time, because Father Time beats everyone, eventually. The eldest son of the El Dragon family, named Gilliam, calls out to his father with sadness. Gilfus asks his son not to make that sad face, because his time had simply come. The son says the mansion will feel very lonely without his parents, but Gilfus tells him not to be weak. He reflects that, in the end, the legends about the fruit weren't entirely reliable. Even so, he feels lucky to have been blessed with a loving wife and kids. He smiles softly, thinking of his dear children before passing on Gilfus, feels he lived long enough and reassures them he has zero regrets in life. But suddenly, he changes his mind and realizes that thinking like that is total nonsense. Of course, he had deep regrets locked inside his chest. His biggest wish was simply to have had a little more free time. He grows desperate for more time, since he still hadn't reached the true summit of martial arts. As his son cries in despair, Gilfus El Dragon finally closes his eyes and passes away. At least that's how it seemed, until he gets reincarnated as a baby. He wonders if he was just sleeping and notices the wallpaper looks like the mansion's guest house. Looking around, the little guy gets startled to see he has tiny baby hands. He goes into total shock, unable to believe those cute little hands are actually his. The reality finally sets in, and he realizes he really turned into a baby. He tries to calm down, thinking it's bizarre for a 10-star level powerhouse to go through this without noticing. The little guy knows this situation isn't normal and wonders who could possibly pull this off. While thinking about it, an important memory starts to surface in his mind. He begins to suspect that all this madness is connected to the dragon and the sanctuary. The warrior immediately remembers the golden fruit he ate in the past. He finally understands that the true effect of the fruit wasn't immortality, but reincarnation. The baby gives a devious grin, thrilled by the luck of getting another shot at reaching the peak of martial arts. Looking around, he notices several other babies sleeping in the same room. He figures out he was reborn into the El Dragon family, but finds it weird to see so many babies gathered together. Suddenly, the room door opens, and the family maids enter, pushing a cart. From the maids' movements, the Prota realizes mealtime has finally arrived. One of the maids gives an order to prepare the food while holding a small live goblin. He gets horrified, unable to comprehend why there's a monster there and what they plan to do. They start feeding the red liquid to the goblin, and right after that, the goblin simply pops. The maid says diluting that amount should be safe, telling the others to feed the children. The Prota goes into total panic when one of the staff members picks him up. He despairs internally upon seeing the baby bottle filled with that bizarre red liquid. The little guy realizes that isn't milk and wonders why they're giving such a dangerous liquid packed with immense energy to babies. As the maid puts the bottle in his mouth, he thinks frantically that this is extremely dangerous. Baby instincts take over and he starts nursing, but immediately regrets it upon remembering he's currently in a child's body. He soon realizes it's ancient dragon blood and gets outraged by the absolute madness of making babies drink that. The little guy then understands that the dilution mentioned earlier by the maids was meant precisely to make the blood tolerable. He knows the situation is terrible and decides he needs to spit that liquid out right away. Seeing the other kids spit by instinct, he realizes he already swallowed a bit and needs to spit out the rest before he pops too. However, he realizes this is actually a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he can't afford to pass up. The boy thinks that if he can absorb all that energy, he might even surpass the strength he had in his past life. Aiming once again for the summit of martial arts, the baby decides to keep drinking the mysterious liquid. Even without understanding why they're doing this, he keeps swallowing the dragon blood. He decides to take full advantage of the situation to strengthen his new body from the very start. Feeling the impact of the absurd energy rushing through his veins, the little guy's eyes turn completely blank from the shock. He refuses to give in to the pain and mentally tells everyone never to underestimate the power of Gilfus El Dragon. With iron willpower, he focuses on resisting that overwhelming pressure without flinching. The maid holding him gets surprised by the unusual behavior of that baby. The little guy decides he's going to absorb all the ancient dragon's power to reach a realm he never achieved before. He begins channeling the dragon's energy. In his mind, a fierce battle between the fruit's dragon and the dragon's blood takes place inside his spiritual consciousness, and this makes the power absorption happen with total ease, surprising our Prada, who finds the whole thing perfect. With great effort, he manages to complete the process, even though he gets covered in the red liquid. Good thing it's red, because if it were white, that would be weird. He notices the other babies survived purely on instinct and realizes a child's body is way more fragile than he thought. Exhausted from all the physical and mental strain, the little guy gets hit with sudden, deep drowsiness. Years later, someone was training at full throttle. It was our Prota, who was all grown up now, exercising with a giant boulder. With total ease, he kicks the massive rock away, sending it flying through the air. He lands on his feet flawlessly, showing impressive body control for his age. The youngster, now named Zeke El Dragon, admires his muscular physique and gives thanks to the effects of the ancient dragon blood. He reflects on how all living beings possess a hidden source of origin energy within themselves. The dragon blood that Zeke and the others drank as babies contained a massive amount of this power. Because of that, all the children who survived gained extremely strong and durable bodies. Zeke became the only one capable of absorbing the full power, which brought about body changes that surprised even him. Even so, the boy notices his soul is still at the level of just a 1-star power. He thinks the situation is awful, since the norm would be to have already reached at least 4 stars of compressed energy. The body works like a universe where these stars float, and generating new stars gets harder with every level. In his past life as Gilphus, he was the only person in the entire world to hit the unprecedented 10-star mark. 7 years have passed since he was reborn. As the illegitimate son of the current Eldragon family head, his mother passed away, and his father never showed up, making Zeke question his qualities as a parent. But what truly intrigues the boy is the fact that he reincarnated exactly 1,000 years into the future. He realizes the world has become a place focused on the extreme survival of the fittest, and the baby test proves it. That harsh ritual of making newborns drink dragon blood is known as the Dragon's Judgment. Only the survivors of this trial earn the right to be trained as true Eldragon warriors. At least, that's how it should be. But Zeke notices something is wrong as he stares at the household maid. With a stern gaze, the maid refuses to answer the questions asked by the boy. Zeke complains that no instructor has shown up to train him in 7 years and questions why there are only maids around. He thinks physical conditioning is more important right now and that he can train in combat on his own later. The youngster says he just wants some information about the other children and the main family, but she turns him down again. Zeke insists he's just asking about family matters, but the woman repeats the same evasive answer. With a cold, blank expression, the maid insists that unfortunately she cannot answer any of those questions. Zeke complains that his treatment is way too strict, but she simply says she's only meant to take care of his daily needs. Zeke realizes that maid has a 3-star level, thinking that for basic combat training, she would be more than enough. The boy mentions he's heading to the forest, thinking that living 7 years with almost no interaction with her is pretty unusual. Seeing that she's finally ignoring him, the boy makes his way toward the trees. He steps into the dense woods while listening to the pleasant sound of chirping birds. The little guy reaches out and pulls a few poisonous plants straight out of the ground. Without hesitating, he pops a leaf into his mouth and starts chewing with a very serious face. He spits the plant out in disgust, thinking that even though eating poisonous grass tastes awful, it's part of his resistance training. The boy tries to stay calm and tells himself he needs to have plenty of patience with this process. However, he gets really bothered by the feeling of being watched by someone all the time. He sighs, realizing the onlookers decided to show up over something so simple. The youngster grumbles, thinking that if they have something to say, they should just show themselves already. Suddenly, a gloomy purple smoke starts rising from the middle of the bushes right behind him. Zeke notices there's something hidden in the greenery and focuses his attention to figure out what it is. A massive fury boar emerges from the forest, surrounded by a dark, menacing smoke. Noticing that dark haze around the beast, the youngster finds it strange, since that didn't exist 1,000 years ago. Upon seeing the Prota, the monster starts releasing a purple miasma, and right after that, it charges at full speed toward the boy. Instead of getting scared, the boy just flashes a confident grin and gets ready for battle. With great agility, he easily dodges the violent attack from the terrifying boar. The youngster lands a devastating blow on the creature, sending it flying far away with the impact of the blast. He looks at his own hand, surprised to see that a light touch generated so much force against an enemy of the same level. Zeke carries the slayed monster on his back, concluding that the quality of his power stars is what truly makes the difference. He walks back thinking that if he ever travels somewhere far away, he'll definitely head for the ocean. The hidden spy gets shocked, seeing the boy defeat the boar with a single hit, realizing that Child is anything but ordinary. He knows Zeke's father doesn't care about him, but because he carries the family blood, the boy is constantly monitored. The mysterious man finds the situation very interesting and thinks about the potential the boy holds for the future. Right after that, the spy vanishes without a trace. The scene shifts back to Zeke's small cabin. While packing his things, the youngster senses the presence of 4 skilled warriors outside and wonders what they want. He listens to their conversation about the region's fresh air and realizes the group's intentions don't seem hostile. He suddenly opens the door and asks what business such strong warriors have in an isolated place like this, seeing the Eldragon family crest on the guard's clothes. He gets curious to know the reason for the visit. The captain gives a formal salute and explains they came to escort him to take a mandatory exam. Hearing that out of nowhere, Zeke goes into total shock over the news of the exam. His mouth drops open, unable to believe the absurdity he just heard from those guards. The boy despairs internally, remembering that no one ever taught him a single thing during all these years. Now wearing elegant formal clothes, Zeke has a tired and unmotivated expression. He walks toward the family's massive main mansion, something he never imagined he'd do again. He was brought there by the messengers, but only for the test, needing to change clothes before entering the venue. The golden symbol of the prestigious family shines brightly in front of everyone present. The Dragon's Nest is the academy created to train the family's youth up to age 7. And today is the big admission test day. Zeke remembers he hadn't received any formal combat instruction whatsoever. Since participation is mandatory for everyone, he had no choice but to travel from the border all the way to the main mansion. The youngster squats down in frustration because they ruined his escape plans right after he packed all his bags. In the middle of the large hallway filled with candidates, someone approaches Zeke while he keeps grumbling on the floor. A friendly blue-haired boy named Rangus asks if Zeke is feeling okay or needs any help. Zeke looks back in confusion, and Rangus introduces himself amicably, saying he just thought he was in trouble. The youngster stares at him seriously, trying to figure out who this unknown kid is. Zeke analyzes the mysterious boy, noticing that despite looking shy, he possesses incredible energy perception. Rangus feels awkward under the intense stare, and Zeke quickly apologizes for the moment of distraction. The Prota introduces himself formally, saying his name is Zeke. He confesses he was confused about the rules of today's test, leaving Rangus shocked that he didn't know the exam is the same every year. Zeke admits he has no clue how the test works, leaving Rangus terrified by such recklessness and worried about his future. Suddenly, an arrogant boy approaches shouting, calling Rangus weak right in the middle of the main courtyard. The two boys turn around surprised to see who is coming toward them with so much hostility. A youngster named Retin approaches mocking Rangus, telling the boy to run along home before he gets hurt. Rangus tries to explain himself, saying he came for the exam, but the bully yells in disbelief at his presence there. Retin and his friends laugh out loud, saying the child of a pseudo-dragon could never enter such an important academy. Zeke silently observes Rangus's fist, trembling with rage from all those humiliating insults. In the Eldragon family, a strict hierarchy exists where the youngest warriors occupy the bottom tier of power. Right above them are the family's regular soldiers, who already possess far greater strength than the children. Above, the soldiers are captain-level warriors, who control an impressive amount of energy. At the top of the hierarchy are the feared elders and executives, who command the entire family territory. But at the absolute bottom are the so-called pseudo-dragons, who are those unable to pass the nest test. Anyone who fails to graduate from the institution gets this humiliating nickname, which basically means being immature. Even in the face of so much humiliation, Rangus clenches his fists with a deep desire to prove they aren't failures. Suddenly, Zeke interrupts the argument and asks a direct question, leaving Rangus surprised by his attitude. The youngster asks the bullies how they can be so sure of Rangus's defeat when he hasn't even tried yet. Retin gets annoyed by the interference, and Zeke calmly replies that he just wants to understand why they think Rangus is useless. The bully points his finger at Rangus and shouts arrogantly that the reason is obvious, since the boy is weak. Hearing that harsh word again, Rangus wears an extremely hurt and discouraged expression. Zeke confronts the group and calmly asserts that Rangus is probably way stronger than all of them. Combined, Rangus looks at Zeke with eyes sparkling in surprise. Seeing someone finally stand up for his potential retin flies into a rage and yells, asking if Zeke is seriously saying they're inferior to that loser. But before a real fight breaks out, a loud sound of firm footsteps interrupts the argument in the courtyard. One of the officials shouts, calling for the attention of all candidates gathered at the exam site. The examiner loudly announces the official start of the admission test and tells everyone to line up by number. Retin walks away, irritated, and whispers to Zeke that he'll definitely remember his face to get payback later. Zeke finds all that pointlessly angry reaction funny, while Rangus gets confused, recalling they're theoretically the same age. The blue-haired boy mentions anyone would be mad hearing that, but Zeke just ignores the comment. Zeke plays dumb and puts on a clueless face during his companion's complaints. He changes the subject, saying that if the test is mandatory, it makes no sense to say it's impossible before even trying. The youngster asks if it's actually possible to quit the exam, leaving Rangus in disbelief that he didn't know that Rangus advises Zeke to quit so he doesn't get hurt. But Zeke says someone at his level couldn't run away even if he tried. Zeke grins and says they'd better hurry before the test begins, and they end up losing their turn to participate. The examiner explains that the test simply consists of making a scratch on the rock using authorized weapons or their bare hands. He flashes a sinister smile and warns that each candidate will get only 3 attempts to pass. Zeke casually remarks that the test seems way too easy, leaving Rangus completely stunned by such confidence. The boy thinks that after enduring the terrible dragon's judgment as a baby, a rock-scratching test is pretty underwhelming. The official shouts the signal to begin, and the first boy in line steps forward, visibly tense and nervous. The candidate lets out a battle cry and strikes the massive rock with all his strength, using his practice sword. Hearing the violent impact of the attack, Rangus covers his ears, terrified by the loud boom echoing through the courtyard, but the blow is brutally repelled by the rock, and the force of the impact hits the boy himself, severely injuring his arms. Zeke watches in shock while Rangus and the other candidates stare in horror at the violence of the recoil. The fallen boy screams in pain while the examiner coldly notes the first failure and asks if he wants to try again. Given the injured boy's forfeit, the examiner orders the maids to clean up the mess immediately so they can keep going. As the hurt kid is dragged away by the maids, the official coldly calls the next candidate to step forward. Rangus starts trembling in fear, realizing the true difficulty of the test, while Zeke observes the situation suspiciously. The youngster stares at the boulder and breaks into a cold sweat, wondering what kind of bizarre material it's made of. That's a regeneration stone, which heals itself and has the property of reflecting physical attacks with hundreds of times more force. Zeke finds the boulder's material ridiculous, but Rangus explains that if he circulates power properly, he'll be able to scratch the rock. The youngster concludes that in this test, knowing how to control one's internal energy seems far more important than mastering martial arts techniques. He gets lost in thought looking at the arena while trying to brainstorm a quick strategy to pass the test without getting hurt. The boy observes the other candidates waiting in the bleachers, noticing that some seem to have what it takes to pass the test. The examiner coldly announces candidate number 51's disqualification, while the boy cries in despair. Another candidate fails his attempt, and the official eliminates him mercilessly, telling candidate number 202 to step down. The courtyard fills with sad, injured children leaving the arena, while the guards organize themselves to keep calling numbers. Hearing the official call, number 315, Zeke mentions it's his turn, while Rangus tries to convince him to forfeit the test. The youngster walks calmly toward the testing arena, telling his companion not to worry about what's going to happen. Rangus just watches his friend walk away with an extremely worried look, not knowing what to say to calm him down. Zeke enters the main arena to the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd watching the test, eager for a good performance. The examiner locks his eyes on the boy, paying close attention to his posture and the confidence he displays while walking. The youngster concentrates and remembers. Practice weapons are available on a nearby table for participants to use. He walks right past the weapon table, and when questioned by the official if he isn't going to use anything, he replies, his fists are enough. The crowd whispers in shock at the boy's audacity, commenting that even if he knows how to use energy, his fist will shatter against the rock. Some say he might lose his whole arm from the impact, and Rangus starts panicking seeing the situation. The blue-haired boy deeply regrets not being firmer when trying to stop his friend from doing that madness. Unbothered by the crowd's rude comments, the examiner simply tells the boy to start his first attempt. Zeke stares at the rock up close, thinking it's the first time seeing that mysterious mineral, realizing there are many new things he doesn't understand. He readies his fist, channeling his golden energy, deciding it doesn't matter what kind of stone that is. Rangus screams Zeke's name in desperation, trying to get him to stop before it's too late. But Zeke just flashes a super confident grin as a massive amount of blazing energy starts wrapping around his arm. The boy prepares to unleash the first form of the Dragon Destruction martial arts to release all his current power. He lands a devastating explosive punch straight into the middle of the massive regeneration stone. A huge golden blast erupts at the impact site, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris across the whole arena. Rangus tries to shield himself from the gusty wind, covering his face, super impressed by the power of his friend's strike. The examiner stands frozen, staring at the settling dust with a look of pure astonishment at what he just witnessed. Zeke smiles satisfied looking at the result of his attack, even with his sleeve completely ripped from the physical effort. He thinks that technique is still a bit advanced for his current level, but notices the rock was completely pulverized. The boy laughs happily, saying he still needs to train a lot to get back the absurd strength he had in the past. The entire bleachers fall into dead silence, and every spectator stares at the arena, unable to believe what they saw. Retin sweats nervously, realizing the boy simply destroyed the magic rock that was supposed to be nearly indestructible. A blonde girl watches everything from afar with a smirk, finding the display of power extremely interesting. Rangus is left totally speechless, eyes wide in shock upon seeing his friend actually broke the magic stone. The whole crowd finally erupts into shocked cheers, seeing the ease with which the youngster destroyed the test target. The examiner thinks in horror that making that rock vanish would only be possible for someone at a 4-star level or higher. He recognizes that Zeke truly carries the family head's blood and tries to recall where he'd seen that combat technique in the past, oblivious to everyone's shock.
Zeke walks up to the official with his torn clothes and politely asks what his result was. The examiner loudly announces candidate number 315 passed the test, making Zeke super proud. Another guard hands a vial with a green liquid to the youngster, who gets confused,
not understanding what that gift is. The official forces a smile and hurriedly asks the boy to clear the arena at once so testing can resume. Zeke complains about the lack of composure and impatience of people from this era as he walks away, grumbling from the main arena. Rangus runs over to him super excited, congratulating him on the win, but Zeke just arrogantly replies it was a piece of cake. The youngster shows the green vial, asking his friend what it is, and Rangus answers in surprise that it's a healing potion. Zeke finds the answer odd, and Rangus explains it's just a standard potion all test winners usually get. The Prota inspects the vial closely, realizing in shock that it's actually an extremely valuable spiritual medicine that's known as cloud-piercing clarity wood, a super rare medicine made only with the finest ingredients. The formula requires rare medicinal herbs that only grow in secret realms and energy-dense cores taken from divine beasts. Besides instantly healing wounds and old scars, this magic elixir can significantly boost internal power. However, due to the extreme difficulty of gathering the materials, it's nearly impossible to produce, and it rarely appears in the world. Zeke drinks the potion, and his injured arm heals instantly, leaving him surprised to note that liquid really is spiritual medicine. Rangus explains he doesn't know much about those medicines, but guarantees Eldragon family elixirs are way better than common ones. The blue-haired boy asks if it's really that surprising, but Zeke insists it is. Since serious wounds healed in the blink of an eye, Rangus mentions that to him, Zeke's strength was way more impressive than the potion, but the Prota tells him not to be ridiculous. The youngster stares at the empty vial, acknowledging that formula is actually the accumulation of 1,000 years of human wisdom. Rangus praises Zeke's incredible strength, and the Prota states his goal is to be the strongest, while the announcer names the next passer. Several other injured participants manage to pass the test, and the examiner keeps calling out the numbers of those who passed in sequence. Zeke observes that those candidates passing was already expected, and suddenly the announcer calls number 414 for the test. Rangus shakes in fear, realizing it's his turn, and walks nervously toward the arena while Zeke asks the reason for so much fear. The Prota tells his friend to focus, but Rangus cries in panic, yelling for his companion not to put so much expectation on him. Zeke watches the boy walk off toward the arena, confused, not understanding his blue-haired buddy's behavior. Rangus holds the sword tremblingly in front of the magic rock, while the examiner finally gives the signal to start the first try. The boy yells and strikes the rock with his sword, using all the little strength he has at that moment. He fails on the first try and falls to the ground. Hearing the examiner state coldly that he still has 2 more chances, Rangus gets up, determined to succeed, and tries to land another heavy blow on the test target. He fails miserably again and slams hard onto the arena floor, feeling exhaustion take over his body. Sitting on the ground powerless, the blue-haired boy starts crying, realizing the situation seems completely lost. The bullies in the bleachers start laughing out loud, saying a pseudo-dragon's kid will always be a useless failure, telling him to give up. Retin rests his face on his hand with a smug smile, asking the Proto where all that previous arrogance went. He mocks Zeke, asking if Rangus wasn't supposedly way stronger than everyone watching. The crowd keeps laughing at the situation while the examiner coldly warns there's only one attempt left for the boy. Rangus cries on his knees, feeling the weight of humiliation and shame in front of everyone present in the arena. Zeke walks over to his friend in the arena, asking why he picked a sword instead of using a spear to take the test. Rangus looks back confused, not understanding, and Zeke explains it makes no sense to pick a weapon that doesn't suit him without planning ahead. The youngster states that in his current state, the boy will never manage to scratch the magic rock using an ordinary sword. The bullies in the bleachers shout mockingly, saying Rangus's father only used swords and was the one who taught the kid to fight. The crowd keeps whispering that switching weapons now won't make a bit of difference in saving the kid from failure. Ignoring the chatter, Zeke asks the examiner if switching weapons during the test is forbidden, and the official answers, there's no issue. The Proto informs his friend of the positive answer and asks with a friendly smile if he's really going to accept defeat like that. Zeke stares intently at the boy with glowing eyes, asking if he's actually giving up without fighting till the end. Rangus remembers his father's tough times and the humiliations he suffered for being considered a pseudo-dragon. The boy refuses to accept failure, gathers his strength, and decides to slowly get up from the arena floor. He decides to listen to his friend's advice and walks determinedly toward the spear lying on the ground. Rangus recalls his father never managed to enter the dragon's nest and was always ridiculed by everyone. Despite everything, his father never held a grudge and always took care of him with so much love and affection his whole life. The boy knows the upbringing he received was no lie, and that his father gave his absolute best to teach him to be strong. He grips the spear with both hands, deciding that today he's going to prove his father's training worth to everyone. He understands the outcome would be the same if he tried again with the sword, so he resolves to put all his trust in Zeke. The blue-haired boy hesitates for a second, not knowing how to use the spear, but Zeke gets his attention by pointing at the boulder. The Proto instructs him to just thrust straight forward with the spear. Without thinking about anything else that could get in the way, Zeke repeats firmly for his friend to just strike straight ahead, and Rangus readies himself, holding the shaft tightly. Rangus knows the usual outcome would be failing with a weapon he never used, but resolves to trust Zeke's encouraging words. He admits he just met Zeke today, but accepts the advice and prepares to land his final strike on the stone. The blue-haired boy starts running toward the target, determined to believe in himself just as Zeke believed in him. Holding the spear, he gets surprised, feeling an absurd amount of internal energy flowing through his body like never before. Rangus lets out a loud battle cry and strikes the massive magic rock with all his power using the spear. Retin keeps pointing his finger and laughing in the bleachers, claiming switching weapons won't bring success to the loser. At the moment of impact, Rangus feels the spear in an extremely natural way, as if it had been part of his own body from the start. The spearhead hits the rock with terrifying force, generating a massive flash of light and cracking the target in half. Seeing that absurd scene, Retin and his buddies scream in total despair, unable to believe what's happening. The assistant female examiner stands shocked, seeing Rangus's attack didn't just scratch the regeneration stone, but went completely through it. Zeke claps, congratulating his friend on the magnificent feat, but Rangus stays confused, unable to understand how he pulled that off. The chief examiner maintains his usual serious demeanor and writes down Rangus's test result on his clipboard. The official loudly announces, "Candidate number 414 passed," leaving the boy unable to believe he actually made it. Zeke hugs his companion emotionally, celebrating that he did indeed pass the exam, just as he expected would happen. Rangus cries tears of joy and hugs his friend tightly, thanking him for the support, while Zeke jokes, saying he had already told him it'd work out. The bullies get furious at the result, trying to convince themselves it was all nothing more than a giant stroke of lucky coincidence. The examiner shouts loudly, calling everyone's attention to announce the testing phase is officially over. He notifies them that the orientation ceremony for the new students will start right now. Telling all passers to line up in the courtyard, Zeke asks if the orientation ceremony is the final stage, and Rangus explains there might still be other minor tests after their admission. The Proto asks what they should do now, and Rangus explains they just need to wait for the family leaders to arrive. He shares that the Eldragon family leadership will give a few congratulatory speeches to the new students who passed the exam. At that moment, the current family head, Balza el Dragon, appears imposing, radiating a dark, terrifying, reddish aura. Zeke casually asks who that depressing guy is, terrifying Rangus as he realizes his friend is talking about the family head. The Prota laughs, commenting the leader should be cheerful, but Rangus quickly covers his mouth, begging him to stay quiet. Rangus keeps frantically begging his friend to keep silent, to prevent them from getting into huge trouble right there. Zeke observes the leader from afar with great focus and begins analyzing the situation more seriously. The boy focuses his vision on the leaders, realizing he'll finally get to gauge and know the true current strength of the Eldragon family. He analyzes that the group possesses several powerful 6-star and 7-star level warriors, representing considerable military strength. Zeke locks his attention on the leader, Balza el Dragon, and gets surprised to notice the current head has already reached an impressive 8-star level. He recalls that 1,000 years ago, there wasn't even a dozen warriors at that level in the entire world, getting curious about this new era's strength. The Prota stares at the man coldly, thinking to himself that he didn't like his vibe at all, even knowing that's his father. The assistant asks for everyone's attention in the arena to hear Master Balza's official words. Balza delivers a quick, intimidating speech, telling the youth to strive to become the flesh and blood of the Eldragon family. The candidates listen to the speech in silence, feeling the intense psychological pressure the man radiates across the whole arena. The chief's spiritual pressure is so overwhelming that nearly all the kids in the bleachers start feeling sick and groaning in pain. Rangus starts choking, unable to breathe properly, and Zeke quickly turns to his friend upon noticing his condition. The Prota looks around, noticing even the other children are being completely overwhelmed by the leader's terrifying pressure. Zeke locks eyes with his father, feeling the man carries tremendous hatred in his heart, confirming he really doesn't like him. After uttering just a single sentence, Balza arrogantly turns his back and leaves the area without further explanation. Suddenly, one of the guards present in the courtyard starts clapping super enthusiastically and loudly to break the ice. A blonde, bearded official starts laughing out loud, enthusiastically praising Master Balza's words in front of the kids. He says the leader has high expectations for everyone and mentions he'll skip the boring formal greetings so as not to waste time. The bearded official lets out a boisterous laugh, telling the youth to give it their all from now on at the new academy. Another guard jokes that people who worry too much end up going bald, and Zeke feels relieved seeing the heavy mood finally lifted Retin, and the other candidates breathe a sigh of relief, realizing the terrifying pressure from the family head has finally passed. Zeke and Rangus sit more comfortably in the bleachers while waiting for further instructions from the officials. The official announces the start of dormitory assignments and tells all called candidates to move quickly to the dorms. Zeke asks his friend if they aren't all going to the same dorm, and Rangus explains there are 4 divisions in the Dragon's Nest. The blue-haired boy details that students are divided among the East, West, South, and North wings based on their exam results. The examiner calls Zeke's number, who says goodbye to Rangus and wishes his companion good luck before heading on his way. Zeke arrives at the massive, luxurious building of the East Dorm Wing and inspects the place's beautiful architecture with curiosity. Walking down the dorm's huge hallways, the youngster realizes many things changed in this place over the last 1,000 years. He finally finds his room number and thinks he ended up running a bit late, imagining his roommate must already be inside. Without hesitating, Zeke places his hand on the knob and opens the wooden room door quickly and directly. The Prota enters the room with a cheerful smile, apologizing for the delay to his new roommate. But he stops talking instantly upon looking at his roommate, eyes going wide as he recognizes the boy. He sees the blue-haired boy standing near the room's large, sunlit window and gets completely surprised by the unexpected reunion. Zeke flashes a super excited smile, realizing they have a great connection, and happily shouts Rangus's name. Rangus smiles happily seeing his friend, and confesses he was terrified of ending up alone in a room with a complete stranger. In the dorm, Zeke plops on the couch relieved, asking if there are any more commitments for today, and Rangus confirms training starts first thing tomorrow. Rangus suspects the boy wasn't paying attention to the instructor's speech, and Zeke shamelessly confirms he really didn't hear a word. Zeke gives a thumbs up, proudly stating he didn't pay attention to anything, leaving Rangus annoyed at him bragging about something so wrong. The blue-haired boy insists they should sleep early to be well prepared for the heavy training routine starting tomorrow. Zeke looks at the beautiful sunset view and remembers his original plan was to run away from that dull house to go on a long journey. But he starts rethinking the idea, remembering the incredible durability shown by the regeneration stone during the test. The youngster reflects that the mysterious healing potion and other interesting things from the exam left him quite intrigued. He smiles and concludes that staying with the Eldragon family for a while won't be a bad idea to understand all the changes over the past 1,000 years. An entire month flies by, and the intense training routine continues full steam ahead in the family's massive fortress. The instructor shouts, telling everyone to pay attention, explaining the dragon breath technique was created by the 15th head of the Eldragon family. He demands everyone master the breathing technique perfectly, while Rangus struggles heavily to handle the weight of the grueling workouts. The official walks among the new students, evaluating each one's performance and posture very strictly. He notices some have already mastered the technique, especially young Lika, who is on the verge of hitting the incredible 2-star power level. However, the examiner turns to the side and is left completely speechless as he shifts his attention to another student nearby. He sees Zeke carrying huge, heavy boulders with supreme ease, remembering the boy also carries the legitimate blood of the family head. The instructor finds that scene bizarre, since Zeke never had formal tutors on the border and theoretically shouldn't know how to do that at all. Zeke smiles internally, realizing the current dragon breath technique is just a modified, simplified version of his own ancient technique. Breathing techniques serve to draw origin energy from the environment into the body and circulate it efficiently. Each prestigious family creates its own secret breathing methods, and completed techniques are kept strictly confidential for generations. The boy thinks the current dragon breath is simple to use, but useless in combat, since it only works when the user is completely still. In his past life, he mastered the secret Dragon King breath, which allowed energy manipulation even during constant movement, but few could inherit it. He gets touched, seeing his old technique simplified to strengthen the family, and feels super excited to discover this era's changes. Lika keeps training hard, but can't help turning her gaze to observe the extraordinary strength Zeke displays. Later, at mealtime, all the newly admitted candidates gather in the mansion's huge dining hall to eat. While the other boys look extremely exhausted, Zeke happily serves himself a plate piled high with delicious food. The youngster devours a large slice of pie eagerly, showing his appetite is as huge as his strength. Mouth full, he asks why Rangus is so down and tells him he needs to eat well if he wants to build strength for training. Rangus complains about Zeke's absurd energy, but the Proto replies that actually, everyone else just has terrible stamina. Zeke tries to offer a bite of food to his friend, insisting he eat more, but Rangus prefers to stick to his own plate. The youngster surveys the dining hall and notes that despite everything, there are a few students who were genuinely well-trained in the past. Suddenly, Lika approaches their table with a smile, saying she thinks Zeke is an incredible warrior. Catching the youngster's attention, Zeke calmly asks who she is, making Rangus spit out his drink in pure shock at his friend's massive disrespect. Rangus frantically explains she's Lady Lika, legitimate daughter of the family head and one of the strongest candidates to take over leadership. He insists she isn't someone they should talk to casually, but Zeke responds he's also the head's son, even if illegitimate Rangus is stunned by the casual reveal and asks if that's really true. While Lika watches the exchange curiously, Lika gets surprised by the revelation and asks if he really is the illegitimate son of the prestigious Eldragon family leader. Zeke replies, asking why he'd lie about that, and Lika questions how an unsupported bastard is strong enough to break the magic rock. Zeke calmly says he can do that simply because of who he is, and tells Rangus to stop spacing out and eat his food already. Rangus shakes in panic while Lika stares at the Proto with a super focused, thoughtful look. Suddenly, the girl flashes a super excited smile and asserts with certainty that she finds Zeke an extremely interesting boy. Lika makes a direct proposal, telling Zeke to serve under her command, leaving the Proto confused about the true meaning of that. She explains she wants Zeke as her subordinate and offers political backing, arguing an illegitimate son needs strong allies to survive. The girl demands he use his absurd strength to help her reach the top and become the next chief of the family. She promises she'll treat him very well once she takes leadership, but Zeke rejects the offer on the spot, saying he isn't interested. Lika gets super annoyed by the immediate rejection and begins to suspect the true motives behind the boy's attitude. She assumes a serious, menacing posture, asking if Zeke's real goal is also to fight for that position of power. With eyes glowing intensely, Lika asks directly if he also wishes to become the next leader of the Eldragon family. Zeke notices she can project her aura outward despite being young, finding that ability impressive for her age. He replies dismissively that she can do whatever she wants, as he has zero interest in family matters or becoming the head of anything. Suddenly, someone attacks with a sword from behind Lika, but Zeke reacts fast and blocks the blade effortlessly. With one hand, Zeke jams the knife into the wooden table, leaving a crack as he grumbles thoughtfully. He asserts with absolute certainty that he will never serve under anyone's command. The boy adds that the reason for this is quite simple. He's the strongest of them all. Lika is left completely shocked and speechless by the youngster's ultimate display of confidence. The girl wonders internally how she could feel so intimidated by someone like him. Seeing the tense mood, Rangus tries to calm Lika down while Zeke keeps eating casually. Irritated, Lika yells that she'll force him to submit by power and challenges him to a duel right there. Zeke just looks at her without getting it at all, continuing to chew his food. In the hallway, a few students run hurriedly toward the training grounds to watch a duel. They comment in surprise that young Lady Lika from the Typhona branch is the one about to fight. The crowd gathers in the arena, not knowing for sure who the mysterious opponent is who accepted her challenge. Rangus gets extremely worried and asks if Zeke will really be okay fighting against Lika. Zeke says he doesn't even know her and finds it weird his friend started talking so formally to him out of nowhere. Rangus begs him to reconsider, explaining Lika is a 7-year-old prodigy from the clan's elite. Zeke confesses he didn't understand a thing he said, other than the fact that she's the family head's daughter. Rangus is inconsolable over his friend's complete ignorance regarding the inner workings of his own clan. The blue-haired boy just sighs, seeing Zeke truly doesn't care about lineage stuff. Zeke smiles excitedly, saying knowing nothing just makes everything way more fun and thrilling. Rangus insists he's at a huge disadvantage, but Zeke replies he never backs down from a fight challenge. Zeke points out their opponent already seems fully ready to start the battle. Lika takes her stance with her broadsword and asks if their small talk is finally over. She questions if they've finished whispering and are ready to start the real duel. Zeke smiles confidently and confirms everything is set to start. Fighting Rangus runs off the battlefield, desperately begging his friend to be careful. Zeke says being careful depends on her and asks why she insists so much on challenging him to a fight. Lika reveals she wants to become the family leader and, to do that, needs to make him submit and ally with her. Zeke gets confused by the answer and asks what any of that has to do with him. Lika is surprised and questions if he really knows nothing about his own family due to being a bastard. She explains there are 5 leader candidates, and everyone, except Zeke, is allied with one of the family's 4 branches. She adds that the family branch that produces the next leader will become the most important of all. Zeke finds this whole political dispute between family branches extremely complex to grasp. Lika says she needs to consolidate her power base even further as a candidate for leadership. That's the reason she charges at high speed toward the Prota, kicking off the fight. The girl leaps into the air with sword in hand and shouts she's going to take Zeke down right there. She unleashes a powerful strike against the ground, but Zeke easily dodges by taking a single step. Lika says she won't let him escape and continues throwing a rapid sequence of attacks. The spectators are impressed by her breathtaking speed. While wielding that giant sword, Zeke just weaves side to side with a grin, dodging all her blows. They comment that her control over origin power is incredible, and her attacks are getting faster and faster. She gets deeply annoyed at being unable to hit her opponent and starts wondering why Lika realizes she can't land a single attack while Zeke dodges. Laughing at the situation, Rangus watches everything from the sidelines of the training grounds, totally amazed by the sight Zeke analyzes the combat. Noting that speed is impressive for someone with just a 1-star rank, Lika flies into a rage at the taunts and screams at him to shut his mouth and focus on the fight. Zeke says he is focused and suddenly pops up right behind her with a fist packed with energy. He says he can attack like this and lands a clean hit right on his opponent's back. Lika spits saliva from the violent impact of the blow and gets completely winded. The girl drops to her knees on the ground in immense pain, while Zeke watches her calmly. The spectators can't believe all her attacks failed and wonder who that youngster is. She wonders why she missed everything despite being so fast, but Zeke praises her, saying she runs faster than the others. Zeke adds that despite everything, Lika still only possesses a 1-star power level. She complains that he also only has 1 star and shouldn't be able to keep up with her movements, but Zeke says it's simple. The Prota explains he can predict everything just by observing her breathing and eye movements. Zeke adds he can also spot even the smallest changes in his opponent's muscles. He states you can read almost any action off that alone, and everything else is just a matter of pure experience. Lika tells him to stop being ridiculous and charges with a furious sword slashed toward the youngster, but Zeke just repeats his previous words while effortlessly dodging the blade by tilting his head. He executes a flawless aerial stunt, completely dodging another horizontal slash delivered by the girl. The boy smiles upon realizing he really can see every single detail of her attacks perfectly. Another powerful blow slams into the arena floor, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and rocks around Zeke, lands firmly on the ground, and takes a combat stance, keeping his right fist clenched and ready. The other students shout in surprise, unable to believe Lika could actually be losing that fight. Rangus cheers, saying Zeke is amazing for beating Lady Lika, but the Proto warns the fight isn't over yet. Right then, Lika stomps her foot on the ground with immense force, sending a shockwave through the combat arena. Zeke explains she focused all her origin power to tank his punch and admits she really is super strong. Lika gets up with difficulty, groaning in pain, and wipes the blood running down her face. Rangus says that's enough, but Zeke tells his friend to step back immediately so he doesn't get hurt by what's coming next. Zeke notices she already showed signs of it before, but wonders if she finally reached the 2-star level. Lika emerges surrounded by sparks of electricity, with an extremely powerful aura blazing around her. Students in the bleachers point in shock and yell that white aura is the undeniable mark of the 2-star level. At the 2-star level, a person can release their origin power outside their body, creating a so-called battle aura. She thanks Zeke, saying that thanks to the fight against him, she finally managed to reach the 2-star tier. Lika's golden eyes flash brightly as lightning power surges wildly before her. She charges full force, delivering an electric strike, and shouts with total confidence that he has no chance of winning anymore. Instead of getting scared, Zeke flashes a wide grin, getting hyped up by the girl's absurd speed. He barely dodges Lika's slashing attack and finds that display of power fascinating. Zeke gets surprised, feeling a slight cut on his cheek, noticing a small line of blood appeared there. He touches the wound, confused, since he was sure he had dodged the strike, while Lika asks if he gets it now. Lika takes a stance from a distance with her crackling aura and explains that extreme speed is her true ability. The girl claims that now, wielding a 2-star aura, things will be completely different from here on out. She shouts that she'll show him the true power behind the Thunder Sword technique passed down in her family. Zeke gets super curious, realizing he's finally going to see a martial art he's never encountered in his entire life. The boy grins ear to ear and celebrates, saying this situation is simply the absolute best. Lika begins executing her family's secret technique. Unleashing an extremely devastating electric flash, Zeke runs at high speed to dodge, wondering where all that absurd electricity is coming from. The Proto finds it completely insane that Lika can manipulate and control real lightning like that. Lika fires back, saying for someone complaining, he seems to be having way too much fun with the whole situation. She summons a full web of electricity that tears up the arena ground and completely surrounds the Proto. Zeke notes the combat changed dramatically and admits to himself that dealing with this lightning will be tough at his current level. He gets amazed, seeing how a single star gap in power level can alter the entire pace of a fight so much. Rangus watches everything in sheer panic, screaming Zeke's name upon seeing the destruction across the arena. The Proto analyzes that Lika's physical movements are still simple, but gaining the aura changed everything entirely. He realizes her strength and speed increased drastically. Finding the mystery behind that lightning, intriguing, Zeke grins, thinking he could counterattack and win the match right this second if he wanted to. But he decides against it, being way too curious to uncover the true secret behind that electric power. Lika gets even more pissed seeing him smiling so relaxed mid-fight and resolves to crank the duel's intensity up further. She shouts furiously that she's going to wipe that cocky smile off his face with her next devastating blow. The girl plants her foot firmly on the ground for leverage and launches forward at unbelievable speed. She executes the swift thunder movement, charging at Zeke like actual lightning falling from the sky. Zeke watches the attack approach in a straight line, impressed by how perfectly the charge resembles a lightning bolt. Lika slams her devastating electric strike into the ground, causing a colossal explosion in the combat arena. Seeing the dust rise, Rangus shouts desperately for his friend, but the other boy tells him to wait a bit before rushing over. Zeke emerges unscathed from the rubble, showing only a bit of dirt on his clothes and a confident grin on his face. The girl continues delivering her rapid sequence of electric strikes, slicing through the air with her glowing blade. Zeke dodges another attack by jumping backward, planting his boot firmly on the ground to maintain balance. Rangus begs her to stop attacking, but Lika refuses, arguing the Proto is still standing. She adds that stopping the duel now would be a massive insult to her opponent's pride and resolve. Rangus asks Zeke to surrender, and Lika agrees the boy is already in terrible physical shape to keep fighting. She proposes that if he quits and agrees to become her subordinate right now, she'll end the fight immediately. Seeing his silence, she concludes he's a proud Eldragon and resolves to finish the match using all her power. Lika raises her broadsword toward the sky, preparing to unleash her family's legendary first secret art. She executes the Heavenly Thunder technique and launches the terrifying attack with the full force of her gathered energy. An absolutely colossal beam of electricity drops from the sky, hitting Zeke head-on and obliterating everything around him. The Prota screams as the massive electrical discharge wraps around his whole body in an overwhelming blast. Rangus goes into total despair over the situation, yelling his friend's name in pure panic. Zeke falls flat on his back, completely wrecked. Smoking from the powerful attack, Lika plants her sword into the arena floor and whispers a quiet apology for the severity of the strike. She declares the clash has finally come to an end, assuming she's secured her victory in the duel. Suddenly, Lika hears the boy say he figured it all out, startled to see a massive pillar of electricity burst upward. The girl turns her face, terrified, wondering how all that is happening right behind her. She asks in shock how he managed to get that thunder aura, and Zeke finds it interesting to learn the technique's name. Zeke lets out a taunting chuckle upon hearing her question about how he managed to use that energy. He crosses his arms with a grin and shouts that actually, he has no clue either. He reveals he was taking the hits on purpose to understand her power, but ended up learning to use it too. He mentions he kept using his secret Dragon King breathing technique while taking the electrical shocks. The boy adds that his breathing technique naturally reacted with Lika's thunder aura. Zeke explains the electricity started building up inside him until he was able to manipulate it perfectly. He says he doesn't really get the scientific principle behind it, but thinks she must have a pretty unique constitution. Zeke ponders if her entire clan shares that same unique constitution due to the inherited family sword technique. He marvels at the electrical properties of origin power and celebrates, saying that was great practice. The boy looks at his own hand covered in electric sparks with a look of deep satisfaction at the outcome. He thanks his opponent, sharing that he also managed to reach the 2-star power level thanks to her. The Prota's eye glows intensely, while golden sparks of pure electricity encircle his gaze. But Lika wants no chatter and swings a fast horizontal slash at Zeke with all her speed. The Prota easily dodges the strike and finishes by saying with a smile that the match isn't over yet. Her powerful strike hits thin air, generating a loud electric boom that echoes across the training grounds. Zeke jumps backward nimbly to create distance, playfully commenting he almost got caught by that attack. The boy realizes the new power boosted his muscles and nerves in a way that messed up his senses a bit. He mumbles to himself that he just needs a little time to get used to all this new power. Rangus watches everything amazed, thinking he can barely follow that insane fight between leadership candidates. One spectator questions if he's seeing things, noticing Lika's strikes can no longer hit Zeke at all. Lika gets extremely irritated by the ease with which her opponent dodges and screams, accusing the boy of mocking her. Zeke replies with total composure that he isn't mocking her and assures her he actually considers her a dangerous opponent. Next, the Prota charges from above at high speed, slamming into the ground right in front of her with massive impact. Lika clicks her tongue in frustration and quickly retreats to gain distance and reset her defense in the fight. Zeke casually stretches his arms and announces it's time to end this by creating a brand new technique for the fight. Lika is stunned hearing him talk about creating techniques, while Zeke decides to give his new move a special name. The girl panics, wondering if he had secret training and how someone invents techniques so easily. Zeke moves quickly under Lika's guard, staring at her with a confident smile, leaving the girl completely frozen. He clasps his hands tightly to channel the special form of his legendary dragon destruction martial arts. He lands an extremely powerful electric strike right in the center of Lika's chest, blasting the girl away. Lika drops to her knees, completely out of power. Dropping her broadsword beside her in the arena, seeing the girl can no longer get up, the announcer officially declares the fight over. Zeke smiles cheerfully and mentions to her that was a really fun and interesting fight. Lying on the arena floor, Lika cries tears of frustration, unable to accept the fact that she got defeated. She remembers she needs to defeat her older brothers at all costs to become the next clan head. The girl thinks of the massive pressure she carries and repeats to herself that she should never have lost that clash. Zeke praises her strength and mentions in a friendly way that learning new things during a duel is wonderful. The Prota extends his hand and asserts that the time they spent fighting was extremely valuable to him. He says it'd be boring if they only fought once and invites Lika to have a rematch soon. Lika turns completely red, left speechless by the youngster's genuine and kind attitude before her. She watches the boy for a few moments while he amicably repeats the invite for another sparring session. The boy lets out a good-natured laugh, saying he's already super eager for their next clash. Lika accepts the handshake and admits with a sad smile that she was completely outmatched by his talent. Several hours pass, and the scene shifts to the inside of a mysterious rift filled with terrifying creatures. The current family head, Balza El Dragon, walks calmly toward the horde of monsters awaiting him. Balza reveals an extremely dark, intimidating stare as he observes the monstrous creatures before him. He releases an overwhelming draconic pressure that projects like a giant dragon silhouette behind his back. With a single quick movement of his sword, he easily slices one of the creatures in half without any effort. The clan leader demonstrates his absolute authority and power as he continues swinging his mighty weapon. Balza uses the first form of dragon destruction combat to pulverize all enemies at once. He sheathes his sword calmly after eliminating all threats in that section of the rift in one go. Several family guards rush over to provide escort and secure the cleared area. The family head observes the dimensional rift floating in the air while his soldiers take care of the rest. An official approaches and kneels to deliver a routine report, being asked by Balza about its contents. The messenger proudly reports that young Lady Lika finally managed to reach the 2-star power level. Balza hears the news blankly, without showing any emotional reaction or immediate surprise. The powerful warrior coldly replies, asking what that has to do with him, brushing off his daughter's achievement. The messenger tries to argue that hitting 2 stars at that age is incredible, and that she could graduate at 5 stars. Balza counters, saying talent means nothing, and tells the official to only notify him when the girl is actually useful. He dismisses the man for bringing up such a trivial topic, but the messenger then reveals Lika ended up defeated. The family head turns slightly curious and asks if his daughter happened to fight one of her older brothers. The official denies the theory and says the person responsible for beating the young lady was someone totally unexpected. He explains the victorious opponent was a boy her age, revealing the name Zeke. Balza falls silent for a second, muttering his bastard son's name thoughtfully. He recalls the youngster as that woman's son, and acknowledges that despite everything, she really did have great talent. Balza ponders that the woman was already dead when he was born, and questions who could have taught him such strong techniques. The messenger says the Prota won without receiving help from anyone, and also hit 2 stars on his own. The chief understands the situation and decides now is the ideal moment to start the family's first big test. The man finds the decision way too hasty, reasoning that most students started training just a month ago. Balza ignores the pleas, coldly asserting that death comes for everyone, and only the strong should survive. He adds firmly that those who fail the initial test aren't qualified to bear the Eldragon name. The messenger submissively accepts the order and receives the command from the clan leader to summon back the warrior Freya. He finds the request odd, but Balza explains that the fact that Zeke defeated Lika on his own piqued his curiosity quite a bit. The leader decides to task Freya with closely monitoring every step of the test and tracking all the youngsters' actions up close. He whispers his bastard son's name one last time, admitting to himself that he finds this situation genuinely interesting. The next day, all the young recruits return to the training grounds early in the morning to begin their duties. Rangus practices his physical strikes with great determination, shouting to release energy and focus during his punches. Meanwhile, Zeke trains like crazy, holding a giant boulder over his head and heavy weights in each hand. This is a combat art created by the 15th leader, focused on strengthening the physical body. Even for children, Rangus asks why Zeke isn't practicing the dragon offensive combat arts, and the Prota answers by pointing to his physical exercise. Zeke calmly explains he already learned the entire technique, leaving Rangus absolutely shocked at his learning speed. He confirms it as the most natural thing ever, and warns that Rangus's origin power flow is completely wrong. Zeke decides to drop his heavy weights on the ground and approaches his friend to help him fix his training posture. The boy asks his friend to turn his back so he can manually adjust the energy flow in his body. Zeke touches his friend's back and guides his energy straight through his power channels, making the youngster feel a shock run through his body. Zeke explains that right there is the correct energy flow, and Rangus deeply thanks his friend for the invaluable help. Rangus admits Zeke really mastered the technique, and the Prota complains. Upset, asking if his friend was doubting him, Rangus apologizes frantically, explaining it's the first time anyone besides his father tried to teach him to fight. He adds that he thought the basic technique would be boring for Zeke, since he has enough strength to even beat Lika. Zeke denies it, saying he found the technique very stable, remembering his own ancient combat art was way too complex for his kids. Zeke's dragon destruction combat arts were extremely difficult, but possessed simply overwhelming power. Besides its 4 normal forms, there was the final destructive form capable of annihilating divine dragons with extreme ease. The prota gets hyped up by the training possibilities and says that since he's already mastered the clan's techniques, he'll train his physical body. Zeke adds that every person learns at their own pace, and Rangus just agrees awkwardly. Suddenly, Rangus musters up courage and calls his friend's name with a look of total determination on his face. He begs Zeke to train and guide him from now on, in the same amazing way he just did. Zeke gets surprised by the request, while his friend confesses he knows that's a shameless thing to ask. So out of the blue, Rangus shouts, saying he wants to get stronger even if just a little, and Zeke calmly replies he doesn't mind helping out Rangus' questions if it's really okay. And Zeke finds his friend's surprised reaction odd, given he was the one who asked. The boy assures him he doesn't usually lie and says Rangus is worth teaching, until they're interrupted by a female voice. Lika appears shy and blushing before them, quietly asking if Zeke can train her too from now on. Rangus screams in total shock upon seeing that young lady Lika also wants to train with them, but she asks if there's any problem. She confesses she thought no one her age would beat her, but admits the way Zeke used the thunder aura surpassed her. Lika complains her pride was completely crushed in the duel, leaving Zeke confused as to whether he was really to blame for it all. The girl says firmly she wants to get strong enough to beat her brothers and even Zeke himself, begging for his help. Zeke falls silent for a few moments, analyzing the unexpected proposal from his former duel rival. Lika gets discouraged, thinking he'll refuse because they're direct rivals in the race for family leadership. Rangus also reflects on the fact that Zeke is indeed a candidate, being the legitimate son of the family head. Zeke says he doesn't mind teaching her, but asks if her body is okay, since that wound should have lasted a month. She calmly explains she used a special magic recovery potion, which made her entire wound heal fast. The boys whisper among themselves, amazed by the effectiveness of that miracle potion Lika used to heal completely. They laughingly comment she must have used a genuine high-tier healing potion, and Zeke marvels at this era's quality. Lika shouts angrily, wanting to know what they're whispering, and tries to steer the conversation back to the main topic. She asks again if he'll really agree to train her, pondering that he also needs time for his own workouts. Zeke flashes a big, happy smile and promises he'd never refuse to train a youth with so much ambition and willpower. The two youngsters stare at each other confused, reminding Zeke that actually, they're all the exact same age at the academy. Zeke asks if she's sure about this, since he beat her. But Lika says she doesn't care and can't afford to be picky. She states getting stronger is the only way to reach clan leadership, and she'll do whatever it takes to make it happen. Zeke puts his hands in his pockets and curiously asks what the real reason is for her being so obsessed with that position. Lika reveals that if she doesn't take the top spot in the family, her only future fate will be getting sold off in a political marriage. Hearing that bizarre revelation about the fate of women, Zeke puts on a look of deep disgust and annoyance. She explains their bloodline is highly coveted because of the special origin power the L-Dragons carry. Zeke angrily confesses that kind of sick tradition disgusts him and suggests to his friend that they start running for practice. He shouts angrily against those stupid customs of his former family and swears to himself he's going to crush them all. Suddenly, an official's commanding shout echoes across the arena, ordering all students to stand at attention. The trio gets startled by the abrupt interruption, and Zeke complains about the terrible timing of that military call in the arena. While Zeke watches the movement, a mysterious red-haired woman emerges walking toward the arena. The instructor loudly announces that starting today, an important new military instructor will personally guide the students. The new instructor approaches with authority, looks directly at Lika, and asks if she is indeed the young lady of the family. Lika gets surprised by the sudden arrival and the direct question asked by the mysterious red-haired woman. Lika steps back, surprised, while Rangus clings to Zeke, scared to death of that strong presence that appeared out of nowhere. The woman winks and praises Lika's reflexes and aura quality in a very relaxed and playful tone. Lika is impressed she didn't sense her presence, while Zeke wonders who that mysterious woman is. The other officials applaud in admiration, commenting on how that person manages to be extremely fast in her movements. They formally introduce her as Master Freya from the prestigious Black Dragon Army, and she greets everyone cheerfully. She turns to the Prota and asks if he is indeed young Master Zeke, receiving a calm confirmation from him. Freya finds it odd he isn't surprised by her arrival, but Zeke replies there's nothing shocking to him there. However, the instructor's expression suddenly shifts to a very serious, focused look while observing the boy. He smiles back with glowing eyes, thinking she seems to master an extremely intriguing combat technique. She gets the picture and thinks she now fully understands why the clan leader took an interest in the boy. Zeke recognizes her presence. Concealment technique is fantastic, but finds the martial art she masters even more amazing. The boy notices her energy gathers in her lower body in a unique way, explaining why she makes no sound. He wonders what kind of martial art that could be and gets super excited about the chance to face something new. The instructor taps the heel of her boots on the floor, calling the attention of all students present to start the announcements. She says she'll be their new instructor starting today, leaving the young recruits totally impressed by her fame. The high-ranking official explains Freya is a 6-star warrior and orders everyone to learn as much as they can from her. A boy asks if she's really going to train them, while others try to figure out why someone so important came all the way here. Freya cutely replies that she'll definitely teach them, but makes a brief, serious pause right after. The beautiful instructor smiles cheerfully and adds, she'll only do so if they manage to pass her initial test. All recruits go into immediate panic upon hearing the word test and complain about receiving news like that out of nowhere. She shows a crystal and tries to calm them down, saying it's easy. They just have to survive for a month on poisonous Dragon Mountain. Rangus screams, terrified upon hearing the name of that dangerous place, while Zeke finds it funny, remembering it's a nostalgic name. Poisonous Dragon Mountain is known for being a dense forest region infested with terrifying venomous creatures. In that deadly place, a simple brush against a single weed can be lethal to any ordinary person. Zeke remembers he used to train there a lot in his past life, but ponders if it isn't too early to send those kids there. The instructor explains that if the crystal they receive breaks or gets lost during the test, they'll fail immediately. Students ask what happens in case of failure, and she calmly replies they'll be expelled if they survive. She explains it's possible to resist the poison using dragon breath and assures keeping the crystal intact is enough to pass. Lika worries, arguing the place is crawling with dangerous monsters. Immediately catching the instructor's attention, Freya answers seriously that they must simply defeat them. Otherwise, they'll starve before the testing month even ends. The young recruits tremble in fear and wonder if the combat techniques they learned will be enough against the beasts. To calm them down, she notifies them. They have 5 days to pick and practice a weapon style from the clan's basic arts. She says surviving will be easy with a weapon in hand, but gives a dark warning in case they fail to master the gear. With a cold, terrifying gaze, she warns she won't take responsibility for anything that happens to whoever fails training. A few students beg for help in case of extreme danger, but the woman simply responds with a dramatic, sarcastic sigh. She mocks their desperation as the flaming crest image of the prestigious Eldragon military family pops up in focus. Freya coldly decrees the clan is a place where only the strong survive and the weak must simply accept death. The whole class falls into absolute shock and despair. While Rangus cries uncontrollably in panic beside his friends, Zeke gets thoughtful, comparing current cruel rules to the peaceful times of his past life alongside his son Gilliam. She claps her hands to wrap up the topic and announces she'll start handing out technique manuals for whichever weapon each person picked. Students cluster around the table to select scrolls and combat books according to their preferences. Rangus despairs, not knowing which weapon to pick, but Zeke calmly advises him to go with the spear he used in the exam. Rangus thanks him happily, and Lika ponders electric sword techniques until Zeke calls the girl's attention. The Proto points at Lika and firmly says she should pick classic basic swordsmanship to train. Lika questions the reason for the suggestion, and Zeke answers with his back turned that it'll help her make up for what she currently lacks. Lika decides to accept her former rival's advice, muttering she'll follow his suggestion and take the swordsmanship manual. Seeing everyone picked their manuals, the instructor orders them to train intensely as if their very lives depended on it. With an extremely sweet yet terrifying smile on her face, she casually says that otherwise, they'll all just die. The group of young recruits gulps hard and shakes in fear at the life or death warning given by the relentless instructor. Freya remembers. There's one more minor detail. Senior students from the academy will try to steal the rookies' crystals. Rangus loses it completely while the instructor explains that 10-year-old seniors will be taking the exact same test. The seniors' task will be to hunt them down and steal their crystals, but she ponders the mountain is large, so they might not even run into each other. Despite that, Freya warns they will definitely try to hunt them and cheerfully waves, wishing them good luck on the challenge. Rangus completely loses his mind, realizing he'll have to face deadly monsters and elite seniors at the same time. Lika gets tense, knowing the seniors are at a 2-star level or higher, concluding most people won't survive. Zeke lazily agrees and suggests that if they can't handle it solo, they should just form small support squads. He explains, joining forces will help with hunting, making his friends agree and ask what the Proto plans to do. Zeke grins ear to ear and asserts he's going to enjoy this whole grand adventure completely solo, stunning Rangus. He invites the two to eat before training starts, while Lika and Rangus comment on how eccentric he can be. 5 days fly by, and the moment to kick off the terrifying practical test on Poisonous Dragon Mountain finally arrives. Rangus grips his spear tightly while the young recruits gather at the forest entrance, commenting on the day's nice weather. The other students in the class show immense tension and nervousness on their faces. While waiting for the start signal, Freya cheerfully agrees. It's the perfect day for a test and asks everyone present if they're ready to start. Rangus shakes a bit and nervously mutters that the time has finally come. Receiving a brief, serious confirmation from his teammate Lika, Rangus silently reflects on whether an ordinary guy like him should really team up with Lika, given there are other nobles there. He remembers he's just a commoner without power stars, getting extremely anxious and afraid of ending up a burden. Suddenly, Celine and Raymond call him, saying they're in the same boat, leaving the blue-haired boy super surprised. Celine confesses she can also barely believe a commoner like her is teaming up with Lady Lika during the test. Raymond just gives a gentle smile and keeps his composure, showing he's also ready to give his best. Lika asserts social class doesn't matter at all, and says she invited everyone because she truly recognizes each person's skills. Hearing the clan heiress's kind, motivating words, Rangus grips the shaft of his combat spear super tightly. The youngster exclaims with tons of energy that he'll do everything not to be deadweight and help the group pass the test. Raymond guarantees he'll work hard to meet Lika's expectations, and she thanks him, saying she's counting on everyone's efforts. Lika asks one last time if Zeke is really going solo, and he confirms enthusiastically, saying he can't wait for the test. The others marvel at the main family line's calmness, but Lika nervously complains, telling them not to compare her to him. Zeke gets confused by their stress and asks if there's actually any real reason to feel so nervous out there. Rangus answers seriously that there are tons of obvious reasons to be tense, labeling Zeke a complete anomaly. Zeke turns to Lika and asks if she also thinks the other members are good, receiving a positive confirmation from the girl. He analyzes that Lika actually managed to recruit the two most promising and talented rookie students in the whole class. He assures his friend that his squad has excellent offense and defense, making Rangus smile with Zeke's usual confidence. Freya steps in front of everyone and warmly notes the students decided to split into friendly groups to take the test. She praises the decision to team up. Since some still haven't fully mastered the classic weapon arts they chose, the instructor orders them to begin the test and repeats they must spend an entire month in the forest with the crystal in hand. She adds that to pass the survival test, simply holding the crystal when the month deadline ends is enough. Hearing that the crystals are identical, the smarter recruits start piecing together the implicit rules of the test. Zeke immediately understands that if someone loses their own crystal, the only way out will be stealing another student's crystal. She reinforces that the Academy's elite seniors will also enter the forest with the sole goal of stealing their crystals. The seniors look down on the rookies with contempt, commenting that since they don't even have a single star, this test will be way too easy. The young rookies notice the seniors' malicious glares and gulp hard, feeling the mood get even tenser. Freya wraps up formal explanations, shouting that the practical test rules and details have finally been delivered. She loudly announces the official start of the test, and all recruits start running desperately toward the forest. Lika looks back and yells at her bastard brother to survive no matter what, and he waves back. Wishing her the same, Lika commands her team and dashes toward the trees of Poisonous Dragon Mountain alongside her 3 partners. Zeke remains standing next to the instructor, waving cutely and genuinely wishing everyone takes good care. Freya calls his attention and hilariously warns him that he needs to enter the forest too, making Zeke remember. The boy apologizes, saying he got a bit distracted, and the woman finds it weird that he isn't nervous at all. He shouts back, assuring her he feels 0 nerves, and says goodbye to the woman, who finds his behavior super bizarre. Night falls over the quiet, dark forest of Poisonous Dragon Mountain, hiding the concealed dangers awaiting them. At the campsite, the instructor chats with Freya, expressing concern that the practical test was way too hasty. The other instructor agrees, saying students learned only the bare minimum and that the vast majority still has no stars. He wonders how many rookies will actually manage to pass the test, and Freya asks him with a smile not to worry. She explains the mountain indeed has many venomous animals, but says most creatures are only at a 1 or 2 star level. The instructor states most students should manage fine against the mountain monsters during the testing month, but right after, the beautiful woman flashes a terrifying smile and confesses she plans to release a scary creature into the forest later. The official finds the comment odd and asks what she said, but Freya pretends nothing happened and laughingly replies, "It was nothing." Meanwhile, officials give the start order to the Academy's senior students, who charge at full speed into the forest. She watches the seniors depart, wondering rather coldly and curiously how many rookies will actually survive the test. The seniors seem super hyped to hunt the rookies and cheer as they enter the poisonous mountain zone. One of the seniors spots Zeke alone in the middle of the woods and celebrates, saying he managed to find his first target with ease. He observes Zeke standing in the same spot after all that time, wonderingly mocking if the rookie kid is just a complete idiot. Hidden in the treetop canopy, another senior readies his bow and aims a lethal arrow directly at the prota's neck. He fires the arrow at top speed, slicing through the air straight towards Zeke's neck, who remains arms crossed. However, Zeke moves his arm with lightning speed and catches the lethal arrow in midair using just one hand, effortlessly. The boy flashes an excited smile ear to ear and tells the mysterious attackers he was patiently waiting for them. The three seniors are left completely speechless by his confident demeanor, wondering what this rookie is talking about. But before that, the hunters get freaked out by the absurd fact that the rookie kid actually snagged the arrow in midair. Zeke stares at them with an extremely hyped look and mockingly invites them to start playing together right there. In another spot of the dark forest, a giant poisonous toad suddenly leaps from the bushes toward Lika's group. Selene reacts instantly, drawing her rapier, and lets out a battle cry to initiate her attack on the monster. The girl performs a beautiful, nimble thrust with her blade, striking the leaping venomous creature clean through. But another poisonous toad leaps from behind her as a surprise attack, making Rangus yell desperately to warn his teammate. Raymond acts fast, jumping in front, using his massive metal shield to perfectly block the toad's charge. The shield-wielding youngster plants himself firmly on the forest floor and shoves the creature back with all his physical strength. He smashes the venomous monster against the ground. With his heavy shield completely pinning the dangerous creature to the soil, Rangus seizes the chance, leaping and landing a precise strike with his combat spear to finish off the poisonous animal on the spot. Rangus praises everyone's great performance and happily points toward the spot where Lika was fighting at the moment. The rookies are amazed to see Lika defeated a massive horde of venomous creatures single-handedly. Stacking up the corpses, Selene and Raymond marvel at her strength, praising the fact that she wiped out so many threats without needing help. Lika boasts, saying that's easy for her as a 2-star power warrior, but quickly shifts the focus of the conversation. She praises her teammates' progress, revealing Selene and Raymond also reach the 1-star power tier. The two thank her immensely for Lady Lika's help and guidance, bowing respectfully before the girl. Rangus lowers his head sadly, noticing the other two manage to rank up while he remains stuck. His friends try to cheer him up, assuring Rangus is also stronger and will hit his first power star soon. He thanks them smiling, and Lika points out that defeating those monsters without having a single power star is already a huge feat. Lika remembers the training he did with Zeke, refined his spear style a lot, and asks him not to get anxious about his level. The girl looks up at the sky and warns it's getting dark, suggesting the group head back to their campsite base. She warns about the extreme danger of staying active in the forest during nighttime. Because of the venomous monsters, night finally settles over the vast forest, blanketing the area in eerie silence and near total darkness. The group walks, carrying the hunted food, until Lika stops abruptly, assuming a fully alert stance on the spot. She stares into the darkness ahead very seriously, questioning what the mysterious intruder is doing near their camp. A boot-clad foot appears, stepping slowly on dry leaves on the ground, revealing someone was indeed hiding there. The other squad members fall into immediate shock, realizing there really is an intruder lurking in the dark. A senior boy emerges grinning from the bushes, and Lika recognizes him instantly as one of the 10-year-old class students. The heiress directly asks if he came with the intention of stealing their crystals, receiving a cynical confirmation from the guy. He mockingly comments that it's finally time for a senior attack, admitting he didn't expect to find Lika's base there. Lika furiously points her blade and orders the intruder to turn back, arguing he could never beat them fighting solo. The senior gives a sarcastic smile and mockingly asks who told her he came to this forest alone. 3 shadows land swiftly behind the rookie group in the dark, completely surrounding them in the middle of the training field. She turns her face alarmed, noticing 3 1-star level senior warriors appeared to help ambush the squad. The intruder sarcastically remarks that even Lika would have trouble fighting while carrying 3 burdens with her. With a resolute gaze, he steps forward, drawing his weapon. Ordering the rookies to surrender without resistance, Lika leaps toward the attacker and blocks his strike with her broadsword wrapped in electricity. While holding off her opponent, the girl shouts to call the attention of all her squad mates. She orders them to hold out firm against the other enemies who are launching their attack. Lika asks them to resist until she can make it back, while Rangus struggles to block his opponent's spear. The adversary puts pressure on the blue-haired boy, furiously demanding he hand over his crystal orb. Right now, Rangus remembers when he asked Zeke what he should do if he faced a much stronger enemy. In the memory, Rangus explains he still has 0 stars and would like to know how to act in that scenario. Zeke answers directly that he should simply give up, leaving his friend completely stunned. He explains someone starless doesn't beat 3 or 4 star warriors, but says the 1 or 2 star tier is doable. The blue-haired boy gets curious and stares intently at his roommate to get what he meant. Zeke recalls the monsters and seniors in the next test are 2-star level max, meaning there's still a way to win. The blue-haired boy asks what that method would be, and Zeke flashes a confident smile, saying it's nothing out of the ordinary. The proto reveals the secret is simply taking advantage of an opening left by the opponent during combat. Zeke adds that even someone without stars can turn the tables on a 2-star opponent by focusing on that opening. When Rangus asks how to find that opportunity, his friend coldly answers that he just needs to hold out firm. He explains the secret is enduring and keeping up with opponent attacks until the adversary finally makes a mistake. Rangus is in disbelief, but Zeke questions his surprise, pointing out a weaker person could never force an opening solo. The youngster admits that makes sense, but starts nervously questioning if he'll really be able to endure the pressure. Zeke asserts it's not a matter of choice, because if he can't hold out, beating someone stronger will just be an impossible dream. Rangus listens to those words attentively, catching the drive in his great friend's vision. Zeke reassures the boy, guaranteeing that unless it's an anomaly like Lika, he'll be able to endure a 2-star opponent. The blue-haired youngster timidly agrees, and Zeke notices his friend still suffers from a major lack of self-confidence. The proto urges him to believe in himself to grow stronger, but Rangus replies that's easier said than done. Zeke holds up his index finger, preparing to give one last piece of valuable advice to his training buddy. With a confident smile, he advises his friend to simply not overthink during a fight. He explains there's no need to worry about the power gap, just patiently wait for the rival's mistake. And when that opening finally appears, he just needs to charge straight ahead and strike the target with his combat spear. The proto lightly pokes Rangus's chest, reinforcing that this is the ultimate method for him to beat stronger warriors. Back in the present, the attacker gets irritated by Rangus's relentless defense, complaining the boy is stubborn as hell. Rangus accepts he's the weakest link there and focuses all his energy purely on defending while waiting for the ideal moment. He grits his teeth, holding his ground, focusing all his attention on every move executed by his opponent. The enemy starts losing patience. Realizing his rapid strikes aren't having any effect against the rookie desperate, the attacker leaps into the air to deliver a top-down finisher, demanding Rangus go down already. Seeing his rival leap and expose himself mid-air, Rangus catches the perfect opening he was waiting for and prepares to counterattack. A beam of bright energy explodes in the middle of the battlefield with an extremely swift, precise impact. Rangus's spear hits the opponent's body clean through, disarming the guy and sending his weapon flying into the woods. He spits saliva, stammering that this is impossible, before starting to lose consciousness from the strike's force. The enemy collapses unconscious on the ground, and Rangus stands victorious, while the symbol on his clothes suddenly glows. The mark on his chest shines brightly, revealing he finally awakened his first power star following the victory. Lika observes the situation from a distance, noting with satisfaction that the fight on Rangus's end was also completely wrapped up. The intruder leader is in total shock, unable to accept he's losing despite being at the exact same 2-star level. He shouts, asking why there's such a massive power gap while getting pinned to the ground by Lika's devastating attack. She remembers when Zeke recommended she study axe arts, which now allows her to channel way more strength into her sword. Wrapped in lightning, the warrior coldly warns it was terrible luck for the enemy squad to pick them as targets in the woods. The senior despairs completely, realizing that Clash has truly reached its end for him. A giant lightning bolt strikes the attacker full force, causing him to let out a piercing scream of pain in the middle of the forest. After easily defeating the ambush leader, the blonde girl dashes past his knocked-out body on the ground. She arrives quickly at the camp, asking if everyone is okay, seeing the other attackers also defeated on the grass. Lika smiles amicably as she approaches Rangus, leaving the blue-haired boy completely embarrassed by the situation. All the rookies cheer loudly, celebrating their massive victory over the group of invaders who tried to rob them. Celine and Raymond congratulate their friend on awakening his first power star, leaving him deeply emotional and grateful. The squad leader watches proudly, happily commenting that from that moment on, everyone on the team finally possesses a power star. Lika believes they can now handle enemies of that level, but soon starts wondering how Zeke is faring in the test. Meanwhile, in a dark section of the vast forest, sounds of intense rushing echo eerily through the trees. One of their senior students runs frantically for his life in the middle of the night, begging in panic for something not to come closer. Tears in his eyes, he screams with all his might for the danger to back off, angrily questioning what's wrong with that guy. Two students lie passed out on the ground while staring in terror at Zeke's figure, who radiates a terrifying bluish energy. Several other seniors flee screaming in absolute despair, begging for help as they try to escape Zeke's relentless shadow. The fleeing senior keeps asking himself in panic how a simple rookie can possess such a bizarre, terrifying attitude. Zeke walks casually, dragging an unconscious opponent by the leg while holding a huge dead poisonous snake in his hand. He flashes a creepy smile, loudly asking if there really isn't anyone left to play with him in the forest. The seniors run horrified, not getting why rookies are actively hunting older students instead of the other way around. While complaining incredulously about turning into prey, one of the runners loses his balance and slams face first onto the forest floor. He tries to get up grumbling, but Zeke appears laughing, coldly warning he gets bored way too fast with this game of tag eyes glowing red. The boy extends his hand to the fallen opponent, inviting him to get up and keep fighting. Zeke's sinister look and intense golden eyes completely paralyze his prey with fear. The guy panics completely upon gazing at that scary expression and lets out a high-pitched scream of terror echoing through the dark. The senior passes out instantly, his soul practically leaving his body out of sheer fright. Leaving the prota pretty surprised, Zeke laments they're such cowards after starting the test with so much urge to fight, while the others flee into the distance. He turns his face toward the dark trees, suggesting the mysterious watcher hiding there step out to reveal themselves. The air warns he'll keep pressing forward and playing with zero restrictions if nobody decides to interfere in his path. Hidden behind dense foliage, a soldier monitoring the test lets out a quiet sigh of perplexity upon being detected by the boy. The clan official breaks into a cold sweat, witnessing that unbelievable scene, wondering what on earth is going on with the students. The man walks up to the knocked-out senior on the ground, super impressed by the fact that a rookie managed to sense his hidden presence. Inspecting the guy's miserable state, the guard decides he urgently needs to report this anomaly to his superiors. Back at base, Instructor Freya waits patiently under the starry sky, asking for the Forest Patrol's official report. The soldier reports that 30% of the 7-year-old students have already been eliminated in the first week, but the rest are adapting well. He predicts eliminations will drop now, and Instructor Freya asks about the senior squad's performance. The guard hesitates and starts stammering nervously, prompting the superior to demand he speak clearly for once. Sweating cold, the official reveals in short that the seniors are simply running away in terror through the forest. She gets completely confused hearing that, asking what exactly the more experienced students could be running from. She points out there shouldn't be monsters that dangerous out there, but the guard reveals they're running from a rookie named Sieg. He explains the boy started actively hunting seniors, and that they tried counterattacking at first, but ended up fleeing. Another soldier interrupts in shock, asking who that youngster really is who's taking down older students so easily. The man agrees, suggesting the boy's abnormal abilities go way beyond what's expected from a legitimate family member. The soldier seriously asserts the boy is an anomaly who surpassed genius tier, basically being a real monster. Freya recalls the guy preferred acting isolated at first, wondering if he always planned to be the hunter instead of the prey. She mentally repeats the term used by the guard, finding it super interesting that her soldiers consider the boy a monster. Suddenly, all officials present are surprised by a loud clanking sound of chains coming from near the campsite. A strong man appears carrying a massive chained cage, and Freya calmly indicates the spot where he should drop that load. Subordinates panic, realizing she intends to unleash a powerful 3-star level creature onto the mountain. The redhead smiles calmly and reassures the group, guaranteeing the monster was tuned to attack only 2-star warriors. With that, normal students won't take serious damage, leaving only an official's doubt about the real motive for releasing the beast. The red-haired commander reveals with total seriousness that this decision came as a direct order from Master Balza himself. She gazes at the scary red eyes glowing inside the dark cage, resolving to test what the youngster is truly capable of doing. The instructor wonders if the boy will manage to survive this extreme trial and orders the creature released as soon as day breaks. The sun finally pops over the horizon, bringing the first morning light and illuminating the forest's dense greenery. Rangus and Selene stop, walking abruptly, and the youngster nervously asks if the ground around them shook weirdly. Just now, Lika goes on total alert over the unusual shaking, wondering if that's the work of yet another senior student in the forest. Rangis suggests the shaking might be caused by a large monster like an enraged boar, but the blonde thinks that vibration feels different. Suddenly, the ground shakes even more violently, and a giant tree starts toppling straight toward the group. The ground cracks terrifyingly, while the loud crash sends the rookies leaping to the sides in a frantic bid to escape. Lika yells a warning that the tree is coming down completely, firmly ordering everyone to take a step back immediately. She dives to save Celine from danger, while Raymond uses his heavy shield to protect Rangus from flying debris. Getting up quickly, Lika is startled to see the massive mysterious creature that just emerged from the forest dust. Rangus and Raymond stand completely paralyzed in terror, witnessing the colossal threat rising right before them. A giant stone beast with scary glowing red eyes appears snapping trees, revealing itself to be a massive combat golem. Meanwhile, Zeke keeps walking casually and thoughtfully in another quiet part of the mountain. He lets out a long sigh of boredom. Sitting casually atop a pile of creatures and seniors he just beat single-handedly. The Proto admits to himself he's getting bored since there's no worthy opponent left to face him. Suddenly, a bright flash and an overwhelming boom echo in the distance, catching the immediate attention of anyone in the forest. Zeke senses heavy energy, noting a creature of that scale hadn't appeared on clan lands in many years. He deduces the clan sent the beast on purpose to test them, but worries since a 3-star enemy is way too strong for other rookies. He reflects that instructors should have dealt with that beast before the practical test started, but quickly realizes something's off. The heir understands the leadership released the monster on purpose and wonders what exactly they're planning with this bizarre test. Despite the danger, he flashes a wild grin, realizing that dangerous situation is perfect for him to finally have some fun. Zeke leaps off the pile of bodies and starts running excitedly, annoyed only by the fact that the monster appeared so far from his location. Back at the battle, Celine charges bravely against the stone monster, delivering a swift jab with her thin rapier. She strikes the golem's massive chest with precision, but the blade merely sparks without causing real damage to the stone armor. She backs off, terrified, realizing she didn't leave so much as a scratch on the creature, while Raymond runs to provide defensive support. The blonde youngster leaps with resolve, striking the monster's head with all the power of his heavy combat shield. To their despair, not even that shield impact was enough to stagger the golem, which remains completely unfazed on the spot. Lika quickly appears from behind and delivers her special lightning strike, blanketing the giant's body in an intense electric blast. Analyzing the blow, she notes she only managed to crack the creature's outer shell slightly, even using her aura power. The young blonde realizes the severity of the situation, concluding only a 2-star warrior would have the power to destroy the monster. Rangus yells, asking what they should do, and the heiress takes charge. Telling the group to pay close attention to her, she warns she'll distract the golem and orders the group to flee, but Rangus immediately refuses to leave his leader behind in danger. She snaps back coldly that they'll only slow her down, pointing out she had to spend tons of aura just to cause a tiny crack. The massive stone giant snorts steam terrifyingly and starts moving slowly toward the trapped rookie group. Lika insists her friends can't hurt it, and Celine sadly accepts that their attacks are totally useless against the target. Raymond takes a step forward with resolve, suggesting the team cover Lika so she can land her strikes with absolute precision. The young warrior is super surprised by her teammates' courage, staring at his shield, unable to believe his attitude. Rangus and Selene also join the idea, assuring that if everyone fights together under her lead, they'll have a real shot at victory. Looking at her resolute squad mates, she feels a surge of pride seeing nobody there intends to abandon the battlefield. With a confident smile, Lika accepts the plan and prepares to guide her team through that dangerous combat charge. Raymond leads the charge, asking for cover, while Rangus and Selene advance right behind, and Lika builds up massive electrical energy in the rear. With electric sparks exploding around her, the blonde roars with resolve, announcing the ultimate attack is about to begin. She executes an acrobatic leap and drops at top speed, delivering an extremely destructive vertical slash with her lightning weapon. The stone giant tries to swat her with its huge rocky fist, but she yells furiously, focusing on breaking the opponent's defense full force. Heroically, Raymond dives in front with his shield, blocking with extreme effort the powerful punch delivered by the stone monster. He grits his teeth, feeling the immense pressure of the impact, struggling hard to hold firm and not let the shield buckle under the force. As Raymond spits saliva from exhaustion, Selene and Rangus attack the giant's legs to disrupt the creature's stance for good. The monster slightly loses balance from the joint attack, opening the perfect window for Lika to drop from above, fully engulfed in lightning. She roars, summoning her supreme thunder broadsword style to finish off the terrifying enemy right there in the forest. Unleashing her legendary first secret art of divine thunder, she strikes the opponent's shoulder head-on with overwhelming power. A giant, deafening lightning explosion consumes the entire clearing area, generating a shockwave that sweeps away surrounding trees. Rangus runs to Lika to check if she's okay, and the blonde responds out of breath. That last attack drained all her combat energy. Worried, the heiress asks how Raymond is doing, seeing the guy supported by Celine after bravely tanking the golem's impact. Lika suggests everyone return immediately to campsite base, but the group goes into shock seeing the golem still standing. With a swift, sudden move, the creature charges, attacking the blue-haired boy before he can defend himself. The massive stone giant grabs Lika tightly, using just one of its giant hands, leaving Rangus desperate. Trapped by the stone fist, the blonde, annoyed, realizes she dropped her guard prematurely against the dangerous opponent. Celine and Raymond stand horrified, seeing the beast remains active even after using their most destructive strike. Ignoring danger and consumed by anger, Rangus charges relentlessly with his combat spear, commanding the monster to drop her. The golem raises its other huge arm and attacks the boy brutally, making Rangus let out a scared yell from the impact. Completely helpless and fearing the worst, the blue-haired boy screams his leader's name in desperation. Suddenly, an entire tree ripped up by its roots flies through the air at high speed in the exact direction of their battle. The massive projectile hits the golem clean in the back, forcing the creature to drop Lika from its claws instantly. The collision impact crushes the stone giant's shoulder, sending the heiress rolling injured onto the forest floor. The three rookies run immediately to help Lika, super confused, not getting where that tree throw came from. Among the trees, Zeke appears smiling cheerfully, asking what the reason is for all that noise in the middle of the mountain. The teammates look terrified toward the sound and go into absolute shock, recognizing the boy's familiar voice. He leaps toward the squad enthusiastically, amused to see such an interesting situation he stumbled upon in the forest. Zeke gives a cheerful greeting and openly mocks the giant stone golem, calling it a funny clay doll. A bit before arriving there, he spotted Lika's lightning flashing on the horizon, realizing the situation looked pretty dangerous. Recognizing the electricity, he started running. Regretting that distance would have been trivial for him back in his prime, Zeke recognized the great potential of his half-sister Lika's team, but knew they wouldn't last long against a 3-star rival. Resolved to step into battle quickly, he decides to try a new combat technique he'd learned the other day. With a serene look, he approaches a massive rustic tree and plants his hand firmly against the wooden trunk. With glowing golden eyes, Zeke simply lifts the giant tree out of the ground with total physical ease. The Proto roars with resolve to focus his entire internal combat energy flow on executing that move. He hurls the massive wooden projectile through the sky with terrifying force in the exact direction of his teammates' battle. Back in the present, the youngster strikes a relaxed pose, comfortably noting the technique worked way better than expected. The breathing technique taught in the clan's basic manual helped Zeke refine his current body's internal energy flow amazingly. He reflects this new style as perfect, since in his past life he used to ignore long-range attacks in combat. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zeke dashes quickly along the woods trail so as not to waste time on silly past memories. Rangus and Lika keep staring at the guy in absolute awe, surprised to see he's actually right there before their eyes. The Proto waves super casually and asks with a smile if everyone managed to hold out firm until he arrived. Rangus answers yes, but points desperately to the imminent danger of the golem. Surprising his friend with the stone creature's name, Zeke analyzes the hollow presence of that stone monster, finding it curious, while Lika screams terrified for her friend to be careful. The massive golem throws a violent punch at the boy, generating a huge air displacement in the middle of the training area. Zeke catches the stone punch effortlessly, noting that outer rocky shell is indeed amazingly durable to the touch. He steps back, smiling mockingly, noting that beating the monster the traditional way would be super boring and lame. Lika sighs, realizing how reckless her brother is, while Rangus wonders how his roommate can act that way. Pissed by the taunt, the stone monster raises both clasped hands above its head to crush Zeke into the forest floor. With glowing golden eyes, Zeke analyzes his giant rival's attack stance, catching a very distinct trait in him. The slam smashes the ground extremely fast, but Zeke uses his nimble movement to dodge the direct impact effortlessly. The golem's double fist strike destroys the ground terrifyingly, kicking up a massive cloud of debris and smoke across the clearing. Still midair, the Proto grins mockingly and loudly warns his friends to keep away from the danger zone. The squad agrees, terrified, and begins retreating on the run, carrying the exhausted blonde carefully supported by Rangus. Zeke plants his feet on the broken ground and starts channeling his full power flow into his fist to unleash a devastating counter. He charges full force, delivering a direct punch, while mentally pondering just how tough the opponent's stone shell really is. He flashes a wild grin, resolving to test in practice if the stone monster's interior is as tough as its outer shell. Leaping toward the rocky giant's chest, Zeke prepares to test his new destructive combat theory. The boy delivers the blow using the first form of his dragon destruction combat arts directly into the target's chest. Utilizing his special internal energy burst style, he makes the massive stone monster explode into pieces from the inside out, with the beast completely destroyed and reduced to dust. Zeke celebrates happily, noting his new technique's test worked great. He admires the devastated scenery, mockingly commenting that this battle was actually real fun out in the forest. Freya angrily explains the seniors' test was to attack the rookies, but Zeke did the complete opposite, something no one had ever tried before. She complains that because of him, not a single senior managed to get an orb, while Zeke calmly considers that he didn't break any rules of the test. The redhead warns him that no one expected that, and seriously tells him to change his informal tone before meeting the clan's supreme leader. They arrive before a huge wooden door strictly guarded by two heavily armed Eldragon clan officers. Freya asks Zeke again to avoid any kind of disrespectful attitude in the leader's presence, but the young man simply questions the reason for so much seriousness. She grimly warns that he risks being eliminated right then and there by the Patriarch, even if he is just a child of the clan. The instructor states that she won't let anything bad happen to him there, while Zeke grumbles softly about how violent his father can be. The officer knocks firmly on the Patriarch's huge office door and addresses him with utmost respect. Freya officially introduces herself as a member of the Black Dragon Corps and lets him know that she answered his summons immediately. An imposing, cold voice from inside the office grants them permission to enter the room right away. Upon receiving authorization, the redhead politely excuses herself and enters the room, followed right behind by the MC. Zeke keeps a completely calm expression and scans the inside of the large room with a golden, laser-focused gaze. Freya walks across the large red carpet and formally announces to leader Balza that she brought young Zeke as requested. The terrifying patriarch of the Eldragon clan puts down his quill pen and directly asks the reason for all of that. Pointing the quill pen toward the young heir, Balza coldly asks if he was indeed the one who hunted down and defeated the seniors in the test. Out of boredom, Zeke complains that everyone asks the same question and inquires if there was actually any rule forbidding him from attacking the older students. The clan's supreme leader is momentarily taken aback by such a bold, cheeky response coming from his own illegitimate son. The MC calmly argues that he simply followed the basic survival rules of the test, and that forbidden actions should have been specified beforehand. Freya goes into total despair and breaks into a cold sweat hearing the unbelievably petulant tone the boy is using directly with the Patriarch. She immediately scolds him out loud, asking what he thinks he is doing talking in such an informal manner inside the room. At that moment, Balza unleashes a terrifying, overwhelming red dragon-shaped aura that consumes all the pressure in the room. The sheer force of that intimidating aura is so intense that it even forces the experienced officer Freya down to her knees on the floor, with effort. Freya genuinely fears for the boy's safety due to that lethal pressure, but Zeke remains standing completely motionless on the spot. Without showing a hint of fear, the MC looks his father in the eye and annoyedly asks him to stop trying to threaten him with that aura. The Patriarch narrows his eyes sternly, deeply intrigued to see that the boy was completely unaffected by his combat pressure. Zeke asks if he was summoned just to discuss trivial matters, and Balza counters by asking directly how he pulled off such a feat. The Patriarch points out that he defeated the seniors and a high-grade golem. Admiring the boy's calm composure in his presence, Balza stares at the youth with extreme coldness and asks how a mere illegitimate son like him managed to obtain such overwhelming power. Facing his scary father's direct question, the MC calmly replies that the explanation for his strength is quite simple. He confidently points to his own chest and proudly states that there is no other reason beyond the simple fact that he is who he is. The two stare at each other in absolute silence in the middle of the office, exchanging intense glares full of mutual resolve. Balza ignores the provocation and decides to give a reward for defeating the golem. Offering him the choice of a rare item or access to the hall, Freya is in total shock, seeing that he will receive a reward. Knowing full well how restricted and valuable access to those two secret locations is, those chambers hold legendary weapons, rare medicinal pills, and various advanced spellbooks that are strictly off-limits to everyone else. Countless extremely valuable magical items from different eras of the clan's history are kept under maximum security in that repository. Since these are the Eldragon family's greatest secret treasures, entry to these places is heavily guarded and restricted to only a few officers. Gaining access to the upper floors of the study hall is an honor that requires a warrior to display flawless battle performance. Freya is shocked to see the boy being rewarded, while Zeke, acting completely shameless, complains about the offer and suggests his father give him both things at once. The Patriarch ends the conversation by telling them both to leave, leaving the MC disappointed for not being able to say everything he wanted to. Before the youth can say another foolish thing to annoy the boss, Freya swiftly grabs him firmly by the collar of his coat. She respectfully gives thanks for the generous reward received and drags the boy out of the office to avoid any major trouble. However, before the large door closes completely, the Patriarch decides to utter one last line directed at Zeke. The leader mockingly warns that as long as Zeke keeps repressing his true emotions, he will never be capable of becoming truly strong. The instructor mentally prays for the heir to keep quiet upon noticing the terrifying destructive power that begins emanating from Balza's back. They exit, shutting the massive door, and Balza is left alone in silence, wondering what kind of bizarre, ancient presence his son possesses. Once out in the palace corridors, Freya suddenly stops walking and yells furiously to get Zeke's attention. She demands to know what was going through his head to use such an arrogant tone, asking if the young man ignored everything she had told him before entering. The boy talks back with an innocent expression, claiming he held back as much as he could so as not to cause an even bigger scene with his father. She irritably asks why he is polite with the guards, yet disrespectful toward his own father. Getting a laid-back response from Zeke, Freya observes him thoughtfully and seriously concludes that he is no ordinary child, questioning in her mind who he really is behind all of that. With his thoughts fixed on the instructor's words, Zeke repeats her question in his mind as he walks along. The heir shows a proud smile and reaffirms to himself the fact that he is simply who he is and nobody else. Walking alongside him, Freya remains in complete silence, immersed in deep thought regarding the youth's mysterious behavior. She recalls that everyone there drank the blood of an ancestral dragon in their childhood as a sacred family pact. Knowing that no one dares challenge Balza's aura, she is shocked to see Zeke so calm, reacting with a start when the boy asks if something is wrong. She brushes it off, saying it's nothing major, but decides she needs to thoroughly look into all of the boy's birth records. She asks which reward he will choose, and Zeke playfully insists on wanting both, receiving an immediate, firm refusal from Freya. Realizing he has no other option, the black-haired boy gives up on pushing and makes his final decision before the academy. With an excited, confident smile on his face, Zeke reveals that he prefers to focus on acquiring knowledge as his special reward. He realizes he is missing a lot of information about this current era, and is thrilled to finally be able to enter the legendary Dragon Hall. Seeing him so happy, Rangus asks if his friend is really that thrilled. Receiving an enthusiastic confirmation from the youth, Rangus celebrates that this is a unique chance to learn even better martial arts. Getting emotional over the value of the test's reward, Rangus plans to study as much as he can, and Lika explains to Zeke that there is a set time limit for staying inside the library. The blonde guides them that they can only borrow one book, but they can read as many as they want inside as long as the set time lasts. Lika offers a friendly smile and remarks that she heard Zeke chose to enter the library instead of receiving a valuable secret item. He confirms that he thought about taking an item, but felt that acquiring new information would be much more advantageous and useful right now. She mentions that the second floor holds far rarer books than the first, especially the advanced martial arts manuals. Lika brags about her own lightning technique, but gets annoyed upon realizing that Zeke is completely zoned out and ignoring her words entirely. The guard at the entrance formally announces that the time limit for everyone to stay in the library will be exactly 5 hours. They pass through the grand doors as Zeke ponders whether that time will be enough. Receiving a confident reply from his half-sister, Zeke plans his strategy to find a combat arts manual ideal for his current body's needs within the allotted time. The heir looks at the vastness of the shelves packed with archives and notes that locating what he truly needs will be a tough task. Celine and the other rookies stand in awe looking around. Taking in the sheer size and historical beauty of that enormous hall, Zeke admits to himself that the structure of the archive hall is shockingly way more imposing and beautiful than he had envisioned. He gives an excited grin and gets ready to begin his stubborn search for new information that can help him on his journey. The boy walks determinedly through the packed shelves, hoping to find some secret or ancient piece of information that truly surprises him. However, upon opening the very first historical research record, the boy's eyes go wide, and he lets out a shout of pure, utter perplexity. He falls back onto the library floor and begins flipping through stacks of files all around him, unable to believe what he is reading. The air goes wild, reading about dimensional rifts, chaos, and magic, realizing there is an absurd amount of new concepts he knows nothing about. He collapses onto his back on the wooden floor and reflects on how terrifying the shift was that occurred in this world over the course of 1,000 whole years. Zeke scans a manuscript with interest, which details how the clan's lands ended up connecting directly with another parallel world. The record explains that 900 years ago, a dimensional crack appeared in the sky, opening a direct gateway to a hostile land of pure chaos. In that mysterious, dark world, grotesque creatures called chaos beasts roamed freely, spreading total destruction. To fight off the threat, warriors drew upon their inner origin power, and the Eldragon family joined forces with them on the front lines. 4 heroes from that world married members of the Eldragon clan, founding the family branches that command the Academy's wings to this very day. He recalls that the enraged wild boar he faced earlier was wrapped in a dark mist that possessed the same type of energy coming from the rift. Zeke understands why he was unfamiliar with those energies and stares at the book with immense interest upon spotting something very curious illustrated on the page. The page describes magic as a revolutionary, powerful spiritual technology brought directly from that parallel world. The heir feels frustrated at not finding practical instruction manuals and complains that they ought to organize the bookshelf archives better. Suddenly, a mysterious beam of glowing energy appears in midair, and a voice echoes through the place sternly ordering him to be quiet. Zeke stares at the magical smoke and enthusiastically wonders if that bizarre sound projection technique without a physical presence is the work of spellcraft. The boy sits on the floor attempting to decode the trick, but notices he cannot sense any other energy flow besides his own origin power. He turns his face to the side upon noticing an intense golden glow suddenly emerging from under one of the bookshelves. Several manuals and scrolls begin floating around him in the air in a chaotic manner, leaving the heir totally stunned by the sight. With his eyes sparkling with excitement, he realizes that the spell uses energy threads to move objects, but the magical voice demands silence once more. The youth jumps up excitedly trying to catch one of the flying archives and yells, daring the hidden mage to reveal themselves and fight him directly. On the upper level of the library, a mysterious hooded figure watches everything in total silence while manipulating the golden strings before he can react. Zeke is completely wrapped up and immobilized by the golden energy cords that swiftly came down from above. The mysterious voice calmly announces that operating hours are over and flings the bound boy straight toward the exit of the room. The MC gets tossed outside in comedic fashion through the massive palace doors, landing right on the lawn outside. Zeke tumbles awkwardly onto the ground while his friends watch from afar, fascinated by the bizarre eviction technique they just witnessed. The boy points and demands to see the trick again, while Rangus runs over in a panic wanting to know what went down inside the hall. Lika sighs and asks why he got kicked out so aggressively, but Zeke just says he got overly excited and changes the subject. Rangus smiles back, replying that he picked up a book on spear arts and managed to learn a new basic body movement style. Celine also reveals her windflower fencing manual, mentioning that she was also able to pick up a practical movement style. Raymond shows off the Guardian Sword and Shield technique book, explaining that he managed to gain great basic fundamentals of self-defense. Zeke laughs to himself upon noticing that all the books his friends chose describe styles he created himself as a pastime back in the day. The MC turns toward Lika and curiously asks which book his half-sister chose to study. Lika proudly shows off a manual on the heavy sword style that was refined by the 15th supreme leader of the Eldragon family. Zeke grows quite thoughtful upon noticing that almost all the useful techniques in that library were created by the 15th clan leader. He realizes that many of the techniques he developed in the past now have amazingly upgraded versions preserved in the hall. He suspects that all those clever revisions were the work of the 15th leader, finding the whole situation extremely interesting. Smiling, the young man admits he thought the test would be really boring, but now realizes how fun the current world can actually be. He looks out at the vast academy and thoughtfully concludes that he can't wait to see what the next challenges on his path will be. 5 years fly by since that day, and the sound of firm officer bootsteps echoes down the sunlit corridor. Now older, Lika walks around looking for Zeke and is informed by Rangus that the young man and the rest of the crew went to the training field. At 12 years old, Lika politely gives thanks and prepares to head out to the open area to meet up with her teammates in the academy's massive central courtyard. An atmosphere of total focus takes over all the young warriors practicing there. Rangus, Celine, and Raymond take their positions with weapons drawn, surrounding Zeke to begin a joint combat training session on the spot. Also, at 12 years of age, Zeke sports an expression of extreme calmness and looks at his sparring rivals with absolute seriousness. At the same time, inside the imposing Imperial Palace, an important military gathering is taking place among high-ranking officers, analyzing urgent reports spread across the wooden table. The speaker asks if that strange phenomenon is indeed a special rift. Balza listens to the details in silence and inquires if the intelligence is truly reliable, receiving an immediate, firm confirmation from his officer. Commander Ain of the Black Dragon Corps reports that there is an 80% chance of magic water being inside that mysterious rift. Balza reflects sternly that the rift appeared in a highly problematic zone and laments that such a precious item is located there. Legend has it that whoever drinks this magic water gains the ability to convert physical energy into magical power, revolutionizing the entire world. Because of all this massive power, violent territorial disputes over the control of these magical springs broke out across every region. In the current era, the number of mages dictates a clan's military power, yet the Eldragon family lands lack even a single natural magic spring. For clans without natural springs, the only way to obtain this precious magic water is through the dangerous capture of a special rift currently. The family has very few active mages, all of whom are elite veteran warriors who secured the water by fighting in these rifts. The guard warns that they are being outnumbered, pointing out that the appearance of the rift in the dragon's prosperous forest will bring trouble. That vast green expanse extends largely across Eldragon territory, but a small portion of its border touches the rival clan's territory. The adjacent domain is ruled hostilely by the relentless Cerberus family, who actively claim sovereignty over the entire forest. He explains that while the rift sits on Eldragon land, its magical sphere of influence will expand straight into Cerberus family territory. The strategic map outlines the tense red borderline, dividing the two realms and the exact dangerous location of the new phenomenon. The commissioner claims that the hound rivals will notice the activity soon, and Balza agrees that they have an extremely keen sense of smell. The military officers agree that they need to organize for an inevitable battle over resource control against the Cerberus clan in the forest. Balza coldly evaluates the situation and suggests that their best tactical option is to move fast before the enemy catches wind of the phenomenon. The Patriarch orders the officer to dispatch an urgent notice to all military academies, announcing the immediate holding of an examination. Back in the present training courtyard, Lika approaches and comments with surprise on how intense her friend's joint training session is turning out to be. Zeke simply responds with a small, mischievous, proud grin on his face, confident in everyone's impressive performance in the yard. Selene, Raymond, and Rangus move in flawless sync, executing their new special combat moves directly towards Zeke. Relying strictly on his absurd physical reflexes, Zeke blocks and dodges that whole combined assault without breaking a sweat. The MC nicely praises his friend's progress, but points out that there are still a few minor technical details to fix. He instructs Rangus not to rely solely on raw brute force, explaining that excessive stiffness hurts the speed of the spear's tip. Next, he advises Celine to focus on tweaking her body movement balance instead of just rushing her strikes. Lastly, Zeke praises Raymond's great progress and commends the young man on the excellent defensive reaction time he showed in practice. However, he suggests Raymond be less passive and get used to taking the offensive, cheerfully inviting the whole squad to restart the brawl. Everyone responds with enthusiasm, while Lika watches from the side, thinking to herself how terrifying and bizarre that entire training scene is. She reflects that Zeke's ability to take direct hits without needing to draw on his body's inner origin power is absolute madness. Zeke nimbly dodges another attack from Raymond and firmly counters that this direct style of fighting is also part of proper training. He displays his athletic build and excitedly explains that even without using internal energy, his body managed to become insanely durable this way. Lika bemoans that craziness and asks them to stop fighting while talking, as Rangus keeps attacking Zeke without managing to scratch him. Celine and Raymond admit that possessing such raw physical defensive power without relying on combat energy is far too unnatural for a normal human being. Leica warns that Zeke shouldn't be compared to them, revealing that the seniors call him the monster boy of the East Wing, leaving the MC offended. The heir asks if she came just to train, or if she has actual business, and the blonde confirms she came to deliver an important heads-up. Leica seriously reveals that soon the group will encounter and face off against the freshman students belonging to the other wings of the Dragon's Nest. Rangjis shouts out, completely shocked by that sudden revelation, while Raymond simply accepts with gravity that the inevitable moment has arrived. Celine asks if this clash will be for the next official exam, but Leica honestly admits that not even she has all the details. Zeke asks where his half-sister manages to pick up so many internal rumors, and she explains that all it takes is analyzing the instructor's casual chats. The MC confesses he never cared about that kind of gossip, making Leica laugh at his total lack of concern as a candidate for heir. The blonde advises everyone to exercise extreme caution from here on out and warns about a dangerous opponent residing in the West Wing. She explains that this mysterious young man is one of the other strong contenders to claim the spot of next clan chief. Alongside the two of them, Zeke wears a sly smirk and admits he finds the presence of this new rival very interesting, getting eager for the encounter. A few days pass, and all the students are summoned to urgently report to the academy's massive outer courtyard. A heavy mood of suspense and uncertainty grips the older students, who whisper among themselves, unable to understand the reason for the call. Noticing that all year levels have been gathered there, Leica quietly comments to Zeke that the announcement must be about the inter-wing tournament. Suddenly, the massive main gate of the palace opens up slowly under the watchful, silent gaze of all the assembled students. Instructor Freya approaches imposingly in her black cloak and coldly orders all the students to shut their mouths at once. Everyone present immediately complies, turning their full focus toward the officer with intense, anxious glares. She approves of the crowd's silence and formally announces that a highly critical competition will commence 3 days from now. The officer seriously explains that they will face off against students from the other wings of the Eldragon Academy in an official combat tournament. While Rangjis trembles in fear at the thought, Zeke merely breaks into a wide smile of satisfaction. Thrilled by the news of the competition, Freya emphasizes that the grand clash between the wings will begin shortly, pointing firmly to stress the significance of this moment. The youths begin whispering in intrigue, claiming that a tournament of this scale normally takes place only during their final graduation exam. She lets them know she won't reveal plan details for now, but guarantees that the winners of the tournament will receive a special high-priority secret mission. Zeke flashes a huge grin and displays massive interest upon sensing the mystery and gravity behind that entire special gathering. The leader explains that 7 representatives will be chosen from each wing for the elimination tournament and orders them to decide on the names by the end of the day. One of her seniors assumes that only the older ones will fight, but Freya firmly shuts him down, clarifying that the 7 will be selected from all year levels. The seniors protest indignantly, roughly asking what mere insignificant freshmen could possibly contribute to such a serious competition. While the freshmen lower their heads in humiliation, the seniors continue mocking them and openly calling them useless trash with no battle strength. Freya simply shrugs off the argument and takes her leave, warning that the final decision must be made without fail. Before the end of the day, Senior Rick takes charge and shouts furiously, demanding the freshmen accept once and for all that the 7 representatives will be older students only. Leica boldly steps forward and shouts back, declaring she has an issue with that and that they should select younger students as well. The senior turns with a cynical, mocking grin, realizing that Leica is the one spearheading the pushback against his decision. He arrogantly claims they are talking about real combat strength, but the heiress calmly counters that this is precisely what she is talking about. She plants her foot firmly on the ground and begins gathering a massive, violent amount of lightning combat power throughout her body, with 3 stars shining brightly on her uniform. The young blonde glares at the senior with an intimidating smile and questions him about this supposed strength. The group of seniors breaks into a cold sweat in sheer shock upon realizing she has reached the 3-star level, something far beyond school rumors. Leica states she fully agrees with picking representatives based on true combat power and stares down Senior Rick in a deeply challenging manner. She dares the leader to answer whether there are 7 seniors present stronger than her, leaving the young man completely speechless and swallowing hard. The senior insists that the other freshmen are useless compared to them, but Zeke calmly walks into the conversation and complains that his group is way too loud. Rick points a furious finger and yells, demanding Zeke repeat what he said, and the heir casually replies that they are making way too much noise. The senior boils with rage, but Zeke maintains his calm demeanor and points out that they seem to be severely underestimating the freshman, proposing a daring plan. With his golden eyes glowing and a sadistic grin, Zeke suggests everyone fight right then and there, until only 7 warriors are left standing in the courtyard. Lika scolds him out loud for the violent battle idea and takes control of the conversation again to suggest a more civilized approach to the students. She proposes that the group hold a quick, internal qualifier tournament strictly among the students who genuinely want to volunteer for the spot. She suggests everyone take part regardless of school year and challenges the seniors' confidence about having no issue accepting the quick test. Rick and the others reluctantly agree to the proposal. Though the leader keeps grumbling that he considers the whole thing a complete waste of time for them, Lika turns around satisfied and asks her brother if he will also participate in the qualifier, receiving an immediate joyful confirmation from Zeke. Zeke points to Rangus, Selene, and Raymond, telling them that the 3 of them must enter the qualifier tournament as well. The 3 stand stunned at the thought of taking on the seniors, but Zeke reminds them that they trained hard and need to show off the results. Selene feels an overwhelming pressure, while Raymond states that their only option now is to give it their absolute all. Lika notices that the usual squad is going to fight and asks if anyone else wants to try, but the other students whisper in fear of the seniors. Zeke laments that nobody has a fighting spirit, pointing out that one learns the most by taking on stronger foes, but keeps his focus on the situation. Zeke tells them to go right ahead and simply see what their opponents are capable of doing in combat. His goal is to closely evaluate up front what the seniors refer to as true combat strength. The senior complains about the kids' selfishness and arrogantly claims they stand 0 chance of winning the match. Other seniors mockingly tell them to go easy, as the rookies are merely 2-star warriors, making the trio nervous. Zeke asks why they are so worried, and Rangus explains that their rivals are tough 3rd-year students holding 3 stars. Zeke recalls everyone's hard work and reminds them that they trained non-stop over the last 5 years. The MC asks his teammates to trust more in their own strength and the skills they have acquired. Moved by his words of encouragement, the 3 regain their resolve and emotionally agree to give it their absolute all in the arena. The senior yells in annoyance, telling them to stop jabbering and get to fighting so they can learn their place. Several students in the bleachers watch everything in complete confusion, unable to make sense of what is happening down there. The crowd is left in shock, seeing the seniors lying on the ground, wondering if they were weak or if the rookies are just too strong. Zeke crosses his arms with a satisfied smile and praises his friend's solid performance in the fight. He analyzes the battle and notes that Rangus got much faster at dodging blows and finding openings in his opponents. He also observes that Selene has now completely mastered the multi-strike fencing style with her rapier. Raymond has also grown tremendously, managing to seamlessly switch between utilizing his shield and sword techniques. Pleased with the training results, Zeke thinks they will improve even further once they gain confidence in real combat. Meanwhile, Lika shows off the full force of her devastating thunder aura, proving she has also grown far stronger. Other senior students watch that display of power in utter shock, unable to believe their eyes. Lika calmly rests her giant sword on her shoulder and casually remarks that the outcome was expected all along. Rick points an indignant finger and shouts that it's impossible for 3-star warriors like them to lose to mere rookies. Zeke steps up and says the senior is being overly naive to keep talking nonsense even after seeing the obvious result. The MC walks over to Rick and begins listing factors like age, rank indicators, and star count. Zeke gestures for silence and explains that all of those are just numbers because true combat strength is defined by who wins. Rick asks if he's lost his mind and shouts that stars represent power, but Zeke merely grumbles thoughtfully about the topic. With his eyes glowing intensely, Zeke states with a dark grin that anyone perishes if their heart is destroyed. He advises his opponent not to look away from the true nature of strength, which comes down strictly to winning the fight. Rick tells his rival to shut his trap and yells that he won't fall for a brat's talk, warning that now he will fight seriously with no mercy. Zeke lets him know he's done talking and challenges the senior to display the martial arts he has mastered, since only the 2 of them remain. He extends his hand with a confident smile and asks to see how hard the opponent trained to make it. This far, Rick clicks his tongue in anger and charges forward with determination, yelling for the MC to brace for impact. The senior leaps into the air gathering energy and warns Zeke not to underestimate him while prepping his great strength fist technique. Moving with lightning speed, Zeke lands a devastating blow right on the opponent's face. Making him cry out in pain, Rick is sent flying by the impact and tumbles across the ground, while Zeke casually celebrates with his fist raised. The MC gives a thumbs up and ironically praises the solid training of the opponent who just went down. The senior remains on his knees on the ground, completely beaten, unable to muster any reaction before Zeke Lika watches the scene and remarks that he praised the opponent's training only after knocking him cold before even seeing the official outcome. Meanwhile, over at the West Wing's training field, dozens of defeated students groan in pain scattered across the floor. One of the warriors calmly holds a glowing dagger with a greenish tint while letting out a long, bored sigh. Perched atop a pile of fallen opponents, the candidate for next patriarch, Vanille, complains that everyone there is useless. At that moment, one of his followers approaches respectfully and addresses Lord Vanille. His trusted aide, Alan, steps up before him to report that the selection of representatives for that wing is complete. Among the standout selections is young Retin, who appears quite serious and focused. Vanille takes notice of Retin and gets curious upon spotting that a younger student already sports a 3-star rank on his chest. Retin respectfully confirms it, and Vanille mentions he likes talented people, promising to make him a subordinate if he proves useful. The youth bows and expresses deep gratitude for the grand opportunity to finally be acknowledged by Lord Vanille. Vanille's allies believe that as long as he is around the military academy, the West Wing will never lose a single battle in the tournament. They trust that by securing stellar results in the prestigious special secret mission, the young man's glorious fate will be sealed. Everyone around is certain Vanille will become the next clan leader, which is why they are already planning their moves for when that big day comes. Retin plans to stay firmly by his new master's side to become a direct subordinate to the new patriarch down the road. Alan steps up quietly and notes she has a vital piece of information to report. Piquing her lord's interest, she cautiously whispers that Lady Lika will officially join the selected team of representatives for the East Wing. Vanille scratches his head in frustration and complains that the pushy brat is always showing up to ruin his plans. But he quickly shrugs it off in a casual manner and claims that no matter her talent, their team will come out on top in the tournament. The group plans to win the clash easily, successfully finish the special mission, and solidify their absolute dominance. The young man unfolds his sharp metallic fan and prepares to prove his worth to his rival siblings once and for all. Vanille declares with a confident, dark smile that the throne of the next patriarch belongs solely to him. The following day, the huge arena of the Academy's Coliseum is completely packed with students eager to watch the fights. The massive crowd chats animatedly, generating a huge buzz throughout the venue prior to the official start of the event. Rangus grows quite nervous seeing so many people gathered from each wing, even knowing that many students were eliminated in previous trials. Lika looks at him out of the corner of her eye and comments that the number of people in the arena has been significantly reduced compared to the start of evaluations. Rangus reflects that the eliminated who were left behind are called fake dragons, exactly what people used to call his own father. Suddenly, Lika senses a powerful presence approaching their location and turns quickly with a surprised look on her face. She tries to cheer up her friend by giving him a friendly slap on the back, reminding him that they were chosen as representatives and should be proud. The teammates look intriguingly at Zeke and ask if something is wrong. Since the young man has remained lost in thought and silent, Zeke calmly explains that he was simply gauging the combat power of all the students gathered there in the arena from afar. Suddenly, someone shouts enthusiastically from a distance, praising Zeke's incredible ability to carry out such a complex assessment. The MC notices the noisy approach and thinks to himself that things have truly changed quite a bit since the last fight. Rick and his partner run over out of breath toward them, yelling excitedly that they are the senior representatives for the East Wing. The senior emotionally explains that he completely turned his old mindset around after that defeat in battle against the MC. Rick declares with glowing eyes that he now truly respects and admires people who possess combat strength superior to his own. Zeke finds the reaction funny and remarks that having respect isn't a bad thing. While Rangus tries to recover from the sudden shock of the shouting, getting back to serious business, Zeke notes that almost everyone there is 3-star level, but realizes that luckily there are no 4-star warriors. Suddenly, the MC's sharp gaze quietly shifts to observe a specific group of warriors more closely. He spots a few elite combatants who already appear to be very close to reaching a whole new tier of power. Zeke notices there are several of these warriors in the arena and grows, quite curious to see what techniques they will showcase in the upcoming matches. While Rangus chats casually with Lika, rapid footsteps begin echoing toward the group of friends. A very pretty young blonde girl suddenly appears and hugs Lika from behind, startling the girl as she recognizes her cousin Sandy. Zeke hears the commotion from afar and turns his head with great curiosity to see who just arrived like that. Sandy affectionately squeezes Lika's cheeks and asks if she is doing all right and if anyone has been bothering her, but the heiress assures her she's fine. The teammates watch the scene bewildered, and Rangus respectfully asks who that blonde lady getting so close is. Lika introduces the newcomer as Sandy Typhona, the legitimate daughter of the current leader of the renowned Typhona family. Hearing the legendary surname, the three friends stand shocked upon realizing she belongs to one of the clan's 4 major families. Sandy points at the group and asks point-blank who those kids are, and Lika answers that they are her dear companions and friends. The visitor shifts her tone and stares at the group coldly, stating that being friendly is nice, but expressing serious doubts about that friendship. She openly questions whether those youths aren't far too weak to be companions of someone competing for the spot of next leader. Zeke calmly steps into the conversation and assures her that their actual capability will become crystal clear as soon as they start fighting in the arena. Sandy looks at him skeptically, and Lika quickly explains that this is Zeke, revealing that he is also a strong contender for the Patriarch position. Zeke maintains a serene composure and a confident smile on his face. Despite the blonde visitor's dismissive remarks, Sandy remarks with deep disdain that she never imagined a simple illegitimate son could survive this long in such a fierce competition. Lika asks her cousin to cut out the rude remarks, but Sandy insists that Zeke is a direct rival and that she won't win by playing nice. She complains that none of them even have a 3-star rank, but Zeke warns that if she keeps underestimating the group, she'll end up surprised. With eyes glowing in anger, Sandy demands to know what he said and insults him, calling him a bastard with no major political backing in the clan. She points her finger right in the MC's face and arrogantly asks if he really thinks he's in any position to offer her advice. Unfazed by her irritation, Zeke simply replies in a calm manner that it was merely a friendly warning, leaving the blonde trembling in rage. At that point, a friendly youth steps between the two with a smile and tries to cool down the heated tempers of the young warriors. Aegis Vanblade, the representative for the North Wing, gently asks Sandy not to cause trouble for the other teams. Rangus recognizes the young man instantly, while Sandy addresses Aegis quite sharply. Sandy tells him not to butt in because they are talking, but Aegis replies that he can't ignore it since the battle is about to begin. As students whisper excitedly in the stands, an imposing officer walks toward the center of the arena. A massive golden smoke rises into the sky, demanding everyone's attention. Hushing the venue right away, Rangjis, Selene, and Raymond look up extremely tense, swallowing hard as they feel the intense pressure in the air. Lika and Sandy also pause their conversation and direct their attention to the announcement about to be made. Aegis and Zeke remain calm and smiling, patiently awaiting the official start of the proceedings. The captain of the Gold Dragon Corps, Teach Mentric, takes the microphone with a serious, commanding look. He loudly declares to the entire Coliseum that the long-awaited selection battle has officially commenced. The captain explains that the tournament will be an elimination match between the 4 wings, split into 2 single-elimination duel groups with a set order. The wing that defeats 4 opponents first will be declared the winner, with changing the order of fighters forbidden once it starts. He warns them to plan the order of their warriors carefully as part of their strategy, adding that there is one last, very important detail. Zeke breaks into an excited grin upon hearing that the winners of the matchup will receive a special high-priority secret mission. Mentric stresses that this mission is critical for the clan and will bring a massive contribution to the entire Eldragon family. Lika and Vanille know full well that a contribution of that magnitude means taking a giant leap toward becoming the next leader. The captain orders the representatives of each wing to step forward and pick a stone from the box to decide the groups. Called up as the West Wing representative, Vanille merely grumbles dismissively and walks casually over to the box. He places his hand inside the wooden container under the watchful eye of the army officer. The candidate pulls out a small piece of gray stone and holds it up with a totally indifferent expression. The captain approves the draw and gives permission for the young man to return to his spot in the arena immediately. Lika watches Vanille walk away and swallows hard. Displaying deep concern over the young man's menacing presence, Vanille struts past the group, showing an arrogant, provocative grin, closely shadowed by his loyal followers. Zeke curiously asks if she knows him, and the girl confirms he is the feared succession candidate from the West Wing. Lika reveals that the dangerous rival's name is Vanille, one of the strongest, most influential candidates in the entire competition. Zeke gets quite intrigued by the news, analyzing that the West Wing as a whole seems to pack very powerful warriors. The other students admit everyone trained hard, but state it's impossible to ignore the massive power gap emanating from the West Wing. Zeke stares at Retin in the middle of the group and thinks to himself that it's been a long time since he last saw that familiar face. Zeke recalls the boy was already skilled back during the entrance exam and is impressed to see he achieved 3 stars at such a young age after relentless training. Sensing an intense stare coming his way, Retin suddenly turns in intrigue to see who is watching him from afar. He stands completely shocked and annoyed upon recognizing Zeke right there among the other selected students of the East Wing. Meanwhile, some of the students point in surprise at Rangus and ask indignantly what that failed flunk-out is doing there. Selena and Raymond notice Rangus's discomfort with the insults and ask with concern if their friend is all right. Rangus tries to force an awkward smile and stammers back that everything is fine, despite being deeply hurt on the inside. The announcer calls up the representatives for the North Wing, and Edgis cheerfully lets Sandy know it's their turn to head to the box. Edgis quickly draws his stone from the box under the officer's orders, who then summons the South Wing representative. After the South Wing boy makes his draw, the announcer finally summons the official representative for the East Wing. Lika taps Zeke's shoulder and lets him know they are calling his name. Leaving the MC totally surprised by that sudden call, Lika points out the obvious, saying he should go because he's the strongest one there, but Zeke humorously tries to argue that the focus should be on the younger ones. Lika counters by pointing out they are the exact same age and tells him to hurry up and go, forcing the young man to walk over. Grumbling, Sandy flies into a frantic rage, shouting to ask why that illegitimate son was chosen to represent the East Wing over Lika. Lika calmly explains that he went because he is the strongest out of all of them, but Sandy angrily retorts that he doesn't even have 3 stars. Sandy warns that this is also a succession struggle against Vanille, but Lika tries to soothe her cousin, saying everything is fine. With an insanely confident smile on her face, Lika assures her cousin that every single one of them is incredibly strong. The captain orders the 4 representatives to begin channeling their true origin power into the stones they just pulled out. Zeke looks curiously at the small piece of dark rock in his hand and begins concentrating his own vital energy into it. At the officer's command, the stones of the other 3 representatives begin glowing intensely with vibrant shades of blue and red. Zeke's stone also begins pouring out a very strong, bright blue light, leaving the MC pretty satisfied with the outcome of the test. The captain explains that the glow determined the groups and announces that the first official matchup of the tournament will be between the East Wing and the North Wing. He wraps up the announcement by declaring that the second major elimination battle will be fought between the warriors of the West Wing and the South Wing. The North Wing representatives begin taking their positions in the arena for the first big matchup of the competition. Standing out among them is an incredibly tall, muscular warrior with an extremely scary appearance. Rangus gets startled and asks if that giant is really just a student, and Lika hesitantly confirms that he is. Lika breaks into a cold sweat out of concern. Realizing they will have to face cousin Sandy in the very first match of the competition, Sandy glares at Lika from afar and thinks to herself that this will be a golden chance to snap her awake to reality. She points her finger and promises to crush the group so Lika finally remembers her standing and her duties. But the young blonde simply flashes a fearless electric grin, daring her cousin to come at them with everything she's got. Edgis friendly remarks that he is looking forward to the clash between wings, and Zeke replies with the same good humor that they will surely have a blast in the arena. Zeke casually confesses he can hardly wait to see the official start of the battles inside the Coliseum arena. Watching that friendly scene from afar, Vanille merely clicks his tongue with disdain, seeing the MC's relaxed behavior. Meanwhile, the other competitors from the South Wing watch everything in silence, highly focused ahead of the fights. The tournament announcer finally confirms that the first bout of the round will feature the East Wing against the North Wing. The North Wing representatives take up confident stances, showing off their imposing weapons for battle. On the other side, the East Wing squad also formats in the arena. With Zeke out front holding his usual calm posture, Rick volunteers to fight first, and resolutely swears to Zeke that he will bring home the first victory for the group. Lika notices Rick's distress and whispers worriedly to Zeke that their teammate seems extremely nervous for the fight. Captain Teach Mentrick formally asks if both sides are ready and gets into position to give the starting signal. With a firm gesture, the officer shouts for the first selection duel to begin immediately inside the Coliseum arena. Rick lets out a powerful battle cry and charges head-on at his opponent using his concentrated energy fist. Zeke silently ponders the flow of the fight, and Lika remarks that it's going to be a tough matchup, but the young man notes that nothing is guaranteed in battle. Zeke adds that victory is only guaranteed when he himself is fighting, making Lika sigh and fire back that she wasn't talking about him. The MC decides to change the subject in a light-hearted manner and redirects his full attention to the ongoing duel. Zeke analyzes the clash and notes that both fighters have similar skill levels and that Rick will win if he fights like he usually does. Lika agrees with his analysis, but highlights that this is the first time they are fighting in front of such a massive crowd. She mentions that the heavy pressure of carrying the entire team on their shoulders could also end up throwing off their performance on the field. Zeke agrees that crowd pressure severely impacts ordinary combatants, but makes a smiling exception regarding the North Wing. The MC points out that formidable warriors like Sandy and Aegis are certainly exceptions to that pressure rule. Zeke calmly remarks that both Sandy and Aegis are actually already very close to reaching the 4-star level. He explains that they won't rattle easily and thinks facing cousin Sandy will be an excellent learning opportunity for Laika's growth. The announcer calls the end of the first duel with a North Wing victory, while Rick deeply laments his defeat lying on the arena floor. The next senior, Marin, shakes with nerves ahead of her turn to fight, but Lika tries to settle her down, telling her not to get overly worried. Shortly after, the announcer calls another victory for the North Wing in the second bout, causing Lika to let out a heavy sigh of disappointment. The two seniors bow in tears and apologize to Zeke for completely letting themselves get swept up by the tense atmosphere of the arena. Zeke tells them in a very friendly tone not to stress over it, reminding them that the situation would be different on a real battlefield. The young man humorously explains that the arena exists precisely for them to test their power and learn from the mistakes made. He wraps up saying that failure will serve as fuel for the future, inspiring the two seniors to enthusiastically reply that they will keep training. But soon Zeke points out that they have already lost 2 fights in a row and warns Rangus that the next bout will be critical, sending the boy into a panic. The light blue-haired youth frantically confesses he's been anxious since earlier and that things seem to have gotten way worse now. The gigantic North Wing opponent takes his place in the arena, emanating an impressive yellow aura of combat power. Rangus cries in terror, claiming the rival is terrifying, but Zeke reminds him that he has faced seniors before, though Rangus replies that none were dreadful like this. The young man keeps weeping out of nerves over having to fight before so many people, prompting Zeke to sigh in disappointment at his sheer panic. Zeke then firmly grabs Rangus by the shoulders, points at the giant, and makes him look closely at the weapon his opponent is holding. Rangus focuses his gaze on the distant rival and hesitantly replies that the big guy is holding what looks like a sword. Zeke enthusiastically confirms it and tells him not to think about anything else other than dodging or blocking the attack if the giant attempts a thrust. He instructs his friend to step back if the rival slashes upward, or to take a quick step forward and attack. If his blow comes from above, Zeke advises him to focus solely on dealing with the weapon in front of him, keeping that same laser focus he used during practice. Hearing the leader's invaluable advice, Rangus's eyes shine bright, and he begins to truly tune in. Zeke notices the boy's incredible focus and thinks with satisfaction that Rangus will become an amazing warrior once he masters this state. The MC watches Rangus take his stance in the arena with his spear, getting quite curious to see how much his friend will evolve through this fight. The crowd mocks the massive size difference between the two fighters, laughing and betting that the skinny kid won't stand a chance against the giant. Rangus takes a deep breath and locks into the battle completely, triggering his absolute focus with impressive resolve. The captain stares intently at both warriors and gives the authoritative signal for the third match to start at once. The giant charges in, delivering an insanely fast slash from the triple leaf style known as single blade branch against his opponent, keeping his cool. Rangus closely tracks the path of the glowing strike heading his way from the rival's sword. He pulls off a flawless dodge, causing the opponent's massive blade to slam uselessly into the floor and shatter the arena rocks. The senior furiously yells that he won't get away and immediately sets up another variation of his triple leaf technique. The opponent leaps up, delivering the double fang branch attack, but Rangus deftly uses his spear to deflect the blow in midair. Selene shouts out in worry, realizing the giant is closing in fast to eliminate the range advantage of Rangus's spear. Raymond asks anxiously if their friend will be okay, but Zeke replies with a smile that there's no need to panic if they look closely into his eyes. The MC notes that Rangus's glowing eyes show he is far more focused than at any other point during training. He nimbly slides under the rival's massive weapon. Capitalizing on the wide opening the opponent left exposed, the senior channels his full combat energy and throws a massive strike called Leaf Storm Dance to try to catch him. Locked into extreme focus, Rangus decides to counter, activating his own cloud and water spear style. He masterfully executes the flowing clouds and water technique, deflecting the destructive force of the enemy's sword with absolute ease. The giant stands utterly bewildered and in shock, seeing his devastating attack neutralized effortlessly by the kid. Without wasting a moment, the blue-haired youth spins his spear and gets ready to deliver the decisive blow of the cloud and water style. He channels his vital energy and strikes the opponent right in the chest with the powerful Furious Current attack. The massive Northwing warrior is blasted backward by the brutal impact of the blow and falls completely unconscious onto the arena floor. Captain Teach Mentric watches the combatant go down and formally announces the conclusion of that selection duel. He loudly declares to the entire Coliseum that the winner of the third round is the representative for the East Wing. Rangus leans on his spear and lets out a long sigh of relief, thanking the heavens for managing to win such a tense duel outside the arena. Zeke shows a proud smile and thinks to himself that now the real show is about to begin. The MC calls on the rest of the group to start turning the tournament scoreboard around once and for all from here on out. Starting from that incredible win by Rangus, the East Wing squad launched a relentless winning streak inside the Academy Coliseum. The fourth round also ends brilliantly with Selene claiming victory over her North Wing opponent. In the fifth round, Raymond also comes out victorious with his shield, leaving the East team just one win away from taking the tournament. Lika gets ready for the sixth round and comments with excitement that it's been a long time since the two of them crossed swords like that. Sandy steps onto the battlefield to clash with her cousin using the exact same Thunder Sword technique inherited from both their families. Sandy admits she didn't expect the North Wing generals to fall, but Lika simply reiterates with conviction that her team is insanely strong. The blonde looks thoughtfully at her cousin and finally acknowledges that she indeed severely underestimated the worth of Lika's companions. However, Sandy gathers a massive golden aura around her body and warns that this isn't the real issue here in the competition. She claims allies are secondary because to be a leader, a warrior must possess absolute, crushing power on their own. Sandy indignantly asks how Lika can accept being just the second seat of the East Wing, warning her about the danger of that submissive stance. Lika calmly replies that she understands the weight of it all, but gazes at her friends from afar with a comforting smile on her face. Zeke catches the blonde heiress's gaze and simply grins back, sending over his full backing for the cousin's upcoming fight. She holds her weapon firmly on the ground and resolutely declares that at no point has she given up on becoming the clan's rightful leader. Lika points her shimmering blade and guarantees she is now strong enough to beat even cousin Sandy herself. Sandy stares at the blonde heiress's unshakable resolve and accepts the challenge with an extremely serious, focused look. Sandy moves with insane speed and vanishes from view in the blink of an eye, leaving the spectators in the stands totally flabbergasted. She swoops in from above, unleashing a rapid strike, demanding Lika show what she's truly capable of in actual combat. Lika reacts in time and blocks the brutal blow with her own Thunder Sword, triggering a massive explosion of electrical sparks. Using raw physical strength, the young blonde manages to repel the initial assault, forcing Sandy to retreat and drop to one knee on the ground. But Sandy instantly recovers and delivers a swift slash that clips Lika, causing the girl to let out a groan of pain as she takes the hit. Watching the duel intently, Edgis notices that Sandy has already begun seizing complete control of the match in the Coliseum arena. He wonders curiously how Lika will handle an opponent who has mastered the exact same technique far more flawlessly than she has. Sandy gathers all her electrical energy through her advanced thunder fencing style. With the fearsome thunder needle strike, she hits Lika dead on, causing the young girl to scream in pain as she gets shoved back violently. Selene and the other teammates watch the scene in total despair. Yelling in deep concern for Lika's safety in the arena, Lika tries to collect herself and backs off out of breath, realizing the wound was superficial and that she just needs time to catch her breath. Rangus and Raymond stand terrified by the opponent's power, recalling that Lika used to train under Sandy's personal tutelage when they were kids. Lika readies herself to attack again, firmly gripping her sword handle despite being wounded and winded. Sandy effortlessly dodges the blow and remarks that her cousin still hasn't fixed the terrible habit of swinging her sword recklessly when backed into a corner. Ignoring the comment, Lika pushes forward, firing off a quick attack with her lightning flash technique against her opponent. Sandy coldly tracks her cousin's movement and counters, launching the scattered thunder technique with surgical precision. The clash of attacks sparks an absurd electrical blast that tears up the entire stone ground surrounding them in the arena. Lika takes a brutal hit from the lightning bolts and lets out an excruciating cry of pain as she gets cut up once more by Sandy's move. Sandy watches her relentlessly and mutters that, just as she suspected, all that effort is useless. She says her cousin's bad habits haven't improved, stating that if Lika had come to the North Wing, she would never have let her stay so weak. Lika leans heavily on her sword handle with great difficulty and stubbornly declares that she hasn't been beaten in battle yet. Sandy tells her to give up since she lacks enough power, mentioning she should have asked her father to force her into the North Wing. Right from the start, Sandy recalls her own father's words about how they should have retrieved Lika to train her properly alongside them. The young blonde stays silent, staring down at her blade with a melancholic look as she prepares to keep fighting. Sandy sighs, seeing her cousin's persistent stubbornness, and warns that because of it, she will have to end this bout once and for all. The senior charges up, building a colossal amount of electricity, telling Lika to use this defeat to reflect on her flaws. Lika plants herself firmly in the arena, bracing to withstand the devastating assault speeding toward her. The two weapons collide violently, making the young blonde let out a groan of pain as she absorbs the full force of her cousin's blow. Sandy continues unleashing a relentless combo of attacks, ripping apart the entire arena floor with the power of her thunder sword. Lika gets knocked back by the sheer force of the explosions, almost entirely losing her footing on the battleground. Sandy leaps high into the sky and raises her colossal thunder sword to bring down the blow of mercy. Celine watches the scene in panic and calls out to Lord Zeke, frantically warning that Lika is in severe danger. However, Zeke simply flashes a confident grin and explains that Lika is right on the verge of breaking through another shell of her limits during the fight. Sandy descends from the sky with fury, yelling for her cousin to give up once and for all on that useless struggle. Lika readies herself to clash back, using the legendary second secret art of her thunder fencing style. A massive pillar of lightning detonates in the center of the Colosseum under the crushing force of Sandy's divine thunder. The whole crowd watches the scene in dead silence, wondering if that overwhelming strike finally marked the end of the match. Sandy waits for the smoke to clear while holding her giant sword, positive she managed to defeat her cousin for good. To the senior's complete amazement, Lika emerges from the dust still standing, leaving her cousin in total shock. With a confident smile on her blood-stained face, Lika remarks that she finally grasped Sandy's thunder fencing. Sandy breaks into a cold sweat of astonishment and wonders how that's possible, given that her previous blow should have been the knockout hit. Lika admits that her old self would have been beaten right there, but reminds her that she trained relentlessly over the past 5 years. Zeke stares at his teammate with an extremely proud look. Knowing full well how much dedication she put in to reach this point, Lika declares with a bright smile that she also put in heavy training and warns that the real fight is only starting now in the arena. In a flashback from before the tournament, Zeke asks why she seems so tense, and Lika confesses she gets nervous about facing Sandy. She explains she learned the basics from her uncle, but Sandy was always the one giving her pointers on everything she didn't grasp about the technique. She fondly reveals that in a way, Cousin Sandy was always like a true fencing mentor to her during childhood. Zeke understands the situation, and Lika confesses she was never able to beat her cousin, even though she grew way stronger through his training sessions. She ponders that, while she trained hard over recent years, Cousin Sandy also kept steadily advancing her power. The young blonde genuinely admits that despite talking so tough earlier, deep down she wasn't sure she could win. Zeke snaps his fingers in a relaxed manner and says that faced with this dilemma, he knows exactly what she needs to do to win. The MC tells her to remember everything she learned during the intense training sessions they went through together over the past 5 years. The blonde heiress listens to him intently, letting his words of encouragement bring a fresh perspective to her mind. She recalls how Zeke used to force her to train by dodging massive boulders thrown at her with extreme violence. Lika remembers constantly falling and getting bruised up during those brutal real combat simulations they ran. Zeke humorously asks if that training method was really that unpleasant and painful for her back then. He seriously explains that her worst habit is that her field of vision shrinks drastically. Whenever she lets her emotions take over, Zeke notes that this is why she spent 5 years training to stay calm, and Lika grumbles that he really never pulled his punches on those attacks. He winks charmingly, claiming that's part of his appeal, making the heiress protest hilariously about his method. Zeke says the results are showing and that she can now analyze her rival calmly, but Lika fears that might not be enough against her cousin. The MC assures her she will realize her own talent the moment battle begins, and she starts reading her rival's movements. Lika clenches her fist against her chest in the arena with an expression of absolute focus, ready to give it her all. Zeke states with a confident grin that this shift in how she views combat will change absolutely everything in the fight. He adds that since she trained directly with him, Lika no longer needs to worry about her past record of old losses against her cousin Lika. Sincerely thanks the MC and confesses with a serene look that she now feels much more relaxed and confident to fight. He feels satisfied with her answer and asks if she really learned thunder fencing directly from cousin Sandy. Lika confirms it, and Zeke enthusiastically says that represents an excellent learning opportunity for the blonde heiress in the arena. The MC points his finger toward the battlefield, making a firm, highly decisive signal to his teammate. Zeke tells her to watch Sandy's fencing closely, just like she did to dodge blows during their brutal training sessions. He explains that by calmly dissecting her mentor's moves, Lika will manage to absorb the thunder fencing style and grow far stronger. Back in the present, Lika wipes the blood off her face and mutters that she closely observed every single detail of her cousin's thunder fencing technique. She explains she intentionally took those hits to read her opponent's patterns, and that now she can finally see everything crystal clear. Sandy is left completely stunned, seeing her cousin charge forward with such speed and resolve. Right after taking such heavy blows, Sandy furiously tries to counter, but gets shocked upon realizing Lika's movements seem to be operating at a completely different speed. The senior stands totally frozen in absolute shock over the drastic shift in her cousin's combat stance. Lika flawlessly executes the Thunder Needle technique. Striking her opponent with surgical precision in the middle of the clash, Sandy lets out a scream of pain as she absorbs her cousin's devastating strike and gets flung back hard by the electric impact. Lika leaps into the air to keep up the pressure, while Sandy frantically asks herself how her moves change so much. So fast, Sandy yells in agony as she takes a direct hit from the lightning flash strike, masterfully executed by Lika. Lika resolutely explains that the secret lay in the execution timing of the fencing style, something she finally grasped and put into practice. Out of breath, Sandy stammers that it's impossible to mimic such a complex technique perfectly right after understanding it in theory. Mid-battle, Rangus yells with hype over Lika's sudden surge, while Celine and Marin watch the scene. Slack-jawed Zeke laughs in satisfaction, commenting that taking on someone with the same style brings great rewards as the seniors ask for an explanation of what occurred. He explains that Lika mastered thunder fencing thanks to the training of calmly observing the rival while taking hits directly. Raymond starts putting together Lika's transformation, recalling that in the past she used to get overly hyped and impatient in fights. He remembers she lacked proper posture and only looked at her own thunder sword, but now possesses the calm required to break down her opponent. Zeke adds that by analyzing the exact same fencing she uses herself, Lika managed to reach a whole new level of combat power. Sandy furiously shouts that she won't win using an improvised style, prepping for a final collision of electric swords. Both fire off their rapid thunder strikes simultaneously, generating a devastating impact that shakes the entire arena with explosions. Sandy gets violently hurled backward by the force of the blow, letting out a groan of pain as she completely loses her balance on the ground. The senior stares at her cousin with wide, shocked eyes, unable to believe she was surpassed in strength and shoved back like that. Lika flies through the air, shouting that when it comes to physical conditioning, she trained intensely every single day with a certain very demanding someone. Wearing an extremely wild, focused look in the arena, the young blonde warns her cousin that this will be her final strike of the match. Lika unleashes her own version of divine thunder with her fencing, hitting her opponent with colossal force right in the middle of the Colosseum. Sandy lets out a desperate scream of agony as she takes the full electric shock of the blonde heiress's devastating move. A colossal blast of dust and electricity consumes the center of the Colosseum, leaving the whole crowd in dead silence from shock. Lika rests her hands on her knees in exhaustion. Breathing heavily after expending almost all her energy on that final assault, Sandy remains down on her knees on the ground, letting out a faint, resigned laugh at the obvious outcome of the battle. She gazes at her cousin with a sweet, proud look, and weakly confesses with a smile that Lika really did grow extremely strong lately. Sandy passes out backward onto the arena floor, and the captain immediately calls the end of the tournament's 6th selection duel. The announcer loudly decrees to the whole Coliseum that the winner of the bout and the tournament is the East Wing team. Watching the celebration from afar, Vanille looks down at the arena with a very cold, calculating gaze, leaving his aide Alan quite concerned. As spectators celebrate the grand victory in the stands, Lika walks back to her teammates with her head held high. She cheerfully comments that she is relieved to have settled the matchup on her turn, without needing to wear out the other partners. Lika laughs, explaining that if she had lost, Zeke's opponent would have been Aegis in the tiebreaker round. Catching the MC's attention, Zeke curiously asks if she knows him from somewhere, and Lika answers that Aegis is extremely famous. Though she doesn't know him personally, she reveals that people consider him the greatest genius to emerge since the official founding of the prominent Van Blade family. Zeke gazes at Aegis from afar with interest, and thoughtfully mutters that the young man really seems to carry uncommon power in his chest. Lika warns that Aegis operates on a completely different level from the other students, and that a duel against him would be unpredictable. Even for Zeke, Aegis stays calm and quite smiley in the corner of the arena, keeping his posture as a calm, untouched warrior before everyone. Captain Teach Mentric steps into the center of the Colosseum and officially announces that overall tournament victory already belongs to the East Wing. However, he seriously warns that all remaining bouts will continue to the end. Leaving Zeke and Rangus completely taken aback by the call, Marin finds the decision very strange, recalling that the rules stated the match would end as soon as 4 opposing members fell. Zeke looks at the arena with deep suspicion and asks himself what the true hidden objective behind that sudden call from superiors really is. The MC looks across the battlefield and readies himself mentally for his imminent bout against opponent Aegis. Aegis sports a calm, friendly smile. Appearing quite pleased with the flow of the military competition, Zeke takes a firm step forward with ease, thinking that in the end, none of that really matters much right now. The young man flashes a big smile of satisfaction, cheerfully stating that what truly matters is that he will get the chance to fight. Aegis fully agrees with Zeke's sentiment, stating that this is also more than enough for him to have a great time. He admits his North Wing squad ended up losing the overall contest, but confesses to being super hyped for the opportunity to face Zeke. Zeke asks if he was really that eager to clash with him, and Aegis confirms, recalling that he is the official selected representative for the East Wing. He highlights that even with someone as talented as Lika on their team, Zeke was the one who ended up taking that vital spot in the tournament. Aegis points his finger toward him in curiosity and confesses he kept wondering who the MC really is deep down. He mentions the fact that Zeke carries the blood of the Eldragon family patriarch as an illegitimate heir of high standing. The rival notes that Zeke holds only 2 stars and questions how he took the spot over a far stronger warrior like Lika. Aegis smiles warmly and declares that for this reason, he needed to personally test Zeke's actual combat skills in battle. Zeke laughs and replies that they are quite alike, revealing he was also eager to trade blows with him in the arena. Surprising his opponent, Zeke agrees and remarks that Aegis is special, bringing up the rumors he heard about him being acclaimed as the genius of the century at such a young age. The MC shows an expression of pure, wild fury and confesses it's obvious he would want to test his own power against a genius like that. Aegis unsheathes his shimmering blade with an excited grin and says he now feels even more motivated for the selection fight. Zeke looks at the opponent's sword with satisfaction. While Captain Mentric formally announces the start of the tournament's 7th duel, Aegis advances at mind-blowing speed and delivers an extremely fast slash at the MC in the Colosseum arena. Zeke is thoroughly impressed by his rival's agility, praising his incredible footwork for closing such a massive combat distance in the blink of an eye. Aegis executes a swift move from his 1,000-blade style, single-strike fencing technique to catch him off guard. He strikes at the MC with a sharp cut from his light blade, sending slicing energy waves across the Colosseum battlefield. Zeke is stunned to realize that the presence of his opponent's sword completely vanished mid-attack motion. However, the MC manages to react in time to avoid a direct slash from the opponent's shimmering weapon in the arena. He pulls off a nimble maneuver and dodges the lethal strike with extreme grace and precision in the Colosseum arena. Aegis stares at the MC wide-eyed, completely incredulous that his precise strike was dodged so cleanly. He lands and turns quickly, realizing in astonishment that Zeke managed to slip away untouched from his light blade assault. Aegis notes that Zeke contorted his body at the exact second of impact and admits he was dead sure his direct attack would land. Zeke commends the impressive attack and prompts him to show more, making his rival smile and admit that the MC is truly a worthy opponent. Aegis locks back in and executes another technique from his fencing style. Firing off the wave blade attack, Zeke lets out an excited laugh, realizing the path of the enemy's sword tip is completely impossible to predict with the naked eye. He leaps high up to dodge the powerful raging surge of water generated by the opponent's devastating move. The MC praises his opponent while still in midair, casually admitting he didn't expect to get scratched so early in the fight. Without losing momentum, Aegis leaps toward him to land another quick assault with his light blade in midair. The two warriors clash midair with loud metallic clashes, generating bright flashes and wildly unpredictable sword paths. Zeke stares at his rival with a laser-focused, analytical gaze, thinking to himself that a true combat genius is indeed a cut above the rest. He notes that Aegis's strikes are unpredictable, yet maintain flawless speed and force, with zero wasted vital energy. The MC notices that the precise cuts perfectly match his rhythm and breathing, something achievable only through relentless training. Zeke dodges by leaping backward with a wide grin of satisfaction, praising his opponent's technical beauty in the Coliseum arena. Aegis admiringly admits he didn't expect to have so much trouble landing a clean hit, praising the MC's incredible agility. The genius asks what kind of training Zeke went through, and the young man humorously suggests they should train together after the tournament, but Aegis swiftly charges with his sword, saying they can talk about that as soon as the current fight is settled. For good, Zeke wears a wild grin and concentrates a massive amount of energy into his right fist to return the incoming strike. With an insanely fast, brutal punch, the MC hits the opponent head-on under the astonished eyes of the Coliseum crowd. Aegis blocks with great difficulty and backs off, spooked by the terrifying power of that hit, doubting Zeke holds only 2 stars. Zeke breaks down his own punch and notices his rival managed to adapt instantly to his change of pace, proving his excellence. The genius catches the counterattack and asks if Zeke finally striking back means he finished breaking down his moves. Zeke confirms he has seen enough for now, making Aegis smirk and ask if he has already decoded his entire martial art Aegis moves in delivering the same jumping attack as before, while Zeke realizes his rival is repeating the exact same move Aegis strikes with a fast blow. But Zeke senses the approach and manages to dodge the attack right on time. Aegis stands stunned upon realizing he swung at merely an afterimage left behind by the MC. Zeke gets surprised to notice his clothing ended up sliced by his opponent's rapid E technique. Aegis states that since Zeke was so eager, he will show a bit more of what he can truly pull off. He smiles provocatively and readies himself to reveal more of his true battle capabilities. Zeke glances down at the light scratch on his chest and acknowledges that his rival really managed to leave a mark on him. With an excited grin on his face, the MC states that this is where the real fun begins. In another part of the arena, Sandy lets out a groan of pain while attempting to recover physically. She opens her eyes slowly, heavily bruised, confusedly asking herself where exactly she is right now. Her allies rush over worriedly, asking if she is all right, and the young girl confirms she is. Sandy begins remembering recent events and realizes with sadness that she ended up losing the fight. She recalls the exact moment she was overwhelmingly defeated by her cousin Lika in the arena. Despite the painful defeat, the candidate attempts to hold her composure and offers a gentle smile to her team. She apologizes for not winning, but her teammates insist they are the ones who should apologize for holding her back. Sandy denies that, explaining her opponent was simply way stronger, accepting the outcome with dignity. She encourages everyone to train even harder so they don't taste defeat on their next opportunity. They enthusiastically agree, and then Sandy asks if the matchup between the other dormitories has already started. An ally points toward the field and says the unbelievable battle is still raging on intensely. Looking in the direction pointed, Sandy stands completely in shock, unable to believe what she sees. She comes face to face with a massive amount of glowing energy slicing through the air, wondering what on earth that is. Aegis appears completely locked in. Surrounded by several floating blades made purely of golden aura, Sandy realizes those are 5 aura blades and gets astonished to see that Aegis finally decided to go all out. As his rival charges with his overwhelming attack, Zeke simply grins, displaying massive excitement over the situation. Sandy thinks to herself that out of all the warriors in her dormitory, Aegis is indisputably the strongest. She watches the fight in dead silence. Locked into every single move about to go down in the arena, Aegis readies himself to launch his strike using the classic technique from his 1,000-blade fencing style. He executes the 5 shadow blades attack directly against Zeke, who attempts to hold off the rapid rush. The MC manages to defend against the strike nimbly, keeping a confident smile on his face. Aegis gets frustrated seeing that not even this worked. Stunned because Zeke doesn't look the least bit tired, Aegis asks what kind of body he has, and Zeke replies that he simply trained his basic physical aptitude heavily. The opponent notes the solid stance Zeke holds and acknowledges that his explanation actually makes sense. Determined, Aegis loudly declares he will make the effort to train his own body even harder from here on out. Zeke mentally breaks down the manifestation speed, reach, hardness, and sharpness of the blade used by his opponent. He concludes the performance of the technique is still low level, but holds a promising future given his rival's age. The MC thinks this fight finally confirmed the actual difference between the ancient era and the modern era. He recalls that 1,000 years ago, the focus was on physical movements and self-developed style, using energy merely as support. In the modern era, people manifest their own ether to fully express the potential of their techniques. Zeke deduces that for current warriors, achieving complete mastery over this energy has become the single most vital factor. He understands that absolute control over this resource became the true core of modern martial arts. While effortlessly dodging the golden blades, Zeke continues reflecting on his own path up to this point. He smiles upon realizing he was so distracted with old techniques that he took a while to notice this historical shift. The MC charges forward with total excitement, finding it wonderful how much the world has evolved over time. Aegis notes with frustration that absolutely every single one of his swift strikes is getting neutralized effortlessly. The opponent stares at the MC impressed, acknowledging that Zeke's strength is far beyond ordinary human levels. Rangus comments in shock that the fight has been going on for 2 hours, yet seems nowhere near over because neither of them is normal. Lika closely watches the fight from afar and remarks with conviction that the bout is likely coming to a close. Zeke lowers his guard a bit and casually asks if his rival has finally finished analyzing his strikes. Aegis confirms he has and commends the incredible fight, making the MC agree that he also thoroughly enjoyed the clash. Zeke says he will show him respect and use the valuable lessons he learned during that intense matchup. With a confident grin, he promises to gift his opponent right now by showing off a completely new technique. Aegis firmly grips his sword and readies himself for the next move, even while heavily fatigued. He lets out a genuine laugh and admits he now understands why he can't beat the MC, but refuses to give up gathering all his energy. He activates the secret art of his fencing style to fight to the bitter end. At that moment, Zeke leaps insanely high into the arena to set up a powerful aerial counterattack. The MC prepares his fist, glowing with energy, and activates the second form of the Dragon Hunt combat art. He fires off a modified technique called Stellar Fist, sending a torrent of colossal strikes raining from the sky. The devastating impact of the attack leaves spectators frightened, ducking for cover from the flying debris. A giant energy fist zooms straight toward Aegis, who watches the incoming blow, unable to do much to stop it. A gigantic explosion of light and dust consumes the battlefield after Zeke's colossal strike slams into the ground. Students shield themselves behind a barrier and ask each other in shock what kind of absurd power they just witnessed. Sandy watches the dust settle in deep anxiety, wondering apprehensively who came out as the grand winner of the fight. The elite corps captain enters the arena and officially calls the end of the bout under everyone's watchful eyes. Lying on the ground, completely exhausted, Aegis smiles and admits he can't move a single finger due to his rival's absurd strength. While Zeke is declared the grand winner representing the East Wing, he thinks to himself that he still needs to train a whole lot more. The crowd falls into absolute despair, unable to believe that the genius Aegis was defeated by an East Wing rookie. The instructor announces that as soon as the arena is repaired, the matchup between the West and South Wings will commence immediately. The friends run over to congratulate Zeke on the historic feat of defeating an opponent as renowned as Aegis. Lika approaches teasingly, saying he wrecked the arena again, calling her brother a total freak in combat. Zeke complains about her tone after his hard-earned victory, but quickly switches subjects to focus on the next candidate for family leadership. It refers to Vanille, the dangerous West Wing candidate, who is set to step into battle right after Zeke reflects that the West Wing has the best warriors, but notes that the South Wing also has someone very strong on their squad. He observes Lila Sonar, a purple-haired warrior from the South Wing who seems to carry a very serious, focused posture. The MC is curious to see the outcome of the fight, but Destiny has something completely unexpected in store. To everyone's surprise, and contrary to what Zeke expected, the course of that fight takes a very different turn. The clash between the West and South Wings turns out to be a completely atypical, shocking bout for the crowd. Vanille wields his bladed weapons with extreme ease, emanating a terrifying greenish aura in the arena. The fight ends up totally one-sided, with Lila Sonar getting beaten quickly and humiliatingly by her opponent. Vanille shows a cold, piercing gaze hiding his true motives behind all that effortless ease. Right after the battle ends, Zeke gets startled seeing the destroyed floor regenerate all on its own, right before his eyes. Rangus explains they used a rare stone that repairs itself when receiving energy. Leaving the MC impressed, his friend notes the use of such expensive material for a facility this size, highlighting the venue's immense wealth. Meanwhile, the elite corps captain watches the arena in silence, sensing that something odd is going on there. Zeke also finds it suspicious that the fight was so easy, questioning if Vanille's power was truly that superior. The instructor announces the West Wing's victory and confirms that the grand final against the East Wing will start within 1 hour. A tense silence fills the entire Coliseum as the warriors mentally prepare for the final stage. Lila Sonar is carried out of the arena, totally knocked out by her deeply concerned teammates. Celine laments Lila's unbelievable loss, while Zeke watches the scene in absolute silence, convinced that something is wrong. The MC analyzes that the basic power gap between the two fighters shouldn't have been that absurd. He recalls that the young girl's internal energy flow was insanely slow and jammed throughout the entire fight earlier. Looking at her physical state, Zeke is dead sure that something out of the ordinary happened to compromise her performance. He concludes that this was precisely why the duel ended with such an easy, undefendable result. Zeke realizes that the referee captain also picked up on the anomaly and wonders what is truly behind it. Rick fearfully comments that the Sonar family heiress was left defenseless, concluding that the main successors are on a different tier. Marin agrees it was far too one-sided, but Celine ponders that maybe that's just the normal standard of major warriors. Rick adds that as a legitimate heir, it makes sense for Veniel to hold colossal power, just like Zeke and Lika Rangus listens to the chat and tells his teammates that the issue isn't just Veniel, but the entire West Wing squad. The youth points out that every single warrior from that wing displayed strength far beyond the norm during their fights. Rangus quickly apologizes for dropping such a buzzkill comment right before they step into the decisive final fight. Marin agrees with him and sadly admits that she also lost her match and was no match for the West Wing combatants. Rick jumps into the conversation saying that if you look at it that way, he can't beat lower-tier teammates either. Rick clenches his fist with deep resolve and guarantees that doesn't mean in any way that he plans on losing. He states that just as others beat higher-ranked opponents, their squad is also capable of coming out on top. His teammates enthusiastically agree with Rick's words. While Zeke watches everything with a subtle smile, Zeke notices their growth, but zeroes in on the issue of Lika failing to notice the anomaly in Lila Sonar's energy. He decides not to give hasty advice since he doesn't know the full details yet, and starts thinking about what to do next. Rangus worryingly asks if Lika is doing okay, and the girl distractedly gives thanks, confirming that everything is fine. She says she'll take a short walk to clear her head a bit, leaving her teammates behind in the arena. As she strolls through the Colosseum's beautiful garden, Lika thoughtfully reflects that she never imagined rival Veniel would have managed to build up so much strength as to beat Lila in such a crushing, fast manner in the arena. She knows that not even Aegis could defeat Lila Sonar without taking a single scratch during combat, yet Veniel managed that feat effortlessly, which leaves her deeply intrigued and thoughtful. She recalls losing to him at age 5 and how hard she trained ever since to get her revenge. Lika believed she had finally reached her rival's combat tier, but now realizes reality is different. She realizes his next opponent will likely be Zeke, and admits to herself that she felt a slight wave of relief. The young girl clenches her fist upon realizing this relief came purely from not having to face her rival directly. She feels deep frustration with herself for harboring such a cowardly sentiment in the face of her opponent's strength. To her, feeling that relief is the same as admitting defeat before even fighting, something she refuses to accept. Suddenly, a voice pops up behind her, asking what's going on, abruptly cutting off her train of thought. Veniel and his aide Alan walk up, and the young man provocatively remarks that Lika looks quite serious standing there. She stares at him coldly and asks what he wants, making it crystal clear she has absolutely zero desire to talk to him. He tells her not to be so sharp, as she might become his wife when he leads the clan, but Lika tells him to shut up. Veniel and Alan merely smile at the girl's angry reaction, showing utter mockery toward her aggressive response. He taunts Lika, saying she knows she can't win and that it makes sense, since she lost in the past as well. The young man gestures dismissively and asks if she watched the earlier fight to finally understand the massive skill gap. He steps closer and arrogantly whispers if she is already certain of her defeat, while she commands him to shut his mouth. The rival insists she admit once and for all that she will never be able to surpass him in battle, whether in the past or the present. He grabs her uniform and tells her to give up and submit, promising he might treat her nicely if she does. Utterly furious, Lika slaps his hand away violently and screams at him to shut his mouth once and for all. She walks off taking heavy strides, while Veniel sarcastically comments that she lacks any delicate touch. However, he sports an extremely sinister look while secretly plotting his next sly move. He states that she is already finished and instructs Alan to take care of the rest, with the aide immediately promising to handle everything Alan asks what they should do about the illegitimate son, and Veniel replies that handling Zeke during the fight will be easy. The aide warns that even as an illegitimate child, Zeke beat the genius Aegis, suggesting they should perhaps strike first. Veniel agrees that would be ideal, but explains the MC has sharp instincts and it would be tricky if he noticed. On top of that, he reveals he caught on that Zeke seemed to be taking a few hits on purpose during the previous fight. Because of this, the young man confidently concludes they can set up a flawless trap right in the middle of the fight itself. He arrogantly claims he would never lose to an illegitimate son like Zeke, even if he didn't lay a single trap elsewhere. The water in the fountain reacts subtly to the touch, revealing an atmosphere thick with tension in the area. Vanille and Alan watch the pond water quietly, while he assures with total conviction that victory will be theirs. Rick confesses to his partner that although they are the most experienced students, they are the weakest representatives there. He glances at the opposing West Wing squad and fearfully admits they have an elite lineup of warriors, with sweat dripping down his face from pure anxiety. The young man worriedly questions if they can really pull off a win. Suddenly, Zeke lands a sharp smack right on Rick's head and calls him a dummy for thinking so negatively. The MC asks what happened to all that determination he was showing just a few moments ago. Zeke points directly at him firmly and asks if Rick's true purpose in stepping into the arena is to lose. Rick denies it right away, and the MC states that if he's going to fight, he must do so with the absolute intent to win. Rick feels the impact of those motivating words and begins rebuilding his confidence to chase victory in the arena. Zeke encourages his teammate to trust in his own grueling training, and the young man deeply thanks him for the support. The MC decides to give a quick piece of technical advice and tells Rick to relax his shoulders more when delivering strikes. He explains that this martial art builds up force at a single point, and that excessive stiffness causes the power to bleed off. Zeke helps Rick loosen his shoulders by patting his back and telling him to take a deep breath. Feeling much lighter and more confident, Rick thanks Zeke from the bottom of his heart, and the MC prompts him to go for the win. Lika watches from afar and finds it weird that Zeke knows so much about the fist martial art without ever having studied it before. She asks the reason behind all that knowledge, and the MC just smirks, finding that a silly question. He looks at her seriously before dropping his answer, building a brief moment of suspense between the two siblings. Lika swallows hard upon sensing the serious look in his eyes, eagerly waiting for what the young man will say next. The MC points to himself and proudly says it's because he's awesome, making Lika regret even asking. As he heads toward the battlefield, Rick looks at his opponent with a very serious, focused look. He recognizes that this is the strong rival who stood out in the first match, but refuses to let himself be intimidated. Rick takes a deep breath, facing his rival with total resolve and promising himself he won't lose this time. The opponent merely lets out a dismissive scoff upon seeing the East Wing representative's stance, displaying massive arrogance. The warrior mocks him, calling him weak, but Rick tells him to shut his mouth and guarantees he isn't the same fighter as before. The rival grins provocatively, heavily doubting that his opponent actually made any meaningful gains. The elite corps captain takes his place between the two competitors and officially starts the first match. The opponent rushes in with daggers in hand, telling Rick not to be foolish enough to think he ever stood a chance. Rick is caught extremely off guard by the mind-blowing speed of the West Wing warrior's opening rush in the arena. The warrior says no one changes in a matter of hours and executes a lightning slash using his mantis dagger art. Rick takes the force of the blow and groans in pain, but manages to use his energy to dampen part of the impact. The rival mockingly praises his energy block, but presses forward asking if he'll be able to stop the next one. The opponent triggers a devastating locust swarm technique, unleashing an insane sequence of rapid strikes. He lets out an arrogant laugh and mocks Rick, asking where all that big change he promised earlier went. Rick admits his rival is tough, but refuses to go down easily and tries to counter with a punch, which gets dodged. The opponent leaves a shallow cut on his face and states that a predictable punch like that would never hit him. Pushed into a tight corner, Rick focuses while thinking about what he needs to do, realizing he won't reach him this way. Right at that second, he remembers Zeke's invaluable advice about staying calm and loosening his shoulders to accumulate energy. He takes a solid stance and decides he will gamble everything on his next tactical move in combat. The opponent charges at him to deliver the final slash, calling the East Wing representative total trash. Rick stands grounded in his fighting stance, patiently waiting for the exact split second to react to the incoming blow. The rival grows annoyed with his persistence and executes the rapid bee-sting attack straight toward Rick's chest. To his rival's shock, Rick flashes a confident smile and whispers that he finally caught him in the trap. The West Wing warrior flies into utter panic upon realizing his weapon was completely caught and pinned by his opponent. Rick grabs the sharp blade directly with his bare hand and yells for his opponent. To brace for the counterstrike, he gathers all his built-up spiritual energy into his fist and activates the ultimate form of the great power fist art. With a devastating punch, Rick lands a direct hit on his rival, who lets out a scream of agony and gets launched across the arena. The brutal impact generates a massive shockwave that echoes through the whole Colosseum, kicking up dust and stunning everyone. The crowd falls into dead silence before the unbelievable comeback, while Zeke and Lika smile, satisfied with the outcome. The elite corps captain steps in to solemnly announce the grand winner of that opening round of the final. The West Wing opponent shows up completely knocked cold among the shattered debris of the arena, showing no reaction. The referee raises his arm and officially declares that victory in that opening match belongs to the East Wing. Rick looks down at his own fist in utter shock, barely able to believe the incredible feat he just pulled off. With his face completely red with emotion, he tries to hold back tears while processing the sheer joy of victory. The young man raises his fist to the sky and lets out a deafening shout of celebration for securing his big payback. Heavily bruised among the rubble, the defeated rival stammers shakily, unable to wrap his mind around how that happened. He leans on the rocks with difficulty and asks himself in total denial if he really lost the match like that. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes from the stands, drawing the fallen warrior's attention straight to his leader, Vanille. The defeated youth attempts to apologize on his knees, but Vanille abruptly cuts him off with a violent smack from his fan. With a ruthless strike of his weapon, Vanille flings his own ally away for failing his mission in the arena. The rest of the West Wing members swallow hard and break into a cold sweat of horror, witnessing their leader's extreme cruelty toward allies. Vanille sports a menacing look and coldly orders the next fighter to enter the arena with the sole objective of crushing the opponent. His teammates instantly respond with a unified shout of confirmation. Terrified of suffering the same punishment as their colleague Rick, cheers excitedly from outside the arena, yelling for Marin to give it her all and secure the win. Marin answers confidently, unsheathing her dueling sword, while her West Wing opponent remains silent. The Colosseum referee officially announces the start of the second match in that final round of battle. Marin rushes in fast, firing off several glowing cuts of yellow energy toward her opponent. She zeroes in completely and triggers the classic technique of her red fire fencing style. With a swift movement, Marin unleashes her bright spark strike to try to break through the enemy defense. However, her West Wing rival stays calm and grounded. Holding his long combat spear firmly, he pulls off a nimble maneuver with his spear and manages to perfectly parry Marin's sword rush. The collision of weapons produces a bright glare in the arena, causing Marin to let out a gasp of surprise at his reaction. With a cold gaze, the West Wing warrior activates his powerful combat technique from the Great Chaos Spear style. He unleashes an insanely brutal thrusting storm attack. Striking Marin directly in midair, Marin collapses to her knees on the arena floor, coughing up blood and feeling the terrible impact of that piercing strike. Showing zero mercy, the West Wing opponent points his long spear straight at her as she lies down. Outside the arena, Rangis stares at the scene completely horrified and asks himself why take things this far. The rival delivers another fast, brutal blow against the fallen young girl. Leaving no opening for recovery, Lika flies into a rage over his excessive cruelty and shouts furiously, while Selene begins crying out of desperation. Rick yells in anger, wanting to jump in, but knows they will forfeit the round if they step into the arena before the finish. Finally, the elite corps captain raises his arm and officially calls an end to that second match. The opponent is named the winner, but insolently keeps his foot planted on Marin's battered body in the arena. Rick and Lika sprint desperately toward their fallen teammate, asking in deep distress if she is alive and okay. From high up in the stands, Zeke watches the whole scene with an extremely serious look, gripped by pure coldness. Teammates gather around Marin. Crying out of grief and deep worry over her terrible condition, Zeke catches the whispers of spectators in the bleachers, questioning if that hostile attitude wasn't way too violent. While allies try to tend to Marin, the West Wing warrior simply turns around and begins walking away. Rick shouts angrily at his opponent, indignantly asking why he went so far with the violence. The rival turns around dismissively and cynically asks what the problem is, making Rick even more enraged at his mocking attitude. He coldly argues that this is actual battle and that he merely did what was necessary to secure absolute victory. Rick and Selene shout back that this went way past the line and that there was zero need to mangle their teammate like that. The opponent mocks their innocence and warns that the West Wing isn't in the habit of showing any kind of mercy. He says their only goal is to completely flatten the enemy. Perfectly echoing Vanille's cruel commands, Lika asks if that was an order from Vanille, and the rival suggests they forfeit if they aren't happy with the rules. The young man justifies the violence, saying Marin was still showing a fighting spirit, so he simply crushed that resolve. Lika glares at him with gritted teeth in absolute rage, holding back the urge to jump that arrogant opponent right then and there. A familiar voice pops up out of nowhere complaining about all that noise. Catching everyone's attention in the Colosseum arena, Retin mockingly warns that they ought to worry about themselves, because everyone there will meet the exact same fate. The warrior takes a step forward with total arrogance. Maintaining an extremely intimidating combat posture, Retin approaches the battlefield holding his sword and sarcastically suggests they forfeit the match. Wearing a provocative grin on his face, the West Wing warrior directly calls out his opponent, Rangis. By name, Rangis hears his name spoken, turns around quickly, and whispers his rival's name under deep tension. Retin tells the young man not to speak his name so casually, and mockingly asks if he's finally going to give up. He threatens to carry out the same slaughter on Rangis that he did on Marin, suggesting a replay of what happened in their old village called weak by his rival. Rangis quietly lowers his head, while trying to keep all his internal anger in check. Lika gets pissed at the unprovoked taunt and tries to step in, but Rangis stops her, saying calmly that everything is under control. Rangis grips his spear handle tight and firmly declares he won't run away from this fight under any circumstances, under the watchful eyes of his female teammates. The young man faces his rival head-on and promises that this time history will be different. With an unshakable resolve glowing in his eyes, Rangis points his finger and promises he will surpass his rival today. Retin reacts with surprise and anger, seeing such a confident attitude coming from someone he considered weak. Meanwhile, medics administer first aid to Marin under the worried eyes of the East Wing students. Rangis takes his stance alone in the center of the wrecked arena, holding his spear and prepping for the fight of his life. The young man's steady gaze projects immense willpower, proving he is ready to face all his fears. Rangis tunes in deeply in the arena, taking a deep breath as he readies himself mentally to take on his rival. Suddenly, he gets startled hearing Zeke's voice inside his mind, and the MC tells him not to worry about it. Zeke calmly explains he simply recreated a mental communication spell he had learned years ago. Rangis gets confused by that revelation and admits he doesn't even know how to react to such unusual magic. Ignoring his friend's shock, Zeke says he used telepathy solely to give him a crucial piece of advice. Curious, Rangis inquires about the advice, and the MC begins reciting a profound, ancient saying. The saying goes that clouds float peacefully across the sky, while river water runs freely and naturally. The blue-haired youth listens to the line carefully, but fails to grasp its true meaning right away. Zeke suggests he keep that idea about water and clouds in mind whenever he faces tough spots in battle. The referee catches his distraction and asks what he's doing, forcing Rangis to apologize quickly. He shakes his head to regain total focus and readies his weapon, determined to kick off the match. The instructor loudly announces the clash between the East Wing and West Wing to start the second match of the final. The moment the bout is authorized, both opponents charge fast toward each other. In the middle of the Colosseum, Rangis carries out the water thrust attack, utilizing the traditional techniques of his cloud spear style. However, Retin shows sharp reflexes and manages to knock away the fast strike with his sword without much trouble. Retin calls his opponent weak and goes on the offensive, using his snake strike sword style. He unleashes a piercing assault technique that clips the blue-haired youth's chest, making him groan in pain. The rival aggressively mocks him, saying he talked a lot of trash before the fight only to get beaten down like this. Rangis realizes with deep anxiety that his dangerous opponent is already closing in fast to launch another attack. The slash of Retin's sword takes an impossible curve in midair, leaving the East Wing representative confused and caught off guard. The rival triggers the shrimp trail technique, causing his attack path to curve unpredictably. Rangis takes a direct hit to his side from Retin's curved strike and lets out a scream of pain from the heavy impact. The young man tries to make sense of what happened, incredulous because he was dead sure he blocked the blow that ended up bending. Retin taunts him to try and counter if he can, and the boy refuses to give up, striving to keep his focus. He unleashes the flowing clouds and running water technique, trying to turn the unfavorable situation around with his spear. However, the rush is blocked once again by the extremely solid, precise defense put up by the West Wing warrior. With insane power, Retin deflects the attack and fires off a devastating counterstrike to send him flying away. The impact generates a shockwave that grazes Rangis, shoving him back brutally across the Colosseum arena. Worried in the stands, Lika and the others yell their friend's name, seeing that he is going through major trouble. The young man uses his spear as a crutch and attempts to stand back up with great difficulty, his body shaking from sheer exhaustion. Rangis realizes all his moves are being predicted, and the rival confirms with a smile that he decoded his plans. Retin laughs and arrogantly reveals that his fighting specialty is precisely mastering counterattack techniques. Rangis feels completely lost upon realizing his fighting style was totally neutralized by his opponent. Showing no mercy, Retin grabs the young man by the hair by force and mocks his false hopes of winning the bout. The rival insults the boy's father and claims that the son of a fake dragon could never become truly strong. Seized by overwhelming rage, Rangus glares at him intensely and demands he not dare insult his father again. In response, Retin simply yells that he is a fake and lands an extremely violent punch right on his face. Rangus is sent flying and slides across the arena floor heavily bruised and bleeding profusely after taking that brutal hit. The aggressor starts raining down ruthless kicks against him as he lies down, claiming a fake will never beat the real thing. Rangus laments his weakness on the floor, weeping in frustration as he realizes he wasn't as strong as he believed. With tears streaming down his face, he quietly grieves and starts believing he truly is just a fake. He recalls a happy moment from his childhood, peacefully fishing by the edge of a beautiful river alongside his beloved father. Little Rangus happily confirms how much he loves fishing, and his father smiles proudly at that resemblance between them. The man explains he loves fishing while taking in the smooth motion of the sky and the natural flow of that calm river water. He says, watching clouds float and water flow makes human worries seem like tiny, silly things. The father pats his son's head and suggests that maybe one day the boy will manage to grasp this life philosophy. Back in the present in the arena, those old words about floating and flowing begin echoing inside his mind as he lies down. The elite corps captain watches the battle in silence, waiting to see if the East Wing representative will fight back. Retin grabs his bruised opponent's collar again and declares in a threatening tone that this is the end of the line. He preps his final punch and humiliates his rival, telling him to keep crawling on the ground like his father used to. Rangus opens his eyes, bruised and bleeding, as he hears the MC's call inside his mind once more. He remembers the lesson that clouds float peacefully across the sky, maintaining his inner calm in the fight. Rangus also recalls that water flows smoothly down the riverbed, adapting without ever stopping its run. With surprising agility, he blocks Retin's violent punch right on time, using his own body in a fluid manner. Retin stands stunned by the flawless defense of his strike and leaps back in the arena with deep suspicion of his rival. The experienced elite corps captain watches from afar with a knowing smile. Recognizing the start of a great technique, Rangus focuses on his knees, while a massive amount of energy begins manifesting and glowing all around him. Retin stares at his opponent incredulously, refusing to accept that the blue-haired youth is emanating such combat power. The rival notices Rangus's glowing energy reached the 3-star level and falls into total shock. Feeling threatened, Retin grips his sword handle tightly, refusing to accept that a fake could equal him. Completely furious, he screams that he will never accept this and activates his snake attack sword style again. Retin strikes, throwing his snake-slicing attack to try to subdue his rival once and for all in that duel. Rangus faces him with focused, glowing eyes, displaying unshakable composure before the deadly rush. Gracefully and effortlessly, the youth flawlessly dodges the entire rapid sequence of slashes thrown by his rival. Retin flies into a panic, noticing that the opponent he easily outmatched earlier is now dodging everything with such agility. The attacker despairs, finding it impossible that his style was decoded, and frantically rushes with consecutive sword strikes. Rangus keeps dodging every rush with the smoothness of a current, moving freely and continuously. Retin breaks down into total despair, yelling in frustration over how his fastest blows fail to hit the target. Lika watches everything super surprised and says her friend's name, while Zeke merely confirms silently that everything is going right. The MC realizes that his teammate managed to take a decisive step toward the true essence of modern martial arts. Lika repeats the phrase quite confused, not understanding exactly what her younger brother is referring to. Zeke explains that energy flows smooth and flexible like water, adapting to everything, absorbing impact and keeping its run. He shares that he demonstrated a bit of that in his own earlier duel, but praises Rangus for mastering the concept brilliantly. Lika is extremely impressed that her teammate reached that level of understanding in such a short amount of battle time. Zeke commends the incredible mental focus shown by his blue-haired friend throughout that tense match situation. Meanwhile, Retin begins trembling in fear upon realizing his previous advantage completely evaporated in the arena. Desperate and terrified by his opponent's slow approach, Retin screams uncontrollably for him to stay away. Rangus simply stays firm and locked in, readying his long spear to deliver the decisive blow that will end the match. The violent impact between the two weapons echoes loud, and Retten's eyes widen upon realizing his sword blow was parried with a confident smile. Zeke thinks to himself that water isn't made purely of calm and smoothness in its natural flow. He knows full well that this natural element is also capable of building up devastating power. When in constant motion, Rangus leaps into the air, building a massive torrent of energy, while Retten yells, unable to make sense of so much power in him. The blue-haired youth proves that once water takes on a violent, raging flow, nothing can hold it back in the arena. Wearing an insanely commanding look, he silently states that no one will be able to withstand the overwhelming force of his rush. Rangus delivers the violent final strike of his water spear straight into Retten, who lets out a frantic scream of agony. Retten is hit with extreme violence by the colossal impact of the attack, coughing up blood due to the overwhelming force of the water strike. The instructor raises his arm solemnly and calls an immediate official end to the bout due to a technical knockout of the opponent. The West Wing opponent shows up completely out cold among the debris, and the judge officially announces the East Wing's victory. Rangus looks down at his own hands quite confused, appearing to not even believe the incredible result of his own fight. Lika runs toward him, shouting his name with pure joy, while the boy still tries to process what just happened. Rangus looks at her surprised, and she enthusiastically praises his performance, exclaiming that the fight was one of the coolest things she's ever seen. His teammates congratulate him on ranking up to 3 stars and on the big victory earned through heavy effort in the final arena. Rangus lets out a deafening shout of pure shock upon finally realizing he managed to beat his rival and win for real. He asks in disbelief if he really defeated Retten, and Selene joyfully confirms it was one of the most fantastic bouts there. The youth briefly recalls how his opponent used to look down on him and mock his skills back in their village days. Rangus looks down thoughtfully, almost unable to accept that he managed to overcome that childhood trauma once and for all, with tears of pure happiness and relief streaming down his face. He wears a genuine smile of personal triumph in the arena. Rick hugs him excitedly and asks what that fantastic move he used was, with Raymond agreeing that he also wants to know. Raymond describes the strike as a water dragon going up a waterfall, leaving Rangus frantic and unsure how to explain it. Zeke steps up smiling and reveals to his teammates that the awesome move used by their friend is called ascending dragon piercing. Zeke reveals that this technique is part of the advanced cloud spear scroll, and Lika curiously asks how he knows that he makes up an excuse, saying he merely read about it in the Dragon Hall before coming up with his advice. Zeke watches his friends congratulate Rangus and thinks to himself that reaching an advanced tier all on his own was a major achievement. The MC recalls that he created this style himself in his past life and deduces that future generations split the book into volumes. He mentally praises Rangus's rare talent for decoding the hidden essence of the technique using strictly his own physical intuition. The instructor calls out the East Wing team for chattering, making Selene apologize quickly in the arena. Rick prompts his teammates to keep up the strong momentum, and Selene confidently guarantees she will give her best in her fight. Rangus's win boosts the East Wing's morale, but the West Wing fires back with resolve, making the following matches even tenser. Selene fights with great bravery in the 4th match of the final round, but ends up losing by a very razor-thin point margin. From the stands, Vanille watches the flow of those bouts with a very bored, cold look over the events. Raymond shows immense grit in the 5th match and secures a hard-fought win for the East Wing after a very close bout heavily worn out. Raymond celebrates managing to pull off the win. Welcomed with huge joy and celebration by his teammates, Selene apologizes for her loss, but Lika tries to settle her down, saying she fought well and that the final is decided by whoever reaches 4 points. Lika points out that they already have 3 wins and 2 losses, promising to wrap up the matchup and secure the title in the next match. Before she enters the Coliseum arena, Zeke approaches seriously and calls for Lika's attention to chat for a second. He gets real close to her face unexpectedly, making Lika blush as he seriously asks how she is feeling. Trying to hide her awkwardness, the girl simply looks away and replies, she feels normal, as usual. She pushes Zeke lightly, complaining about his closeness, and firmly guarantees she won't lose that match no matter what. Raymond shouts from the stands, wishing his teammate good luck. While Zeke watches the situation thoughtfully with crossed arms, Lika responds with enthusiasm. But Zeke senses a strange disturbance in the air and begins questioning what is really going on. The MC stares at the arena with a laser-focused, analytical gaze, attempting to decode the source of that uncomfortable feeling. Zeke zeroes in on the strange manifestation of a dark, purplish energy that begins subtly spreading through the match location in the arena. Dangerous. Alan dodges an attack and arrogantly calls her own defeated ally a useless pawn. She brushes off the situation and thinks to herself that none of this will matter as long as she secures victory in this round. Alan points her sharp metallic dagger toward Lika, grimly stating that everything will return to normal shortly. Lika grins with total confidence, wielding her colossal sword, and fires back that she is the one who will walk out victorious from that final duel. The referee takes his spot between the two female warriors in the Colosseum and officially starts the 6th match of that final. Lika attacks, delivering a fast slash with her lightning-clad blade, forcing Alan to back off, spooked by the speed of the rush. Alan blocks the attack with difficulty, recognizing that Lika holds superior lightning control compared to what Sandy showed. The two trade swift slashes that set off glowing sparks across the arena, locking into a high-intensity fencing duel. Alan leaps away upon realizing she would be beaten if she kept trading blows directly with the East Wing opponent. Lika presses forward, channeling even more electricity around her body, preparing to wrap up the matchup for good. Despite the imminent danger, Alan merely wears a wicked smile on her face, knowing her dark scheme is about to pay off. She knows that victory would only be tough if Vanille hadn't acted first to slyly sabotage her opponent. Suddenly, Lika feels her strength mysteriously drain away and almost loses her balance upon seeing a weird purple haze rise up. The young girl realizes with deep shock that the electricity wrapping her colossal weapon completely vanished, capitalizing on her opponent's moment of weakness. Alan leaps to land a precise slash, warning that she will never win. From the stands, Vanille watches Lika's struggle with a sadistic grin, his eyes glowing with a dark shade of satisfaction. Alan manages to strike Lika's sword with great force, shoving the defenseless opponent who can barely hold her own weapon. Lika gets hit by a direct strike to her chest and lets out a groan of pain as she gets shoved back brutally by the impact. Rangus and the rest of the East Wing squad yell out in frantic concern, seeing the warrior getting dominated in the arena. Lika tries to gather her electric power again every which way, but desperately realizes she simply can't. Alan advances once more with a mocking laugh, and provocatively repeats that her East Wing opponent stands no chance of winning. Lika cries out in pain as she tries to fend off Alan's rapid rush, struggling to survive battle without using her powers. She realizes with horror that it's not just her electric power that vanished, but her entire origin power that is locked up. The natural flow of energy is the resource that strengthens and lends precision to every single physical movement of a warrior. If a fighter loses access to this internal vital force mid-battle, the situation turns extremely dangerous. Without that energy defense, any simple rush from an opponent carries the potential to turn completely fatal. Lika grits her teeth with difficulty and thinks she needs to find a quick way to defend against Alan's rushes. Sandy catches the anomaly in the arena and warns Zeke that Lika's posture looks odd, and the MC agrees with deep seriousness. Zeke realizes with deep concern that Lika's origin power is simply not working at all and wonders what could have happened to her. Unable to stand due to exhaustion and lack of stamina, Lika lets out a painful groan and collapses to her knees on the arena floor. Coughing heavily, Lika tries to catch her breath while Alan notes that enduring for this long without origin power is impressive for someone vying for Vanille's spot. But right after, Alan coldly glances toward the royal box, thinking that this still is not enough to wrap things up from high above. Vanille sits in his chair watching the whole scene unfold, wearing a wicked, triumphant smirk. Alan turns back to her fallen opponent, acknowledging that she put up a hell of a fight, but warns her that her streak ends right here, raising her weapon with a terrifying look in her eyes. She coldly announces that this is the end of the line for the East Wing warrior. Panicking in the stands, Lika's teammates scream out, begging Alan to hold back that dangerous blow. Sensing the immediate danger, Zeke flies into a rage and starts channeling an intense surge of energy into his hands to break up the fight. Showing no hesitation or mercy whatsoever, Alan lunges forward, bringing down a violent vertical slash aimed straight at the helpless Lika. Lika's eyes go wide as blood splatters near her face, leaving her totally defenseless against her opponent's ruthless attack. Suddenly, a bolt of yellow lightning comes crashing down from the sky at breakneck speed, striking the center of the arena with a loud boom. Sandy appears out of nowhere, wielding her massive greatsword crackling with lightning to block Alan's strike, leaving her opponent completely stunned. Fuming over the sudden interference, Alan takes a step back and demands to know what Sandy thinks she is doing jumping into the fight. Seeing that Sandy managed to pull Lika out of harm's way in time, Zeke cools off and discreetly disperses the energy building up in his hands. Alan accuses Sandy of ruining the match by interrupting their duel like that, but Sandy snaps right back, telling her to quit playing dumb holding her injured cousin. Sandy shouts in a fury, accusing Alan of deliberately trying to take Lika's life with that attack. Up in the bleachers, the other students start whispering among themselves, talking about how heavy of an accusation that is to throw around. With a calm, fake smile, Alan defends herself, claiming she would never do something so awful to a fellow classmate. As the two argue in the middle of the arena, someone else slowly walks up and asks if that is really true. Zeke walks over to the girls, stating firmly that, even from where he was standing, Alan's last strike was way too dangerous for a simple sparring match. Alan asks if Zeke is accusing her, and he simply responds by asking if she has any problem with what he just said. Zeke points out that anyone could see Lika was completely out of origin power, yet Alan still went all out using that full aura attack. Right then, Edgis steps in, raising his hand to break up the argument and calm everyone down in the arena. The West Wing fighters mock them, saying that whining after stepping into a match is foolish because in a real fight you crush your enemy. Sandy screams in frustration, firing back that there is a line you do not cross, since an academy match is definitely not a duel to the finish. Her opponent smirks with total contempt, saying that naive attitude is the exact reason her group keeps taking losses. Zeke listens in silence, as their rivals arrogantly keep talking about how they are not just playing around with combat. They brag with total superiority that West Wing battles are treated like actual life or death scenarios. The guy adds that they were actually holding back too, and that they had no real intention of taking anyone down permanently. He tops it off with a nasty grin, provocatively hinting that maybe something just happened to snap during the process. Gritting her teeth in anger, Sandy starts crackling with sparks of electricity, on the verge of rushing her opponents. But an intimidating presence begins to approach, radiating a thick purple energy that makes the ground tremble slightly. It is Captain Teach Mentric, stepping into the middle of the arena while unleashing a suffocating pressure capable of hushing everyone around. All the students in the arena break out into a cold sweat, frozen solid before the captain's terrifying strength. Even the cocky West Wing fighters lose their confident posture, shaking in their boots before his terrifying presence. With a stern look, Teach Mentric demands to know in a stern voice if he ever gave them permission to stand around chatting. Sandy tries to explain that Alan went for a lethal strike on Lika, but the captain tells her to zip it, stating that interlopers have no right to talk. He warns that fools should not mess with the fight, making it crystal clear that he alone holds the ultimate authority to call a match. Realizing there is no arguing with the captain's authority, Zeke lowers his head and apologizes to avoid making a bigger mess. Teach officially calls the duel with a victory for the West Wing, ordering everyone not fighting to get out of the arena immediately. Zeke gently scoops up the injured Lika into his arms and asks Sandy to grab her greatsword, getting a nod of agreement from his cousin rushing toward the group in full panic. Rangus and the other friends shout Lika's name when they see how bad of a shape she is, and Zeke reassures everyone, explaining he already gave her a recovery potion, but adds that he is taking her to the infirmary so she can rest up. Zeke apologizes for causing a scene, but his friend smiles and tells him not to sweat it right now. The guy remarks that he knows Zeke was about to step into the fight too, leaving the Proto lost in thought about what his next move should be. As they walk, Sandy mentions that the whole thing feels off, because even with Alan being strong, Lika should not have gone down that easily. She looks back on the fight, finding it super weird how Lika seemed totally unable to react to her rival's quick pushes. Zeke agrees, pointing out that things have been weird since Lila's first match, strongly guessing there is something shady going on behind the scenes. Before fully closing her eyes to rest in her brother's arms, Lika whispers weakly, asking Zeke to be careful out there too. Zeke takes in Lika's advice, giving a quiet mutter while staying fully locked in on what he needs to do. He marches with firm steps toward the center of the arena, waving his hand behind his back to thank everyone for their concern. Vanille holds his metal fan arrogantly, saying it is a shame, because Zeke stands zero chance of beating him and is already done for. Without giving a single care about his opponent's taunts, Zeke keeps stretching casually, totally unbothered. Seeing the Proto's total disregard, Vanille gets super pissed, grumbling under his breath and calling the guy a jerk. The captain gives the go-ahead for match 7 between the East and West Wings, while Vanille charges forward. Furious over that annoying attitude, Vanille rushes in yelling with rage, daring the Proto to see just how long he can keep up that cool guy act. With a lightning-fast and precise movement, Zeke dodges Vanille's rush and counters with a heavy blow that sends out a wave of wind. Everyone watching, including Captain Teach, goes wide-eyed in total shock seeing how easily that whole moment played out. Zeke remarks that someone talking so big about real combat was way too sloppy, mockingly asking how that felt. The Proto reaches out a hand with a smirking grin, stating that this is the real combat style his rival kept typing up. Zeke brings up how Vanille claimed they fought like it was the real deal, leaving his rival completely confused and utterly lost. Zeke warns that he is shifting into real battle mode too, asking if his opponent is going to regret this, driving him even crazier. The Proto simply mutters that he gets it, keeping a sharp, focused look that makes it clear the tables have completely turned. From the bleachers, Alan screams out Vanille's name in desperation, realizing that the threat to her master is real and immediate. In the blink of an eye, Zeke moves so fast he turns into a gray blur darting straight at his opponent. He instantly appears right beside Vanille before his rival can even attempt to set up a defense or counterattack. Feeling the intense pressure of the near-miss blow, Vanille scrambles back and curses out loud, annoyed by the guy's insane speed. He lets out a painful groan as he realizes his face took a hit, trying to wipe away the blood while scrambling to regroup quickly. Vanille is shocked because he countered as fast as he humanly could, yet the Proto is still standing without a single scratch on him. Zeke reads the surrounding wind, recognizing that his rival uses the wind origin power from one of the 4 great families, pissing him off even more. Zeke asks how a real fight feels, mocking him by saying he even tried to mimic his rival's aggressive style a bit. Completely losing his mind from rage, Vanille screams out asking what that was, charging at the Proto with pure hatred once again. Zeke dodges with effortless ease, smoothly slipping behind Vanille while his rival swings at thin air in vain. With a cold, sharp stare, Zeke whispers up close that this makes it the second time he has left his opponent wide open. Vanille gets blasted back hard by the wind impact, letting out a frustrated groan as he realizes the massive power gap between them. Completely unable to wrap his head around what is happening, Vanille slides across the arena floor, wondering how someone as strong as him is getting humiliated like this. He grits his teeth in pure humiliation, realizing he is being dominated and played like a fiddle with ridiculous ease. In a split second, Zeke pops back up right in front of Vanille, teasing that his rival should not be getting lost in thought in the middle of a real fight. With a terrifying look, Zeke warns that his opponent is only acting this way because he feels way too safe inside this arena. Without giving him a second to react, Zeke delivers a heavy gut punch straight to Vanille, unloading all his physical strength. The sheer force of the hit makes Vanille go wide-eyed and spit blood, falling completely defeated before the Proto's overwhelming force. Vanille's knees slam hard against the stone floor of the arena, which is now speckled with drops of blood from the fight. Zeke notes that this makes 3 times, leaving Vanille completely clueless as to what the Proto is talking about while on his knees. Pointing directly at his opponent, Zeke calmly reveals he is counting the exact number of times his rival would have met his end in combat. He breaks it down, stating the first would have been the face, the second the neck, and the third the heart, concluding his rival would have been done for 3 times over. Zeke lets him know the only reason he is still breathing is because they are in a practice match, leaving Vanille in total disbelief. Then, Zeke mockingly brings up that this was supposed to be a real fight and boots his rival right in the face, announcing that break time is over. The powerful kick sends Vanille spinning through the air several times before he awkwardly crashes onto the ground. Watching the scene from the edge of the arena in total shock, Sandy shakes, asking herself what this ridiculous display of power is even about. Edges notes with complete seriousness that looking at the current state of the arena, this stopped being a fair fight a long time ago. Breaking into a cold sweat, he realizes that to Zeke, their previous match was nothing more than a friendly, relaxed warm-up. He comes to the conclusion that the Proto is someone way off the charts, the absolute definition of an unfair fighter. Zeke asks if his rival is starting to get what real combat is about, admitting that crushing the enemy is indeed a key rule of war. All bruised up and bleeding, Vanille tries to push himself off the ground with difficulty, clinging onto his weapon with what little strength he has left. Zeke grins, reminding him that this is not a battlefield, but a safe environment with instructors and healing potions to keep them safe. Vanille tells Zeke to shut his trap, but the Proto fires back, saying the real combat his rival boasts about is light years away from reality. The Proto fixes his golden eyes on him, saying that at the end of the day, everything his opponent is doing is just plain pathetic. Zeke states that he is just running away from his own weakness, driving Vanille to scream hysterically in rage, telling him to shut up. Overcome with fury, Vanille unleashes a wild windstorm around the arena, hurling insults at the Proto's background. Vanille yells with pure hatred that the Proto has zero right to lecture him or act high and mighty. Zeke just offers a side smirk, commenting that his opponent must be going through that typical rebellious phase. Saying there is no other way around it, Zeke offers to be Vanille's punching bag, telling him to let out all his frustration, but his rival just screams at him to shut it. Completely out of his mind, Vanille charges wildly while holding his fan, yelling at the Prota to stop acting like a know-it-all. He uses his secret fan technique to throw a powerful wind slash, but the Prota manages to dodge it by jumping high up. Vanille shows a desperate look, thinking he just needs to land one single hit on Zeke, even if it is just for a split second. He rushes wildly across the arena, telling himself everything will work out as long as he makes contact with his rival. Somehow Rangus gets startled as he sees the ground tearing apart without being able to see a thing, and Aegis explains that this is the invisible power of the Fafnil'd clan. Aegis goes on to explain that the aura of those who master the wind element is completely invisible to normal fighters' eyes. Sandy remarks with disgust that this annoying ability fits them like a glove, but Rangus warns that it is a tricky power to handle. Aegis admits that Vanille's invisible string of attacks makes him a tough opponent, making Rangus super tense. While trying to attack the Prota from every angle in the arena, Vanille starts getting desperate because he cannot land a single blow Zeke dodges with zero effort, saying dodging is simple if you just go with the flow, annoying his rival with those words. With insane composure and agility, the Prota dodges yet again. Warning that Vanille is leaving himself wide open for a counterattack, Vanille grabs his head in utter frustration and screams at the top of his lungs, demanding that this embarrassment end once and for all. He keeps throwing rapid attacks out of desperation, but Zeke moves smoothly, slipping past every single strike with ease. Vanille screams, calling the Prota a cursed brat. While Zeke closes his eyes and jokingly repeats his bit about his rebellious age, Zeke turns his back and asks if his rival is feeling any better. But Vanille threatens to take his life if he keeps messing around like that. The Prota admits that Vanille's stubborn drive is respectable for a warrior, but makes it clear there are limits to it, catching a slip in his opponent's defense. Zeke closes the distance rapidly with a precise move right into the center of the arena. He pops up right next to Vanille and whispers that his opponent's body reached its absolute limit of exhaustion. A long time ago, Zeke advises that pushing this any further will only bring more pain, suggesting they call off the match right here once and for all. However, Vanille takes advantage of the close distance to grab Zeke's ankle with a sinister grin, unleashing a weird purple energy. Zeke looks down as he feels the sudden touch, realizing with a serious look that his opponent actually plans to go all out in this fight. Vanille bursts into a wild, evil laugh as a thick purple smoke starts wrapping around the Prota's feet on the arena floor. Zeke keeps staring at the situation with total calm, asking why his rival suddenly started laughing out of nowhere like a weirdo. With a smug look full of hate, Vanille raises his fan, gathering all his wind energy, declaring that the Prota is completely finished. Zeke senses the quick shift in energy surrounding him, muttering in surprise as he tries to figure out his opponent's trick. Vanille leaps into the air and uses his secret fan technique to fire a heavy whirlwind of invisible wind blades straight at Zeke. Zeke lets out a faint sound of doubt as he finds himself cornered by the massive wind pressure, rushing his way with no way out. The fierce wind blades finally score, a direct hit, throwing up dust and forcing the Prota to try to guard himself. In the bleachers, Zeke's friends shout in complete shock and panic as they realize Vanille actually managed to land a hit on the Prota. Watching closely, Aegis remarks seriously that Zeke's stance looks weird, catching the attention of Selene, who has no idea what he means. A voice comes from behind the group, praising Aegis's sharp eyes. Making everyone turn around in surprise toward the bleachers steps, Lika shows up walking down the steps while supported by Marin, and Rangus yells out in relief seeing that the two injured girls are finally awake. Their teammates rush over to Lika and Marin in worry, asking if the two are feeling all right after being patched up in the infirmary. Lika apologizes to everyone for causing so much worry over her situation in the arena, but one of her friends cuts her off with complete seriousness. The guy asks with concern if Lika happens to know about anything strange going on with Zeke's power. Right at this very moment, Lika reveals she noticed Zeke is in the exact same boat she was, remembering that right in the middle of her fight, she lost control of her energy. Her friend is stunned, wondering how that is even possible, while Lika adds that Lila acted super strange during the first duel too. She thinks to herself that maybe all the victims shared the same mysterious issue, which means Zeke is in massive danger. Rangus gets super freaked out and asks if that means Zeke is also fighting without being able to tap into his precious origin power down below. Vanille laughs in satisfaction and taunts, saying that embarrassing defeat is the Prota's punishment for acting so arrogant. Still laughing out loud in pure mockery, Vanille sighs and runs a hand over his blood-stained face, showing a sinister glare full of revenge. He darkly warns that he will make sure his rival can never stand up against him again. Raising his fan to deliver a final blow, Vanille gathers all his invisible power and performs his first secret technique of devastating wind to completely destroy the Prota. Even facing immediate danger, Zeke stays planted in the arena, while Vanille screams in rage, telling his opponent to just go down already. The terrifying wind whirlwind hits the Prota head-on, triggering a massive blast of dust and wreckage across the entire field. Panicking in the bleachers over how brutal Vanille's final attack was, Rangus screams Zeke's name with everything he has got. Out of nowhere, amid the smoke and dust in the arena, a firm, powerful fist clenches with a glowing aura, showing that the fight is far from over. Zeke charges forward with a sharp leap, cutting straight through the massive whirlwind as if that wild storm were absolutely nothing. He pops up right in front of Vanille in an instant, driving a direct, devastating punch straight to his rival's face, leaving him completely flabbergasted. The hit is so brutal it launches Vanille backward, sending his body flying and kicking up a huge curtain of dust across the arena. Hitting his knees heavily injured, Vanille coughs with extreme difficulty, questioning why all of this is happening. He tries to wipe the blood off his face while staring at the Prota with a look packed with hatred, frustration, and total disbelief. From the sidelines, Aegis watches the match with utter seriousness, admitting that Zeke's power goes way beyond anything anyone could have imagined. Rangus and the rest of the crew watch the scene completely frozen, barely able to process the insane plot twist in that fight. Only Lika cracks a soft smile of relief, noting that from the looks of it, that massive disadvantage was never really a problem for Zeke. Zeke stands tall in the middle of the field, radiating an intimidating energy with his fist raised and clenched tight. Vanille stays on the ground completely drained, refusing to accept it and wondering how the Prota managed to outplay him like that. Looking calmly at his own hand, Zeke catches a strange purple vapor coming off his skin and lets out a thoughtful mutter. Zeke breaks down that mysterious energy for a split second, coming to the definite conclusion that it is some form of toxin. Vanille starts panicking and shouts that it is impossible, demanding to know how he spotted a toxin that was supposed to be completely untraceable. Zeke says he finally pulled off something respectable, figuring out that this hidden poison only kicks in when the victims try to tap into their origin power. He realizes the toxin was the main reason all of Vanille's previous opponents lost so unfairly. The Prota admits the trap was set up so well that it went right past even him, complimenting the cleverness behind Vanille's plan. Still refusing to believe it, Vanille argues back, saying he is positive he sealed Zeke's power. Asking how he managed to deliver that physical blow, Zeke flexes his muscles, claiming that simple tricks like that are useless against a well-conditioned body, as an energy seal cannot shake the absolute strongest. Vanille grips his metal fan in pure rage upon hearing the Prota brush off his greatest and most lethal creation like that. He screams through gritted teeth, furious to see his opponent call his grand masterwork of a deadly toxin something totally meaningless. Zeke asks if he brewed that toxin himself, deducing that it really causes zero side effects to the creator's own body. The Prota figures out that Vanille spreads the poison through his own wind power, acknowledging that coming up with something so innovative is pretty impressive. Zeke holds his strong posture before his opponent, adding to his point that, despite it being a formidable poison, there is one detail left out. Zeke shouts at the top of his lungs that the substance simply does not work on him, blowing purple smoke out of his nose with a single exhale. Vanille's eyes pop open in absolute panic as he realizes the Prota managed to flush out and expel the toxin right out of his nose. Zeke mentions the toxin was neat, but warns that at the end of the day it all comes down to raw power, and leaning solely on tricks shows just how weak he is. Hearing that, with his head down, Vanille sits frozen in the middle of the arena, feeling the heavy crushing weight of having all his hopes smashed right there. He looks up covered in sweat and blood, glaring at the Prota with an expression of pure fury and built-up resentment from his past. Zeke extends a friendly hand, asking if Vanille finally feels satisfied after venting all that anger during the match. Vanille clenches his teeth in pure hatred, starting to recall how tough and painful his childhood was inside that unforgiving military clan. He remembers learning from a young age that he lived in a twisted world where the only acceptable route was becoming the supreme leader of the clan. His mother would always tell him with cold detachment that if he failed to reach the top and be the absolute best, he simply had no reason to exist. Those harsh demands left deep scars on young Vanille's mind, growing up constantly hearing that he was the disappointment of that noble family. He looks back on hearing others whisper that Liko was a military genius, while he was viewed as the weakest candidate of the whole lot. Vanille knew he was just an average guy, and no matter how hard he pushed himself in training, his efforts only highlighted his lack of raw talent. He remembers the non-stop humiliation when his own mother would harshly punish him, calling him useless for failing to complete tasks. But amidst those endless days of pain and isolation, young Vanille finally stumbled upon one area where he actually possessed real talent. Locked inside his secret alchemy lab, he realized he had a brilliant knack for crafting lethal toxins. Staring at the glowing substance he created with his own hands, he smiled. Knowing that poison would become his true strength, he decided he would use this hidden skill to fight on equal ground against the prodigies and finally claim the top spot of that house. Deep down, all the kid truly wanted was to get his mother to finally acknowledge him and feel proud of who he was. Back in the present, Vanille screams out in pure desperation with everything he has got, letting loose all his bottled-up pain from over the years. Staring at the proto with tears in his eyes, he yells in fury, asking what Zeke could possibly know about his life to sit there and judge him. Vanille vents that he was constantly stacked up against geniuses every single day by everyone, regardless of how hard he pushed himself. He screams that against other people's natural talent he was worth nothing, yet people still insisted on comparing him to them anyway. He claims he had to fight tooth and nail just to move up, demanding to know how someone who knows nothing like Zeke dares to judge him like this. Driven by uncontrollable rage, Vanille lunges straight at the Prota, swinging a fast blow with every drop of energy left in his body. Yet, with complete chill and accuracy, Zeke simply shifts slightly and catches his rival's wrist effortlessly mid-air. Right at that moment, a massive cloud of purple smoke begins spreading through the arena, while the two fighters engage in a super tense clash of physical power. In the bleachers, Rangus and the rest of the crew watch everything in high anxiety, screaming Zeke's name at the top of their lungs. Edgis watches Zeke intently from the stands, silently wondering what is so special and mysterious about that guy, wrapped in his toxic aura. Vanille screams that he does not give a damn about relying on poisons, because all that truly matters to him is coming out on top. In the end, he claims he will not take an L as long as he uses his toxins, deciding to pull out his most dangerous secret weapon to lock in total victory. Vanille prepares a poisonous mist, laced with toxic needles so powerful that even he, the creator, would have a nightmare of a time trying to cure himself. The guy gets ready to drop the fatal blow once and for all, thinking to himself that now the Prota is definitely going down for the count. Out of nowhere, Zeke grabs Vanille's arm with absolute firmness and mockingly asks if that is the last secret trick he had up his sleeve. Completely frozen and winded by his opponent's lightning-fast reaction, Vanille stammers in shock, totally unable to grasp what just happened. He ends up losing his footing and flopping onto the arena floor, while Zeke stays standing tall right in front of him, totally chill. Vanille stares at the Prota in pure terror, wondering what is wrong with this guy who seems to break past every rule of logic. The West Wing youth shakes in a cold sweat, looking up at Zeke with a face full of terror, confusion, and total defeat. Zeke places a firm hand on Vanille's shoulder to calm him down and sits right on the floor beside him in a super laid-back way. The Prota fixes his golden eyes straight on Vanille's, asking him with complete seriousness to listen very closely. Sitting calmly beside his injured opponent, Zeke clearly states that Vanille is making one huge, massive mistake. Vanille asks in total confusion what that mistake could possibly be. While Zeke begins breaking down what it actually takes to grow strong, Zeke says nobody needs raw talent for martial arts or origin power, because the only real requirement is having a burning hunger to win. He explains that this relentless drive for victory is the true engine that pushes warriors to smash through any barrier in life. The Prota adds that this unshakable willpower is the only true path that guides an average person toward real strength. Zeke points his finger right at Vanille's face, stating that claiming he has no talent for fighting is total nonsense on his part. He breaks down that Vanille's real problem is using the wrong weapon, suggesting he should try something with a much longer handle. Zeke uses his imagination, offering the example that an umbrella-shaped weapon would fit Vanille's combat style like a glove. Vanille repeats the word umbrella in total confusion, but Zeke tells him he is not joking, admitting that while unusual, it is a fantastic choice. The Prota explains that, just like his iron fan, it is a super versatile weapon with a long history behind it. He crosses his arms with a smile, saying that to him, almost any object in the world can turn into a lethal weapon in the right set of hands. Vanille looks at his own shaky hand, wonderingly asking himself if there really is a perfect piece of gear tailored just for him. He mutters in surprise to himself, starting to reflect on the possibility of carving out his own combat path down the line. Suddenly, Zeke gives Vanille a friendly pat on the head, telling him he is dead wrong for thinking he was not built for the battlefield. The Prota gives an encouraging pat on his shoulder, stating with complete certainty that Vanille is more of a warrior than anyone else there. Still rubbing his head in shock from the sudden slap, Vanille stammers timidly with blushing cheeks over the genuine compliment Zeke breaks down that in a real fight, just like Vanille said, all that matters in the end is grabbing the win no matter what. He states that fixating purely on warrior pride stops you from protecting what matters, and that leveraging every tool available is not the wrong mindset. The Prota squats down and wraps up by saying Vanille's only mistake was the venue and the way he chose to apply that fighting philosophy. Zeke flashes a warm, welcoming smile, radiating absolute confidence to his opponent who remains sitting on the arena floor. Moved and completely speechless before Zeke's kind words and genuine support, Vanille just lowers his gaze in total silence. After a quick moment, he looks up confused as he sees the Prota make another move, letting out a faint sound of doubt through gritted teeth. Zeke holds out an open, friendly hand toward his fallen rival on the floor to help him get back on his feet for good. He looks on firmly and promises that if Vanille decides to accept his help, he will make him as strong as he has always wanted to be. Still hesitant and second-guessing due to his rough upbringing, Vanille stammers, trying to figure out if the Prota's offer is actually legit. Zeke points to himself jokingly, saying it is obvious, since he is clearly way stronger than Vanille, drawing an annoyed groan from his rival. The Prota laughs out loud and guarantees that under his wing, Vanille will train so hard he will not have time to whine about lacking talent. Vanille thinks to himself that the Prota really loves talking big, staring at him with a mix of exhaustion and a hint of amusement. He stays silent for a brief moment, starting to accept that weird yet genuine alliance forming between the two, right there in the arena. Out of nowhere, Zeke goes wide-eyed with a goofy look of surprise, saying he totally forgot one super key detail. Vanille gets startled by Zeke's sudden shift in attitude, letting out a sound of confusion as he watches the Prota's fist wind up fast. Zeke throws a comical punch, laughing as he warns that they are still in the middle of an official match, making Vanille spit blood from the unexpected blow. He states that rules are rules, and casually tells Vanille to hit him up once he finally wakes up from that well-deserved knockout. Completely knocked out cold and venting purple smoke from his mouth, Vanille slumps onto his back on the floor, cursing Zeke out in his head. Captain Teach Mentric watches the scene from the center of the field with a serious posture, officially calling the match to a close. The captain is super impressed by Zeke's ability to instantly flush out the toxin, announcing a total victory for the East Wing. Zeke sports a proud grin, with his arms crossed, while all his East Wing friends run toward him yelling and crying tears of joy. While Edges smiles beside Sandy, Lila recovers on the steps with an ice pack on her head, taking in the group's happy celebration. Alan carries the injured Vanille off the stage with a downcast look, officially closing out all the Academy selection matches. A short while later, a massive, shiny, mouth-watering platter of roasted meat is set on the table for the students. A ton of other dishes and golden bread start getting served on the table, signaling the start of a lavish feast. An insanely spread-out table full of goodies is prepped to welcome the young warriors, waiting eagerly for their next orders. Lila rests her face in her hands thoughtfully, noting that at the end of the day, the East Wing swept every single match that day. Vanille stays sulking in his corner, refusing to talk to anyone, while Alan sits quietly beside him at the table. Sandy gets pretty confused and asks Edges why the other wings were gathered there too, but he says he has zero clue. Edgies guesses the Academy instructors will likely break everything down in detail for everyone real soon during the banquet. While their friends chat away lively at the table, Zeke chows down on a giant chicken drumstick without caring about a single thing around him. Lika watches the scene feeling a bit embarrassed, lightly suggesting with a faint smile that her brother eat up before the food gets cold. Zeke keeps chewing with his cheeks totally stuffed with chicken and agrees, saying the food really is going to end up cold. Lika sighs in disbelief, questioning how he can eat so casually without feeling the least bit curious about the upcoming debrief. She lets out a long sigh of fatigue when, suddenly, the main doors of the banquet hall swing open with a loud thud. The instructor walks into the hall apologizing for the delay, casually mentioning he noticed a few young folks already dug in. He tells everyone to enjoy the spread and eat their fill, looking directly at Zeke, who is still munching on his chicken. Rick and the other East Wing teammates smile super hyped up, ready to enjoy that well-earned celebratory feast. The students start digging in happily, while the instructor breaks down that this special meal is a reward for their battles. Clapping his hands to grab everyone's attention, the instructor seriously announces he will go over the details for the next special assignment. Aegis politely raises his hand and asks if students from other wings are allowed to listen in on the assignment info. The instructor friendly replies that it is no problem at all, since there is a strong chance the other wings will be jumping in too. He begins revealing that a few days ago, a special and mysterious rift was spotted inside the Eldragon family's official territory. The East Wing female warriors listen to the instructor's words with intense focus and surprise, knowing how heavy it is for a rift like that to pop up. Zeke makes a sound of confusion with the chicken leg still in his mouth, while Rangus and the other guys get super intrigued by the drop of news. The Proto recalls reading about rifts in academy books and silently starts sifting through the info stored in his mind. The instructor breaks down that special rifts are way different from normal ones because they simply cannot be cleared through standard means. Lika gets super curious about the comment and asks what exactly it means for a rift to be impossible to clear. The man reveals that only 7 people ranked 3 stars or below can enter it, or else they will get repelled by the rift's sheer force. Aegis and Sandy listen to the strict rules of that mysterious rift with super serious faces, catching on to the massive difficulty of the mission. He breaks down that due to the rift's limitations, not even the head of the Eldragon family himself could squeeze through to help out. The instructor mentions that while there are heavy-hitter soldiers in the Eldragon family, rifts have been popping up so often that qualified manpower is running short. He looks firmly at the group, revealing that this exact reason is why they were picked to step into that special rift. The instructor drops that there is a super high chance of finding magic water inside the rift, the essential item needed to awaken real magic power. Rangus and the rest of the crew go into total shock upon hearing about the existence of that valuable and legendary magic water right there. The girls trade surprised looks too, realizing the reward for this mission is something capable of flipping a warrior's entire destiny. Zeke listens closely while chewing away, and the instructor confirms that magic water converts origin power straight into real-deal magic power. Upon hearing about real magic, Zeke's eyes light up with pure hype, and he starts celebrating joyfully with his chicken drumstick. The man explains that the world is run by the 8 great families, but the Eldragon family is the only one lacking a source of magic water. In other words, that dangerous exploration mission is a once-in-a-lifetime, vital shot for the future of the Proto's entire clan. The instructor states with utter seriousness that the main goal is clearing the rift and scooping up the magic water, making it a zero-room-for-error mission. However, he warns that the rift sits in a region bordering the Cerberus family domain, one of their most powerful rival clans. The instructor breaks down that the rival clan will definitely try to claim the rift too, which is why they held the Academy Selection Tournament in the first place. Aegis thoughtfully wraps up that the 7 East Wing winners would naturally be the ones picked to lead the mission to clear that rift. However, the man clears up that the 7 winning members of the East Wing are not going to form the exploration squad automatically. Aegis and Sandy look confused by his remark, while the instructor rests his hand on the banquet table to drop a new announcement. He reveals that starting right now, under the official leadership of the East Wing, who took the crown in the Academy Selection Tournament, everyone present listens with extreme focus as the instructor explains that out of all the people gathered in that hall, they will need to assemble the final squad, explaining that he made everyone fight to the end to judge each person's potential and battle style. The instructor drops that the actual goal was to thoroughly analyze the skill sets and combat traits of every single student. He notes with an ironical glance that some failed to showcase their real potential, while Vanille eats in his corner, pretending he does not hear a thing. To everyone's shock, the instructor points straight at Zeke and commands him to be the one in charge of handpicking the exploration squad members. The instructor questions why Zeke looks so surprised, reminding him he is the official East Wing representative, but the youth says he never asked for this. Zeke and Lika trade comical looks of surprise. Having no clue how to handle that sudden weight dropped right onto their lap at the table, Zeke points at Lika and cheerfully says she should call the shots, instantly assuring everyone that he will 100% be taking part, regardless. Lika gets super nervous over the sudden idea and falters, trying to explain that the real issue is not whether the Prota tags along or not. Zeke jokes that if he were calling the shots, the squad would literally just be him. Leaving the girl completely flabbergasted by that level of cockiness, Lika stares at the Prota with a totally deadpan look, knowing full well he would be crazy enough to pull off a wild move like that if he could. Zeke explains that if Lika really wants to inherit the clan leadership, learning to judge people with her own eyes will be a great lesson. He asks the instructor to pass the leadership over to Lika, and the man agrees, but asks if Zeke is dead sure about giving up that edge. Waving his hand in a super casual way, Zeke calmly replies that he has zero desire to become the head of the Eldragon family. Hearing that absurd bomb dropped by the Prota, Vanille chokes in surprise and lets out an outraged yell, while Lila stands there confused. Edgys and Sandy stare at Zeke completely speechless and stunned. Asking if he is actually being dead serious about not wanting to lead, Zeke keeps chewing nonchalantly, saying it is no big deal, firmly stating that he alone gets to decide what holds value to him. Edgys tries to argue, saying that by becoming the head of the family, Zeke would hold absolute power over the entire Eldragon clan in his hands. The Prota gives a short, blunt response that he simply does not need any of that, leaving his friends at the table sweating bullets in sheer shock. Zeke sports a proud smile, revealing that the single thing he is genuinely chasing on his journey is reaching the absolute peak of martial arts. Edgys and Sandy just stare at him in pure silence with bewildered faces, blown away by the Prota's insane drive. While Lila and Vanille watch the chat from a distance, Zeke decides to pivot topics, saying they have talked way too much about personal goals. He turns to Lika and warmly tells her to go right ahead and choose who will be the teammates joining her on the mission. Lika accepts the duty with a confident nod and stands up from her seat under the watchful eyes of every student at the table. She takes a deep breath to calm her nerves, prepping to call out the names of the chosen ones to form the Rift Exploration Squad, far away from there, in Cerberus clan territory. The family head puffs a cigar in a dark room, surrounded by massive, red-eyed beasts. The formidable clan boss exhales a cloud of cigar smoke, asking his minion in an imposing voice if the intel he got is actually legit. The soldier confirms that the special rift popped up in the Hoken Forest, warning that the Eldragon family lizards have already started making moves. The Cerberus clan boss takes in the news with a cold face of disapproval, surrounded by his trusted military guards in the room. The guard breaks out in a nervous sweat before his master's suffocating silence, terrified of taking a brutal punishment for the intel delay. The Cerberus clan head slams the table in annoyance, demanding out loud why he is only getting this crucial news so late. The clan head glares at him with pure rage for getting the intel so late, while his pet beast lets out a fierce roar. The guard bows deeply, begging for forgiveness, frantically explaining that they were cleverly tricked by the Eldragon family. The boss reflects on recent events, realizing the rival clan's taunts were just a slick distraction to buy time. He lets out a wicked smile, teeth fully showing, guessing there must be something of insane value and interest inside that rift. The underling agrees, mentioning there is likely magic water at the site, which explains the rival clan's panic to snatch the valuable loot. The powerful clan leader exhales another dark puff of smoke, asking what the entry rules are for that special rift. The minion breaks down that the rift caps entry at up to 7 people with a maximum origin power rating of 3 stars. The boss notes that the power limit is not too hard to match, settling back into his armchair to cook up a quick strategy. He grins slyly, catching on that their rivals moved first and will probably send their fighters to hog every single spot. However, the minion drops that they have 0 soldiers available and sent only the young academy students to pull off the job. The guards anxiously ask if they should quickly put together a low-level team too, but admit it is way too late to make a move. The boss grins sadistically upon learning only kids were sent into the rift. Knowing the rival clan's heirs will be right inside, he plans to wipe out the enemy's kids, asking his underling how many deceit bracelets they still have stored in the vault. A shiny golden bracelet studded with a green gem is shown, revealing itself as an ultra-rare, high-utility magic artifact. The minion replies that he believes there are about 4 of those bracelets left tucked away safely inside the Cerberus family vault. The leader drops an explicit order to burn through all remaining bracelets, telling him with pure cruelty to take out every single one of those kids in the rift. The underling hesitates, worried about wasting such valuable deceit items, but the boss says hoarding them in the vault is pointless. He states that blowing every bracelet right now is totally worth it, chuckling sadistically over the reaction the Eldragon clan leader is going to have. Wearing an ultra-terrifying smile, the boss notes it will be absolute comedy seeing the enemy's face when he finds out his kids were wiped out. Back at the Academy banquet hall, Lika takes a deep breath, stepping up to the big task of leading and picking the exploration team. She raises her head with resolve before everyone at the table, announcing that the names of her hand-picked warriors are about to be dropped. Zeke steps into the trainer role, warning that Rick and Marin will kick off with basic strength running drills alongside Rangus and the others. The youths launch into brutal training, running and doing push-ups on the sand under a scorching sun while hauling massive boulders on their backs. Zeke laughs, explaining that solidifying their body base will let them pull off way more powerful martial arts, leaving Rick and Marin panicking. Zeke tilts his head in confusion, asking if anything is wrong, but Marin and Rick try to cover up the panic, claiming everything is completely fine. Happy with their answer, Zeke pulls a huge red cloth off a massive structure, announcing it is now time for Raymond's training session. Pulling the cloth completely off, Zeke unveils a giant cracked boulder, explaining that Raymond will be using the regeneration stone the instructor set up. Raymond and the other East Wing squad mates stare at the giant rock with confused faces, having no clue what that magic stone is all about. Zeke breaks down to Raymond that recalling the rock's special properties made him realize it would be the absolute perfect tool for his routine. He explains that the stone reflects any blow it takes hundreds of times stronger, and that it can only be cracked using origin power. Zeke states that from here on out, he will simply throw a basic punch at the rock without tapping into a single drop of his inner power. Rick and Marin go wide-eyed in total shock over the Prota's ridiculous claim, unable to buy what they just heard. With a sharp, focused glare, Zeke squares up in front of the magic rock, priming his fist to show Raymond exactly what he needs to do. The Prota delivers a raw strength punch against the regeneration stone. Using his small shield to absorb the massive reflected recoil, Rick and Marin comment in terror that he attacked normally, but wonder how he tanked that colossal kickback without using origin power. A heavy gust of wind and tons of dust blow across the training yard after the hit, leaving Raymond and the rest completely mouth agape. Raymond watches Zeke's display of power breathless, feeling a cold sweat drip down his face before such raw physical skill. He notices in shock that Zeke managed to perfectly guard against all the kickback coming off the stone using just that small metal shield. Zeke shows off the small shield with a grin, explaining that Raymond's job will be training to tank impacts head-on or redirect them with total precision. Raymond awkwardly accepts the task, admitting he never imagined a training method this bizarre using the regeneration stone even existed. Zeke turns around happily, announcing the next person up for testing will be Celine, who answers right away in super disciplined fashion. He hands a sword over to Celine, ordering her to try thrusting at the rock non-stop, using her power but locked in on one exact point. The young girl unsheathes her fast blade with drive in her eyes, firmly confirming she fully caught the Prota's instructions. Taking a nimble jump, Celine pulls off an impressive sequence of lightning-fast thrusts, targeted right at the center of the regeneration stone. Zeke points at the slash mark, noting that targeting one exact point is no walk in the park, and Celine wipes off her sweat, agreeing while totally spent. The Prota grins, explaining that the ultimate goal of her personal training routine will be learning to aim with surgical precision. Celine watches in awe as the rock heals up all on its own, while Zeke pulls out his own blade, telling her to pay close attention to the move. In the blink of an eye, Zeke pulls off a thrust attack at scary speeds, driving the full force of his blade straight into the stone. The rush creates a devastating impact, hitting the exact same spot on the rock with absolute flawless precision, kicking up a dust cloud. Celine stands totally mouth agape, amazed by what she just saw. Unable to hold back her awe over Zeke's flawless technique, Zeke gives advice that while her style uses multi-hits, she needs to learn to make every single thrust count, and the girl happily nods along. Finally, Zeke calls Rangus up for his test, leaving the blue-haired guy super tense and sweating bullets over what he will have to pull off next. The Prota holds out an open hand, displaying a small white feather floating above it, leaving Rangus totally confused by such a light object. Zeke starts moving the feather in the air using a soft wind current, and Rangus gets startled. Recognizing that Aura is identical to Vanille's, the youth instantly recalls how Vanille used that terrible invisible wind aura to whip his opponents from a distance in the arena. Zeke calmly reveals he learned to master that wind aura right after taking a hit from it during his direct scrap with Vanille. Rangus goes wide-eyed in horror, thinking with puffed cheeks that it is ridiculous how the Prota talks about something so insane, like it is nothing. Grabbing Rangus's spear to pull off a quick demo, Zeke warns with a grin that his training is going to be pretty special. He starts spinning the weapon, making the feathers float around the metal tip, explaining that the routine is all about flowing alongside the current. Rangus watches amazed as Zeke perfectly controls that light feather, asking himself what the Prota specifically means by flowing with the wind. Zeke breaks down that the secret is not chasing or trying to grab hold of the wind current, but learning to let your body and moves glide right with it. The Prota states that if Rangus manages to master that concept completely, the real deal outcome of his thrusts will be devastating in fights. He showcases the technique, making the feather float smoothly right over the sharp tip of his spear in super graceful, balanced fashion in the yard. With a sharp, focused look, Zeke wraps up by saying that mastering this skill will let him even whip up his own combat flow. He wraps up the demo, planting the spear vertically into the ground with mastery, keeping the feathers floating magically right above the tip. Rangus and Celine watch in awe when, out of nowhere, they catch Lika's voice calling Zeke's name from the academy yard entrance. Lika waves from afar with a smile, shouting a warning that they need to hustle right now, or they are going to end up super late. Zeke agrees and tosses the big spear right back to Rangus, who gets startled and pulls a funny face while scrambling to catch the weapon. The Prota jogs happily toward the training yard exit, waving behind his back, wishing a good, productive session for all his friends. Rangus and Rick stare at the exit with comical, deadpan faces, thinking to themselves that this training routine is going to be straight up impossible. However, Rangus sheds tears of emotion, but quickly locks in a look of ultimate resolve, whispering to himself that he will pull through. Wiping his teary face with his arm, he agrees with his buddy Rick, firmly declaring that both of them will give their absolute best in those drills. As they walk down the long hallway of the Eldragon Military Academy, Lika asks what Zeke was up to, and he apologizes for the slight delay. Zeke sports a wide, determined smile, happily noting that despite the hurdles, the exploration squad they put together turned out super interesting. Lika thinks the idea is awesome and starts laughing happily, while Zeke just walks right behind her with a warm smile. While walking, Zeke thinks about how he gathered the absolute best possible members for this new squad mission. Aegis catches their arrival and gives a friendly wave, mentioning they finally made it to the rally point. Zeke apologizes for the wait, saying it is time for them to start making real moves. Everyone locks in with resolve for the start of the journey, while Zeke wears a super confident side smirk. Lika takes charge, shouting for the squad to move out, officially kicking off their push toward the objective. One of the clan officers instantly reports that the picked squad just departed for the assignment. He also warns that they got intel that the wild dogs already tracked down the special rift, which comes as a shock due to how fast it happened. Teach mentions seriously that even if they push hard now, the picked squad must have already stepped into the rift. The officer confirms, but drops that there is just one concern still keeping him uneasy, prompting Teach to ask what it is about. He breaks down that, after the rift gets cleared, the wild dogs might try to snatch the spoils unless the squad links up fast with the guards. Teach stays silent for a second, then asks just how strong the elite team they dispatched actually is. The officer guarantees they rank among the absolute strongest 3 stars and could hold their ground even against the wild dogs. Teach questions if they can really hold their own, pointing out there is a guy with only a 2-star rank mixed right in the middle. The officer grins with total trust and responds, yes, stating that honestly, Lord Zeke all by himself would be more than enough to handle everything. He reveals he has seen every single child of Balza, but Zeke is the only one whose true limits he simply cannot read at all. The other soldier present steps in, reminding him that despite everything, Zeke still only holds a 2-star rank. The guy agrees, but explains that seeing Zeke made him realize once again that star count does not define someone's true strength. The other officer gets surprised and breaks into a cold sweat, seeing his comrade hold that young warrior in such high regard. He goes on to say that the first time he witnessed Zeke's technique, he felt the exact same way as when he saw Balza's dragon-slaying martial art. That drop leaves the other soldier speechless, making Captain Teach himself ask in complete shock what he meant by that. After all, the dragon-slaying art is a secret handed down exclusively to the leaders of the Eldragon family, impossible for ordinary folks to learn. Thinking that is totally impossible, the guy asks if he is actually suggesting Zeke holds a martial art on that tier of power. The officer says he freaked out himself, but since he has seen Balza's technique up close multiple times, he is 100% positive on the resemblance. He states without second-guessing that Zeke's skills directly rival the legendary dragon-slaying martial art of the Eldragon family. Teach stays in dead silence before such a heavy statement, sifting through the officer's words with complete seriousness. The officer looks to the side thoughtfully, starting to re-evaluate his own statement, thinking maybe things run even deeper. He corrects his own thought, stating that honestly, the Prota's techniques might actually outshine the clan's famous secret art. But right after, he tries to cool off, thinking maybe he is just super mistaken about that whole unreal situation. Teach mentions that a few years back, he tasked Freya with digging up everything on Zeke, including all his birth records. However, zero useful intel turned up, and there was no trace of him learning combat from anyone before entering the Dragon's Nest. The other officer asks in shock if that means Zeke picked up literally every single one of his martial arts completely on his own. The officer looks up thoughtfully, noting that the whole setup makes it look like the kid is something totally off the spectrum. He states that Zeke almost looks like the actual reincarnation of the 1st or 15th Patriarch of the mighty Eldragon family. Teach repeats the word with utter seriousness, weighing the odds of the youth actually being a reincarnation of their ancestors. Right after, he brushes it off as ridiculous, stating that if Zeke really holds all that power, then the wild dogs are zero threat. A week rolls by, and near the special rift, several guards patrol the perimeter before that strange, massive purple barrier. Freya asks a soldier where the squad's vice captain is, and the guy answers tensely that he simply vanished without anyone noticing. The guards start searching the area, while Freya lets out a long sigh, already out of patience with that guy's antics. She gets a bit worried, wondering if things will actually work out, since they promised to send more backup to assist out of nowhere. She senses a presence closing in right behind her. Realizing their guests finally made it to the designated spot, Freya complains, saying if they had sprinted all out, they would have made it faster, questioning why they burned energy before the mission even kicked off. Lika gets super shocked, running straight into her, asking in disbelief what instructor Freya is doing out here in a place like this. Freya tells her to cool it, and seriously explains that right now, she is not acting as an instructor, but running an official assignment. She then drops that. The real reason she is out here is to stand guard and protect that rift from outside threats. Taking in the view, Lika comments impressed, and Freya explains that some special rifts mess with the outside world. Setting up a domain like this, Freya wraps up saying, this rift is no different, leaving Zeke lost in thought while calmly reading his surroundings. Zeke picks up that the dark trees radiate the same energy as the wild boar's black mist. Realizing it was all the rift's influence, Zeke then asks why she is guarding the domain, and Freya drops that it is to slow down and throw a wrench in the Cerberus clan's plans. Lika gets super confused and surprised by that piece of intel. While Zeke just takes it all in with a super chill look, Freya explains that if they clear the rift and bag the magic water, the Eldragon family's power will shoot way up, and the rival clan wants to stop that. On top of that, Freya warns they will have to deal with monsters pushed outside the domain, leaving Lika super intrigued and curious. The instructor confirms, bringing back up that this special rift only lets in up to 7 people holding at most a 3-star level. Edgy speaks up, confirming he heard the exact same info regarding the restrictions and strict rules of that special rift. Freya decides to show what happens in practice, extending her hand toward the glowing purple barrier guarding the entrance. In that instant, a heavy zap of energy knocks her back, and she comments that even a heavy hitter like her gets completely repelled. She explains that the exact same goes for high-level monsters ranked 4 stars or higher, because whoever lacks the right credentials simply cannot pass through. Freya adds that entry operates on a first-come, first-served setup, meaning no one else steps in until the previous group clears the site or gets wiped out. Zeke gets intrigued by how the barrier operates, deciding to take a step forward to touch it and test out that energy with his own fingers. He notices the lock strictly filters who gets through, remembering everyone saying it is impossible to smash that barrier using raw force alone. The Prota gets a purple glow in his eyes, saying that hearing that makes him want to try smashing it even more, but Freya tells him to listen. Up. Zeke gives a playful thumbs up with a wink, swearing he was paying total attention to everything, but the instructor instantly yells out that it is a lie, sighing. Freya says, since they have no clue when the Cerberus family will roll up, it is best for them to head inside right now, asking if everyone is set. Lika and the other warriors lock into a super firm stance, answering in unison with pure drive that they are more than ready. Catching the young fighters' resolve and trust, Freya nods her head and says it is time for them to move out. Freya watches in silence as the 7 youths walk through the portal's purple energy, wishing from the bottom of her heart that they give it their absolute best inside the rift. The group gets caught off guard by a bunch of wild deer-like animals with glowing eyes charging wildly in their direction. A giant stag with massive antlers charges in to attack, but Vanille steps up in front of the beast with complete chill, showing zero fear. With a quick battle shout, he spins his staff with mastery, whipping up a heavy gust of sharp wind that strikes the enemy head-on. Alan watches amazed and claps her hands, praising Vanille's splendid strike. Though he just answers back with total lack of interest, he stands analyzing the staff in his hands for a few moments with a super serious look, thinking about the way he delivered that hit. Aegis watches that scene from a distance and lets out a light grunt, looking second-guessing about the fighting style he just witnessed there. Back in the past, in the academy hallways, Aegis was walking casually when suddenly he overheard some familiar voices coming from a room. Curious about the noise, the guy decided to sneakily peek behind one of the giant stone pillars to see what was going down. He spots Zeke handing the big staff over to Vanille, leaving him super confused about what their actual goal is meeting up there. Vanille stares at the object with a face full of total disgust and annoyance, directly asking the proto what that is supposed to mean. Zeke answers with all the chill in the world and a friendly smile, reminding him he promised he would give him a special training routine. Vanille asks if he was being dead serious, and Zeke guarantees he was, because when he promises to pull something off, he always delivers. Zeke explains that this assignment will be a prime shot at real combat, which is why he wants Vanille to use that staff. Leaving his rival shocked, Vanille yells in frustration, asking if he actually wants him to pick up a totally brand new weapon in the middle of a mission, and the proto just nods along super pissed. The guy kicks the air, letting out a curse of frustration, while Zeke calmly keeps holding a few other staffs. Vanille turns his back in annoyance, stating he refuses to do that, complaining that forcing him to run such a weird piece of gear makes zero sense. Out of nowhere, Zeke channels a rapid flow of air that completely wraps around Vanille, leaving the platinum-haired youth super surprised and freaked out. With sweat dripping down his face, Vanille asks in shock how the proto can master and manifest that wind aura with such effortless ease. With a firm, golden, focused look, Zeke directly responds that the tiny detail of how he picked up the technique simply does not matter. Zeke holds the staff back out toward him, ordering him to just do what he was asked, leaving his opponent speechless and dead silent. Even so, the stubborn youth pulls a face, insisting he is not going to pull that off no matter what. To Zeke's slight shock and funny surprise, Zeke insists with a serious tone, telling him to just listen up, but Vanille keeps digging his heels in, flat out denying the proto's request. The two start bickering and fighting like total kids in the middle of the hallway, one screaming to do it and the other yelling wildly that he will not. Seeing there is no way around it, Vanille drops to his knees wiped out, recalling Zeke mentioned using an umbrella before, but the hero says he could not find one. He breaks down that the staff will act as the perfect temp backup since it shares the exact weight and feel, and that this will be the routine for now. Vanille asks in frustration what that actually means, while trying to move and pull off jumps to test out his flexibility with the staff. The guy vents that he knows zero staff routines, asking how he is supposed to train without even knowing the basics right before the mission kicks off. Zeke breaks into a super happy laugh, telling him not to sweat it, since he personally cooked up a custom martial art tailored specifically for him. The proto proudly unveils the name of his innovative creation, officially dubbing it the Phantom Wind Umbrella art back in the present inside the rift. Edges looks at the fallen beast and thinks to himself that it is almost unbelievable Zeke whipped that up. He notices Vanille's moves are way sharper and click right with his wind aura, wondering if the technique really was custom-made. Zeke praises the last hit, but Alan gets super curious, asking if he really was the one who came up with his rival's battle style. Intrigued by that wild drop of cooking up brand new fighting styles out of nowhere, Alan wonders who Zeke really is. And Vanille says he has zero clue either. Nearby, Lila just watches that whole curious exchange in absolute silence, keeping her eyes locked on her teammates' conversation. Zeke catches Lila watching him and decides to call her over in a super friendly tone. He asks if her name is Lila, and the purple-haired girl simply confirms with a light smile on her face. Lila takes the initiative to step a bit closer to Zeke to start a more direct chat with him. Bluntly, she directly asks if he was truly the one who cooked up that incredible fighting technique. Vanille, pulled off, Zeke proudly responds, yes, guaranteeing he built the whole thing, which leaves the girl intrigued, wanting to know how he pulled that off. With a super cocky smirk, the proto starts talking with all his usual full-of-himself energy. He full-on boasts that he managed to create the routine simply by being himself, striking a pose of ultimate pride. Lila claps her hands thinking it is super cool, while Sandy grunts from afar, saying creating martial arts from scratch is straight up impossible. Sandy lets out a long sigh of boredom and shakes her head, showcasing she does not buy a single word of the guy's wild talk Edges says coming from Zeke. The story actually makes sense, but Sandy shrugs it off and decides to ignore the whole topic. She just harshly mentions that what she actually wants most is for Zeke not to end up dragging down the rest of the squad during the run. Overhearing that, Vanille instantly turns around with a super pissed look, asking what she meant by dragging them down. Sandy fires back, asking if he is actually going to be fine running a brand new style he barely knows, considering he used to rely on poison in fights. She crosses her arms, restating with total honesty that this is her exact point, and the main reason for her second-guessing him. Vanille screams at her to shut it out of pure rage, while Alan yells back, standing up for her master, telling Sandy to show some respect when talking. Sandy mocks, asking if the truth hurts, telling the servant girl to do something about it, while Lika tries to jump in scared of the scrap. Edgy steps into the middle, laughing, asking them not to fight, reminding everyone they are allies now and need to team up to clear the rift. But Sandy flat out shuts down the idea, asking how she can team up with someone who tried to poison and nearly took Lika's life in the Academy tournament. Aegis slides up from behind, holding Sandy firmly by the shoulders to try to cool her down and pull her away from that heated fight. She keeps yelling that she refuses to accept that squad lineup while getting dragged away by Aegis, who sports an awkward smile. Zeke asks Lila if she is cool with everything, since he figured she might hold some bad blood against Veniel too. Lila calmly answers that she does not care, since the main thing for her is having the grand shot at jumping into the mission. Zeke laughs, complimenting her maturity, while the other squad members keep bickering in the background without reaching any middle ground. Sandy directly questions Lika on why she picked such dangerous people for the team. Leaving the blonde girl backed into a corner, Lika super genuinely admits she is not as unbothered as Lila regarding what went down, but that she made a purely logical call. She states that Veniel and Alan's sheer force is undeniable and necessary, making Alan praise the leader's wisdom compared to the rest of her house. Sandy gets pissed all over again, asking if she is looking for a fight, while Aegis tries to cool everyone down. Laughing awkwardly once more, Lika looks around with a super worried face, anxiously asking herself if this squad can actually manage to get along. Zeke notices the tournament rivalries are still weighing on everyone, thinking that this way it will be super tough to trust each other in battle. He knows that even if he does not show it openly, Veniel has his own goals inside there, but the beef has not been settled yet. The youth thinks a split squad is risky business, but if they manage to accept each other's true nature, they will turn into solid comrades. He walks looking at the dark trail ahead, thinking to himself that it is hard to tell what will end up happening from here on out. Suddenly, Lika lets out a surprised shout and points forward super hyped up, asking everyone to pay close attention to the path before them. The rift itself stands revealed. Floating in the air like a cosmic tear packed with super bright purple magic energy, Zeke takes a step forward to get a closer look, commenting, super surprised that there really is an actual tear right in the middle of space. Lika locks her eyes on the rift and puts on a super serious face, knowing their real mission is about to kick off right now. The warriors close in on the portal while Lika firmly warns everyone that they are finally about to step inside the special rift. She adds that not a single one of them has any way of knowing what kind of danger is waiting for them inside, keeping everyone on high alert. Lika drops the final order while gripping the handle of her massive sword, sharply telling everyone to stay ultra-focused. In response to the warning, Zeke just wears a hyped-up smile and starts cracking his knuckles with intense excitement. Bumping his fist together with major resolve, he enthusiastically shouts that it is time for them to finally push into the portal. Zeke is the first to make the call, stepping fully through the glowing portal, instantly getting wrapped up by that heavy purple aura. The other members start following right behind him, passing through the dimensional tear that seems to suck every single warrior inside. The exact second he steps onto the other side, the Prota's golden eyes glow intense, catching something off in the air. He freezes out of nowhere with a surprised face, catching Lila's attention, who gets confused and directly asks what just went down there. The guy decides to brush it off so he does not freak out his teammate, casually answering it was nothing. Going back to walking slow, Zeke takes the lead once again, inviting the rest of the exploration squad to march forward with resolve into that mysterious spot. With instructions laid out, all members of the elite squad start walking together toward the depths of the dangerous special rift. However, out of nowhere, something shocking goes down right before their eyes, making Lika go wide-eyed and drop a scream of pure terror. Even the Prota loses his usual cool, dropping his mouth wide open and letting out a surprised gasp at what he just witnessed. Sandy gets totally terrified upon realizing what is going down, letting out a panic scream right in the middle of that mess. As soon as they step inside the rift, everyone starts plummeting in free fall from a crazy height above the forest, panicking over the sudden drop mid-panic. Lika screams for everyone to stay cool and try to lock in on finding a safe way to land on the ground. Lika looks to the side and catches, to her total shock, a giant bird snatching Zeke out of the air with its talons while he just mutters thoughtfully. Sandy screams even more panicked, having zero clue what is happening, shouting Zeke's name as she watches him get carried away by the animal. Even while getting carried off, Zeke keeps his usual chill, simply noting to himself that this whole setup is pretty wild. Lika points desperately and yells for Zeke to hurry back, while he just lets out a fun gasp of surprise in midair. Edgy starts plummeting at high speeds too and yells Lika's name, worried about the imminent crash landing they will all take against the trees. He warns that landing safe is top priority right now, since the forest is way too close and they need to cook up a quick plan. Lika grits her teeth in frustration and stress as she sees the treetops rushing up toward her body in free fall. Veniel pulls a super annoyed face, thinking with disgust that not a single one of those idiots around him is worth a damn in times like these. He shouts out, calling for Alan, who answers instantly with total readiness, prepping to make a move alongside her master in synced fashion. Veniel starts spinning his staff at high speeds, popping his powerful Phantom Wind Umbrella art routine right in midair. Alan matches the move flawlessly, leveraging her wind-slicing fan style to boost the energy current even further. Together, the two merge their wind forces, creating a protective barrier to safely cushion the fall of the entire dropping squad. The massive wind whirlwind smoothly fades away around the treetops, breaking the full force of the impact that could have been lethal for them. Aegis manages to grab hold firmly onto one of the thick branches of a nearby tree, letting out a relieved sigh for dodging a brutal crash against the floor. Meanwhile, Veniel and Alan touch down on the ground with ultimate grace, using the remaining wind currents to slow down both of their landings. But the girls do not get the same soft landing luck, crashing right on their butts in the middle of the grass and groaning over the landing pane. Sandy screams, annoyed, telling them to pull off a cleaner landing next time, but Veniel coldly fires back that is not his problem. Aegis hops down from the branch and tells her to stop complaining, reminding her that thanks to those two's wind, they managed to come out of that drop mostly whole. Lila agrees with a smile despite rocking a super painful bump on her head, noting that at least everyone managed to make it out alive somehow. Aegis reads the area, coming to the point that things started off pretty rough, suggesting everyone drink up their healing potions to restore energy. Sandy and Lila instantly follow their teammates' tip. Quickly chugging down the greenish liquid from their healing flasks, Lika takes charge, thanking Veniel and Alan sincerely, fully acknowledging that their quick move ended up saving everyone right there. Such an honest show of thanks from the leader leaves both Veniel and Alan super surprised, not knowing how to react in the moment. Veniel looks away, claiming it would be a drag if the squad's power dropped and the mission failed, but Sandy tells him to just take the thank you. The others wonder anxiously what they should do now that Zeke was snatched far away, but Veniel coldly suggests they just forget about that guy. Lila cracks a smirk, asking if he is worried about the Prota, making the platinum-haired guy scream annoyed that he would never care about him. Sandy sarcastically notes that he simply cannot be real with his feelings, and Veniel grumbles with a sour face, denying everything once more. Aegis weighs in, saying maybe Veniel actually has a point this time, and that stressing over Zeke might be a total waste of time. Sandy gets startled by Aegis's drop, but he breaks down that the Prota would be totally fine on his own, and that honestly the squad itself is the one in danger. Here Sandy notices that even Lika looks unbothered by the hero's disappearance, asking herself, super intrigued, what the hell the others think he even is in Lika's mind. She recalls him pulling off absurd squats with total ease, while she herself was completely gassed during training. Aegis, on his end, remembers how Zeke ruthlessly and terrifyingly beat him in the tournament, showcasing power way past what anyone imagined. And in Veniel's memory, the Prota pops up stubbornly, forcing his training routine on him, acting with an attitude totally outside normal standards. In the end, everyone's unanimous conclusion on Zeke is that he is a straight-up monster, making Sandy wonder if she is the only normal person there. Aegis weighs that regardless. They will need to link up with him sooner or later, which turns into a major problem right at this point. The black-haired swordsman with a white streak worryingly notes they hold zero clues on which way to head from here on out. Lila speaks up, deciding to grab his attention, mentioning she remembered a super key detail while everyone was plummeting. The girl explains that while dropping from the sky, she caught a glimpse from afar of what looked like a massive, mysterious, glowing light pillar. Alan agrees, saying she saw something similar too, but points out that with all that free-fall chaos, telling the exact direction is impossible. However, to the other girl's shock, Lila points with 100% certainty and accuracy toward one specific side of the thick, dark forest surrounding them. With a super confident, calm face, she repeats with total certainty that the light pillar sits right in that direction. She pointed at Alan gets shocked, asking if she actually checked the route mid-fall, and Lila confirms supernaturally, saying she just memorized the path. Lika gives her props, noting that the bird that carried off the Prota flew in that direction too, suggesting everyone head toward that bright light. Lika mentions that Zeke would definitely go check out something as curious as that light, and Aegis agrees, making Sandy sigh over his weird quirks. Somewhere else, Zeke is chilling comfortably inside the giant bird's talons, thinking satisfied that things finally got super interesting. He finds it funny getting captured right off the bat upon stepping into the rift, but reflects surprised over never feeling a cross-dimensional presence before he recalls how the creature was already waiting for him on the other side of the portal barrier, concluding with a light smile that the whole thing was a solid run. The hero thinks about how he got split from Lika and the rest of the squad, but fully trusts they will manage to figure things out on their own. Out of nowhere, the giant bird lets out a weird screech in the air, making Zeke mutter curiously, trying to figure out what shifted on the ride. The animal suddenly drops Zeke from its talons, and the prota casually comments on whether that fun joyride through the skies is already wrapped up. He starts plummeting, looking down super carefully, asking himself if they finally reached the final destination of that journey. Zeke touches down smoothly and spots a nest packed with baby birds amid the sharp rocks, approaching them super calmly. The tiny chicks start chirping super cute and hyped up upon catching the arrival of that unknown guest in their nest. One of the tiny chicks opens its beak wide with glowing, drooling eyes, seemingly thinking the hero would make a delicious snack catching that funny reaction. Funny. Zeke lets out a surprised gasp and takes a quick hop back to safely back off from the nest. The wind blows soft through the massive rocky mountains and canyons wrapping around that mysterious rift region. Zeke sighs relieved, commenting surprised that he almost turned into bird food the second he landed in this weird place. The main bird lands in the nest, shaking from fatigue, letting out a super weak, shaky chirp, showcasing she is gassed and badly beat up. Zeke crosses his arms, thinking to himself that he really ended up in another insanely bizarre world full of unreal stuff. He recalls hearing there are terrifying chaos beasts inside rifts, directly asking the birds if they happen to be those creatures. Seeing the animal's gentle demeanor, Zeke steps up, saying she is way too cute to be a beast, while softly petting her smooth feathers. The hero takes a closer look at the bird's body, noticing she is covered in bad wounds and battle marks all across her feathers. Catching how skinny and weak she is, he genuinely asks what could have gone down to leave her in such a pathetic state. Zeke gets thoughtful, remembering he felt a heavy, strange, evil presence tailing the exploration squad the whole way through. Out of nowhere, a massive swarm of dark flying creatures pops up on the far horizon, blanketing the blue sky above the mountain peaks. Seeing the beasts closing in, the main bird panics, letting out a super scared chirp, frantically sheltering her chicks in the nest. They are terrifying, bizarre, giant insects wrapped in dangerous purple energy, rushing hungrily toward the canyon. The beasts look like giant praying mantises with razor-sharp claws and glowing pink-toned eyes that radiate scary bloodlust. The biggest beast of the lot lands before the nest with open jaws, screeching terrifically, ready to devour anything in sight. Zeke gets that the insects were hunting the birds, finding it bizarre to think that in this rift world, insects hunt birds. He reads the beast's sinister aura, realizing they are indeed chaos creatures, the grasshoppers being 3 stars and the leader a 4-star. While the predators surround the spot, the weak, injured, starving bird tries her absolute best to shield her chicks huddled at the bottom of the nest. The hero locks his gaze on the injured mother bird, silently asking himself what that animal will do before such a massive death threat. He asks himself if the bird will simply choose to fly off in a hurry to save her own skin and ditch the little ones. She shakes in terror as sweat drips down her feathers, fully aware of the deadly danger standing right before her and her helpless brood. But, surprising the hero, the bird stands up bravely and spreads her wings wide, set on fighting to the death for her chicks' lives. Zeke lets out an admiring gasp, seeing that impressive display of guts, putting on a super friendly, hyped-up smile. The chicks chirp loud in the nest to back up their mom, showcasing an insanely adorable family bond right in the middle of danger. The bird lets out a loud, defiance-filled screech against the predator swarm, proving she is more than ready to lay down her own life if needed. Zeke mentions, all smiles, that he really liked the bird's drive, friendly letting her know he will lend a quick hand in the scrap. The terrifying chaos beasts charge fiercely at them at high speeds, aiming to shred and devour whoever is in the nest. Zeke feels the enemy's killer intent on his skin, realizing killing and destroying is the sole survival instinct of those chaos beasts. He sprints fearlessly toward the beasts, shouting that he finally ran into the famous chaos everyone at the academy kept talking about. With a lightning-fast heavy punch, Zeke lands a direct hit on the first insect enemy, leaving the mother bird totally floored by that sheer force. The hero primes his next hit super focused and agile, gathering a massive load of his energy into his fists. With a single devastating punch, he blows up the Chaos Beast's body, sending a massive spray of green goo flying everywhere. The hero ends up covered in the beast's green goo, rocking an intensely bright, scary look, his eyes radiating pure energy. The predator swarm catches the youth's scary power, starting to back off freaked out, letting out some shaky squeaks of terror in the air. The main bird stands totally mouth agape in complete shock, unable to process the hero's overwhelming tier of power. The giant mantis leader lets out a high-pitched screech, ordering the whole swarm to fall back as fast as humanly possible. With a sharp, relentless glare, Zeke locks his glowing eyes straight onto the fleeing beasts, deciding to give them one last shot. The imposing presence of his energy takes the shape of a colossal beast in the air, deeply terrifying the swarm trying frantically to bounce. He coldly warns that if the insects turn back around right now, he will spare them, but if they still refuse to back down, their fate is sealed right here. He wraps up with a scary look, stating that if they want to keep scrapping, he will be more than happy to take them on and shred them without mercy. Facing that terrifying death threat, the Chaos Insect Leader breaks into a cold sweat, shaking in fear, fully aware of the lethal danger. Seeing the entire swarm decided to scram in a hurry, Zeke just watches them bounce, calmly muttering for them to get lost once and for all. The hero shakes the green goo off his arms, noting the insects are weird even when bouncing, deciding to clean himself off right after. He lets out a slightly tired sigh, thinking that dropping dragon pressure in his current energy state still takes a heavy toll on his body. The main bird lets out a super low, gentle chirp, looking with major awe and thanks toward the hero after he chased off every threat out of nowhere. The hungry chicks point chirping at the defeated insect body nearby, making Zeke mutter curiously to get what they want. Zeke catches they want to eat the slain prey, friendly telling them they can have it, leaving the main bird super happy and drooling. The chicks dive hungrily onto the chaos beast's body, starting to chow down super fast under Zeke's watchful, amused eye. Zeke starts connecting the dots, realizing the birds were likely cornered and ambushed by those giant insects inside the rift. He figures that after taking that heavy ambush from the predators, the birds barely managed to escape, flying back to their safe nest. And that in the middle of all that frantic, messy, high-altitude escape, the main bird got lucky enough to snatch him up like prey. Zeke stays silent for a second, just watching that adorable scene of the chicks feeding happy and full from afar. With a big smile, he thinks he almost turned into food, but takes it as a sign of fate, excitedly shouting that he just made a big call. The hero approaches the mother bird again, asking in a super friendly tone if she and her chicks are still super hungry. Facing her shaky chirp, Zeke pumps his fist with energy, enthusiastically proposing they both go hunt down more prey right this second. The animal opens her beak wide, letting out an insanely shocked, scared gasp upon hearing that sudden battle proposal from the guy. He proudly flexes his muscles, guaranteeing that so she never goes hungry again, he personally will train her to be an unbeat hunter from here on out. Meanwhile, in another dark section of the forest, a black suit boot steps with massive force onto the lifeless body of one of the rift's giant insects. One of the mysterious suit and hat fighters thoughtfully notes it is pretty intriguing that this special rift hooks up straight to the sky. The guy fixes his hat super slick and cold over his face, muttering without giving much care to that portal detail. Around him stand several other squad mates dressed in the exact same dark military gear, all gripping their massive swords firmly. The squad leader steps before a stack of fallen beasts, seriously ordering them to kick off the hunt for the giant lizard immediately. A week rolls by, and we run into weird, menacing giant caterpillars with pink eyes crawling and squeaking through the rift forest. Sandy opens her mouth wide, letting out a deafening scream of pure panic and gross out upon running straight into those scary, slimy creatures. Lika charges with agility, dropping a rapid slash infused with her heavy electric energy, cutting one of the rift beasts right in half. Sandy screams panicked, asking what kind of awful place this is, while Edges tells her to shut her trap once and for all instead of just screaming. He forcefully orders her to move fast and actually fight, while continuing to throw fast slashes at the crawling beasts all around. The white-streaked youth wipes off his sweat, tiredly noting that this seems endless, and that they have been fighting nonstop for a full week, with Lila agreeing. She pulls a tired face, saying she is already sick of fighting so many chaos beasts, drawing a laugh of agreement from her teammate. With insane agility, he locks in his moves, finishing off another chaos beast with a precise, fast strike from his glowing energy sword. He locks his glare super focused and serious on the surroundings. Always ready for any new enemy wave popping out of the woods, Lika leaps toward a group of enemies, channeling the power of her colossal sword with electric sparks crackling across her heavy weapon. She drops a devastating wave of electricity that spreads out like a massive thunder net, shocking and shredding several caterpillars at once. After the attack, she pauses for a quick moment to catch her breath, wiping some sweat off her forehead with her arm, feeling the fight fatigue. Lika rests her massive sword on the floor, asking out loud in a super concerned way if all her teammates are doing all right. Edgis watches her amazed, thinking surprised about how she can still move so fast, even after using so many gassing electric moves. Edgis hopes she is not pushing herself too hard just because she is the leader, while Sandy loudly complains that this whole thing is awful, and way too gassing Edgis jokes that they hit bad luck since she hates bugs, making the blonde girl drop an ultra-annoyed grunt at her teammate's punchline. Lika follows their chat with a calmer face, feeling that despite all the whining, the squad stays locked in and firm on the mission. Sandy huffs annoyed, but admits she knows full well that just whining is not going to help them wrap up this exhausting rift run any faster. Aegis lets out a friendly laugh, happily noting it really is a great thing that Lika's solid leadership is right there with them. Vanille pulls a face of pure boredom, grumbling with disgust that his biggest wish right now is just making it out of this dark forest. ASAP. Aegis looks at the green goo on his hands, dropping that the wind flow just shifted, signaling the forest exit must be super close. Sandy gets freaked out seeing him covered in filth, telling him not to come anywhere near her with that goo, while Aegis asks why he would lie about the exit. The wavy blonde-haired girl breaks into a giant smile of pure joy, learning that exhausting part of the run is finally wrapping up. Lika drops the final call, shouting hyped up for everyone to push hard all at once so they can make it out of the thick woods right away. Lika and Sandy run together with super happy, hyped faces, celebrating with full energy that they will soon be out of that super damp spot. Sandy cheers as she runs, stating she can finally say a permanent goodbye to all those slimy, gross bugs that tortured her so much. However, upon reaching the woods exit, Sandy freezes running out of nowhere with a confused face, catching something weird on the horizon ahead. She runs straight into a massive gray rock canyon, leading directly toward the bright, mysterious purple light pillar floating right there. Sandy drops her jaw in total shock, asking what comes next, while Aegis playfully mentions that this new spot looks like trouble too. The purple mystic light shines bright in the center of the rocky canyon, standing out impressively between the massive stone walls. Alan points, mentioning that is the light pillar they spotted while dropping from the sky, and Lila agrees, noting the squad is finally super close. Lika talks about the light with Aegis, and he nods, saying now that they are up close. The source of that glow is totally obvious. The light streams straight off the legendary Chaos Stone that Instructor Teach brought up to the whole group before they left for the rift. In a flashback at the L-Dragon main house days prior, Teach seriously explains that just bagging the magic water will not be enough to clear the job. Listening to the master, Zeke asks with crossed arms if that really would not be enough to call the mission wrapped. Lika steps up, reminding the Proto that honestly, fully finishing and clearing a rift also means shutting it down for good. Instructor Teach confirms, saying they need to smash the Chaos Stone, which acts as the power source for the rift, to lock it down permanently. Aegis recalls reading in a book that the Chaos Stone is an ultra-rare mystic mineral capable of opening portals and rifts in our world. Teach confirms the stone is the core source of everything, but seriously warns that this mineral's utility goes way past a simple portal. He opens his large record book, stating that honestly, the Chaos Stone can be described as the actual threat of the rift itself. Teach breaks down that the stone pumps out continuous energy to stay active, but that power ends up heavily corrupting the realm's entire ecosystem. That terrible, overwhelming dark energy ends up turning innocent living beings into wild chaos beasts with zero control. He flips through the book showing pics, breaking down seriously that beings end up completely altered and twisted. The master seriously warns the young squad that the sole survival instinct of chaos beasts is slaughtering anyone in sight. Teach explains that these beasts keep up the slaughter and destruction non-stop until they manage to conquer entire realms. They cross into, he wraps up, stating that after taking over a spot, they hunt for the next world, crossing rifts to keep spreading terror and pain. The instructor warns that this is how they start invading our world, making Zeke comment thoughtfully that this really is a major threat. Sandy thinks the job is a pain having to track down both the water and the stone, but Aegis steps in with a light smile, explaining it is not like that. The black-haired youth points at the book, explaining that magic water usually pools up super close to where the Chaos Stone sits. Teach confirms, explaining the main trait of the stones is that while they vary tons in shape, every single one radiates massive energy. The instructor wraps up guaranteeing seriously that as soon as they get close to the right spot, they will spot the stone instantly. Back in the present, Aegis points his finger, figuring that from here on out the squad just needs to head toward that massive energy glow. Sandy gets surprised, teasingly saying Aegis started dropping useful stuff instead of just insults, leaving the guy pulling a confused face. He laughs, saying if they can link back up with Zeke at that spot it will be perfect, drawing a brush off from Sandy, who turns her head away. Lika stays thoughtful, silently hoping Zeke already picked up on the Chaos Stone's presence on his own from another spot. Vanille says he does not care, telling everyone to step on it, getting annoyed again when Lila teases, asking if he is worried about Zeke's sandy comments, relieved that there are 0 weird bugs around, and Lila agrees that is awesome since everyone is super gassed, but Edgy's worryingly notes that near the stone, way more powerful chaos beasts usually linger. Directly warped by the power, Lika feels a super heavy vibe in the area, seriously in focus, telling the whole squad to stay on absolute high alert. The 6 youths keep pushing ahead together with major caution between the giant stone walls toward the mystic glow on the horizon. Vanille and the other girls keep their weapons drawn firm, moving with slow steps. Super focused through that dangerous rift, Lika notices with slight shock and relief that the squad finally made it to the spot without a single danger jumping them beforehand. Before them stands the majestic, colossal Chaos Stone, floating grandly in the center of a rock crater, glowing with pure energy. Lila notes the mineral radiates a super sinister, scary aura, while Alan takes in the giant size of the thing, impressed. Sandy comments disappointed that the setup is boring with 0 beasts, but a giant mysterious shadow starts dropping behind her. Right there, Lika catches the immediate danger in time, going wide-eyed, screaming with all her might for everyone to look up right now. All the youths react with flawless reflexes, taking fast hops back in synced fashion to dodge getting crushed by the threat. A super violent crash against the stone floor kicks up a massive curtain of dust and rubble right in the middle of where the squad was gathered. Lika drops into a battle guard stance with her colossal sword drawn, face sweaty and tense to see who pulled off that jump attack. A boot steps smoothly onto the ground inside that dust cloud, and a friendly voice lets out a fun gasp of surprise at the squad. The dust clears to reveal Zeke himself, rocking an ear-to-ear grin, waving friendly, saying it has been a minute since they last met. Lika breaks into a giant smile, nearly crying tears of joy seeing him totally fine, while Edgis just smiles satisfied and Sandy keeps her sour face. Everyone celebrates happy over the squad reunion, and Zeke cheerfully notes it is awesome seeing everyone still packed with energy. Alan and Vanille fire back with gassed faces, bodies covered in filth, grumbling that, honestly, they are in a pathetic state and totally wiped out. Zeke takes a better look at his squadmate's rough shape, muttering with his usual spacey vibe that things really do look tough. However, out of nowhere, Alan goes wide-eyed in complete shock, looking down, pointing her shaky finger toward the floor. She stammers, trying to point at something super shocking near the Prota's feet, leaving Zeke and the other girls totally confused. Zeke looks behind him, calmly starting to explain he took down that colossal beast right before the exploration squad showed up, seeing the insanely giant, bizarre size of the slain beast lying on the floor. Sandy pulls a face of gross out and pure horror. She drops another deafening terror scream upon running into that massive dead chaos beetle with pink eyes right at her feet. Edgis notices that was the heavy-hitter chaos beast the instructor warned about, while Zeke explains the bug just jumped him out of nowhere. Lika realizes the rift was empty because Zeke had already wiped out every chaos beast roaming the area prior to their arrival. Facing that absurd drop of news, the whole squad stands there with blank faces, thinking in unison how ridiculous and off the charts the Prota is. Pivoting topics, Zeke locks his focus on the giant stone, noting he had a hunch about it and decided to wait for everyone to roll up. Edgis confirms it is indeed a chaos stone, and Zeke instantly deduces the glowing water right underneath has got to be the legendary magic water. Lika and Sandy go wide-eyed, super intrigued and surprised hearing the word water. Tuning in on the Prota's find, right below the massive floating chaos stone sits a beautiful glowing crystal basin packed with pure, shiny liquid magic water. Zeke squats down close, excitedly confirming that is the magic water, leaving the girls fascinated and super surprised by the liquid's pretty glow. Lika starts scooping up the resource using small glass flasks, commenting amazed that the amount of liquid is way bigger than she imagined. Edgis notes, "You need to down a solid amount to get the effects," suggesting they scoop it all up fast so they can call the mission wrapped. ASAP, Lika happily nods along, continuing to fill the small glass pots with the shiny, glowing mystic substance. In no time, she wraps up the whole collection job, proudly showing off the 6 bottles packed full with the precious, glowing blue liquid. Lika holds up one of the containers, mentioning she heard the magic power trait varies and shifts totally depending on the color of that substance. After all, red, blue, and yellow usually grant specific elemental powers, but that water right there is completely clear and different. Zeke holds the flask right up against the sunlight, noticing the liquid actually holds a mysterious shade, shining with a super weird spectrum. Edgis grabs the flask, analyzing it too, agreeing the shade is weird, but guaranteeing he is 100% positive it is legit magic water. While the girls debate over the weird color, Vanille shrugs, complaining that everyone is fixating on silly, useless details. Out of nowhere, Zeke's instincts flare up to the max, his eyes going wide mid-thought as he senses a terrifying threat coming fast. Without thinking twice, he grabs Lika with full force, yanking her clear in a fast leap to save her from a devastating projectile zooming in. A powerful yellow beam of light cuts through the air, blasting the ground right where the youths were standing a second prior. Zeke and Lika roll together across the rock floor to cushion the hard leap, while dust and the blast impact echo through the area. Still spooked by the speed of that terrible strike, Lika pushes off the stone floor, dropping a super surprised, tense gasp. Heavy, confident footsteps start slowly echoing through the sharp rocks, signaling the arrival of the ambushers. The enemy leader in the suit and hat rolls up with smoke from his attack coming off his fingertip, snidely commenting they were quick to dodge. The guy rocks a super sinister tribal tattoo on his cheek, red eyes glowing with hate, derogatorily calling the squad little lizards. All 6 youths instantly drop into battle stances, super agile, holding their weapons firm before that new threat. Zeke, however, keeps his usual sarcastic face, playfully commenting that their opponents finally decided to show up. He slowly stands back up, repeating the tease against the suit crew, making the enemy leader furrow his brow. Intrigued by his attitude, Edgis gets worried over the exact timing of that sudden ambush, anxiously asking himself who those mysterious suited people actually are. Right behind the opponents, colossal, rabid wolves with glowing pink eyes emerge, confirming the invaders belong to the terrible Cerberus clan. Edgis recalls the entry limit that only 7 3-star or lower fighters could cross the rift, and that no one else was supposed to get in. He breaks out in a cold sweat, unable to wrap his head around how the invaders managed to bypass that strict dimensional cap to get there. The rival clan leader catches the total disbelief in the youth's eyes, mocking them by saying they must all be wondering how they got in. He extends his arm covered by a white glove, proudly showing off the golden bracelet with a glowing green gem strapped to his wrist. Lika carefully watches that golden mystic accessory with concern, muttering confused over what that shiny, powerful item actually is. The opponent breaks down that the artifact is called the Deceit Bracelet, and its power tricks the rift barrier. Bypassing level caps, Edgis gets shocked by the item's existence, shouting, mocking the enemy's stupidity for spilling such key intel so foolishly. The opponent casually pulls out a golden pocket watch, coldly firing back that revealing the secret does not matter one bit, because every single one of them. Zeke takes in those words from the opponent with extreme focus, locking his eyes sharply, coldly reading his posture. Snapping his watch shut with a quick gloved click, the enemy family leader wraps up with a wicked glare, stating everyone here dies today. In a split second, Zeke shoves Lika clear with force once again, acting fast upon predicting another lethal projectile coming through. The other suit fighters leverage the magic move Stone Cannon, hurling giant boulders that fly at Zeke at high speeds. One of the massive rocks rushes destructively straight at the hero, while Lika watches lying on the stone floor, helpless to do anything. The strike lands clean, triggering a giant flash blast, making Lika scream in desperation, shouting Zeke's name, terrified for her friend. In the middle of that chaos, one of the hat fighters takes a high leap from behind, sword drawn, ready to slice Lika by surprise. Lika turns around, panicked, totally frozen as she watches the opponent's sharp blade dropping at high speeds toward her. Edgis pops up in the nick of time, blocking the strike with his weapon to stop the enemy's lethal blow, gritting his teeth against the impact force. Right after, Edgis catches another fast move nearby, shouting Vanille's name as he sees him rushing fast into the brawl. Vanille screams annoyed, telling his teammate not to drop his guard under any circumstances, calling him an idiot while prepping to strike. He spins his staff, creating cutting air currents, ordering the opponent to get blown far out of the rift with wind power. But the rival leader nimble dodges the wind attack, pointing his fingers toward him to fire off another magic blast. The enemy points his fingers forward while holding his sword, ready to cast a spell. The rival casts his stone projectile magic, firing a rock at high speed toward the squad. Several other suited men fire their stone projectiles too, creating a devastating rock shower. Edgis grumbles annoyed while quickly dodging the giant rocks flying his way. Sandy uses her massive sword to block, while Alan nimbly dodges the incoming rocks Lika runs scared upon. Catching one of the stone projectiles heading straight for her, Lika yells at the enemy to take her hit. Discharging electric lightning into the ground with all her force, the suited opponents quickly jump to dodge the heavy electricity spreading across the floor. Edgis warns everyone that their opponents are rushing them fast. Sandy complains about the attack, yelling for Aegis to jump in and fight the enemy group head-on. Aegis gets confused looking back, worryingly catching that the situation is looking really bad. Alan gets nervous noticing the movement around, starting to say they seem to have. She wraps up saying they ended up split up right in the middle of that combat chaos. Now every pair of fighters stands isolated, surrounded by one of the dangerous rival clanmen. Aegis thinks about buying time to regroup, asking if they belong to the Cerberus family hunting for the magic water. He stares firmly at the opponent, who glares back from a distance ahead. The suited man coldly replies he has zero left to chat about with them. Aegis gets super pissed, gritting his teeth at the opponent's dismissive answer. Lika thinks about Zeke, but tries to lock in so she does not go down, catching that the enemies rank at a 4-star level. The 4-star rank is known as the wall separating average folks from real-deal geniuses through sheer hard work alone without natural talent. The absolute peak an average person can hit is 3 stars. The 4-star tier is a realm that only those born with genuine talent can ever reach. There is a massive power gulf dividing those two fighter categories. Lika holds zero doubts about the extreme danger she is facing right at this moment. She catches terrified that the guy leading the rival clan sits at a 5-star rank. She knows if the leader moves, it is game over. Even if they manage to beat the opponent right in front of them, Lika recalls the earlier strike, deducing the leader is an insanely skilled mage. The leader points forward, coldly ordering his minions to finish every single one of them off at once. One of the suited opponents holds out his hand, shouting to cast his magic summon. Lika stands shocked, seeing thick purple energy rise from the ground right in front of her. Giant dark wolves emerge from the magic mist, acting as mounts for the enemies. Aegis grits his teeth surprised, catching that his opponent just summoned battle beasts. Alan screams terrified, asking what that dog-shaped 3-star beast even is. Lika feels desperate before that awful setup. Sensing there is zero hope left out of nowhere, Zeke casually pops up, holding a giant boulder with just one hand. The suited man stands totally shocked, looking to the side, taking in that unreal scene. The hero takes a firm step forward, cracking the stone floor with the force of his movement. Next, he primes himself, hurling that solid boulder with effortless ease. Zeke tracks the mark with a serious, focused look, while the rock flies at high speeds. The rock hits the spot with devastating force, forcing the enemy to scramble away from the rubble blast. He holds his hat annoyed, asking himself how Zeke can still move after tanking the previous strike. Zeke says it was a letdown, since he was hyped to see what real magic power actually looked like. He lifts another giant rock with one hand, mockingly asking if their strength was really just that. Lika feels relieved seeing her friend whole, yelling in joy that he is safe. Zeke drops a confident, cocky smile, naturally answering that, of course, he is fine. He lets go of the giant projectile he was holding to pull off another play against their rivals. He boots the giant rock toward the suited opponents with crazy force and precision. Zeke rushes at high speeds right behind the giant rock, grumbling with full drive. The opponent gets shocked seeing the massive rock flying his way again without giving him room to breathe. The suited enemy nimbly leaps back to dodge the crushing impact of that massive rock. Zeke mockingly asks if the scrap was just going to be a game of throwing rocks. He adds that even he could pull off something that simple. The rival clan leader grits his teeth in pure hate upon getting taunted like that. The leader admits Zeke's stamina was unexpected, but quickly readies himself to make a move. He calmly pulls out his pocket watch, showcasing he still holds full grip over the situation. The man states their end will be the exact same, starting to cast a new magic summon. Another giant dark wolf with purple eyes pops up, snarling super fiercely. Zeke gets surprised and hyped seeing there is magic capable of summoning actual beasts. He shouts, celebrating. While the enemy stands confused by such a meaningless reaction, the leader asks if the kid really has not caught on that he is at a complete disadvantage here. Zeke thoughtfully analyzes the setup, agreeing the current situation is a bit unfavorable. The rival leader just glares at him seriously, waiting for the kid's next move. However, Zeke drops a confident smile, signaling he still holds an ace up his sleeve. Out of nowhere, a loud noise echoes through the sky, grabbing everyone's attention on the field. The suited man looks up freaked out, unable to get what is going down up there. Tiny glowing specks start dropping from the sky in a mysterious, eye-catching way. The opponents watch, surprised, as giant outlines plummet fast toward them. Giant, adorable birds crash land out of nowhere, with force right in the middle of the brawl. One of the massive birds lands heavily right next to Lika, scaring the girl. Another giant bird falls from the sky, kicking up dust near Alan, and Sandy. Lika stands completely speechless, stammering confused at that bizarre arrival. the adorable yet giant beast glares at the dangerous enemy wolf with total chill. The giant bird drops a friendly sound while breathing calm before danger. Everyone in the squad gets shocked, screaming terrified at the presence of those massive birds. The rival clan leader catches that those beasts are native to that exact spatial rift. Zeke pets the bird, saying they made it back right on time, asking if they ate well. Aegis approaches confused, asking Zeke where those giant birds even came from. Zeke answers with all the chill in the world that those birds are actually his disciples. He breaks down with crossed arms that he took care of them a bit while the rest of the squad was out. He recalls training the birds, running after them, telling them to pick up the pace. He also threw hits at the birds to make sure they could tank physical strikes. The guy fed the beasts giant bugs, saying eating well is part of the routine. Zeke notices the birds got way stronger. While Aegis still tries to process the story, Lika stands in disbelief, indignantly asking herself what Zeke was doing during his absence. Zeke ignores her face, asking the birds if they want to do a post-meal workout routine. He points forward, ordering his disciples to take care of those stray dogs from the rival clan. The giant birds chirp loud, showing total drive to kick off the scrap. The purple-eyed wolves rush forward, growling fiercely at the new threats. The giant birds take off at full speed too, ready for the impact clash. While the beasts fight in the background, Zeke turns to the leader, breaking down the whole setup. The hero tauntingly grins, saying now they hold more than enough force to take the match. The rival clan leader coldly draws his glowing blade, brushing off the bird's backup. He glares at the Prota sharply, telling him not to get so full of himself. In a split second, the two clash, trading lightning-fast sword strikes. Lika yells, worried for Zeke, but Vanille orders the girl to lock in on her own fight ahead. He seriously breaks down that they will not manage to win if she keeps getting distracted non-stop. Vanille speaks rigidly, telling his squad mate to worry about herself first. She apologizes, agreeing that Vanille is 100% right about the fight. She squares up before the suited man, who glares back ready to restart the scrap, gripping her colossal sword firm. Lika preps to beat that opponent once and for all. The opponent asks why they stopped, tauntingly saying their friend will go down if they do not step it up. The suited enemy grits his teeth in rage, arrogantly calling Lika a brat. He yells furious, saying that will never go down, charging all out, dropping a devastating hit. Lika blocks the enemy's heavy technique called mudslide slash with her giant sword. Vanille clicks his tongue seriously, prepping to jump into the fight with his staff in hand. He starts spinning his staff fast, generating heavy magic wind currents around him. Vanille fires off the gale-piercing technique, making the opponent back off scared from the cutting wind. Lika instantly catches that the opponent left an opening in his defense, prepping to counter. She uses the Thunder Flash technique, unloading a heavy electric strike against the enemy. The opponent skids back, catching that the wind attacks him from afar, while the lightning strikes up close. The man grins sinisterly, commenting that they really are the talented brats leading the clan. Vanille gets impressed that he barely scratched the enemy, and Lika agrees that it is super annoying. Vanille looks to the side, confused, hearing his teammate talk so calmly like that. She drops a confident smile, saying they can beat the opponent as long as they fight together. Vanille gets flustered and slightly surprised by the girl's unexpected words of trust. He quickly turns his head away to hide his embarrassment, overtaking that sudden compliment. Next, Vanille locks into combat with an annoyed face, but totally set on fighting alongside her. The suited man points his sharp blade directly at the young pair in a threatening way. In another corner, Aegis struggles to raise his katana to guard against non-stop rushes from another enemy. He lets out a grunt of effort while trying to strike the suited opponent, who moves super nimble. The rival points his fingers at Aegis, firing his stone projectile point blank at the hero right then. Lila's mystic staff starts glowing intensely with sonic magic. She casts the sonic shockwave spell, pumping out heavy purple energy around the area. The massive sound wave blasts violently across the field in devastating fashion. The suited man is forced to use his magic to try blocking the sound attack's destructive impact. He quickly raises a giant stone wall from the ground to guard against Lila's magic blast. The heavy shockwave slams into the rock barrier, kicking up heavy smoke and debris on sight. But the enemy leaps from behind the wrecked wall, prepping his sword technique at high speeds. He jumps super high, throwing a dangerous sand slash straight at Lila. Aegis pops up fast, sliding across the floor, dropping into a guard stance using his single sword thousand blade style. The hero executes the light blade technique to masterfully intercept the strike heading for his teammate. The opponent gets surprised by Aegis's agile counter, trying to dodge the light slash mid-air. Aegis's hit grazes the side of the opponent's suit, spilling some blood on the floor. The man gets legit pissed, pointing his fingers, screaming that the weak brats crossed the line. He leaps backward to avoid getting caught by Lila's mystic staff, which was already primed to attack. She spins her staff nimbly, popping the wave strike technique to create magic ground ripples. The enemy catches the hit coming through the floor, holding out his glowing hand, saying he can read her move. He stomps firm, channeling heavy earth magic to block Lila's technique instantly. Several sharp rocks pop out of the ground around Lila, trapping her in an earth prison. Lila gets completely cornered and shocked, finding herself trapped inside that rock barrier. The suited man capitalizes on the opening, firing more stone projectiles at the pair. Edges frantically jumps in front to cover Lila, shouting her name while blocking the lethal strikes. The rival rushes fiercely, dropping another sand slash to wrap up the scrap for good. Edges breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he will have to block that massive impact with his already worn-out sword. The two swords collide violently, triggering a giant impact wave that skids the hero's feet back. Edges tensely notices his katana blade is cracking, fearing his weapon will snap at this rate. The enemy looks at the blade, mockingly asking if his sword could take another hit. He quickly casts his stone needle technique right beneath the immobile hero's feet. Edges looks down in complete desperation, catching the immediate danger surging right below him. The massive solid rock spike shoots up brutally, hitting the guy with devastating force. Edges gets blasted far away by the hit's sheer force, sliding heavily across the rock floor. Winded, he admits the 4-star enemy is insanely strong, and Lila agrees. Super tense, Edges starts seriously reflecting on the earlier sword strike, trying to crack the mystery behind it. He recalls Venil's wind magic aura and how it operates during close-quarters combat. He also remembers the destructive electric aura Lika usually channels to boost her physical strikes, but he catches that he feels zero special magic energy in the opponent's sword aura. He wonderingly asks himself if the opponent was somehow fusing a normal sword with earth spells. The suited enemy slowly approaches, mockingly saying dealing with pure magic would be trouble enough. Edges shifts into tactical mode, trying to sift through every angle to figure out how to handle that danger. Lila anxiously asks if he will really be fine fighting like that, and the youth answers with confidence. He explains that for now, yes, but seriously warns that the opponent's altered blade is lethal. Lila mentions worriedly that his weapon will snap first if they keep purely guarding physical hits. Lila catches Edgis's sudden reaction as he seems to have finally cracked the enemy's secret. Edgis lets out a hyped shout, catching that he finally exposed the technique's weak spot. The opponent calmly approaches, mockingly asking if they finish setting up their strategy. Edgis just sports a side smirk, showing he is now 100% positive of his victory. The Cerberus clan man finds that attitude weird, asking what the kid finds so funny there. Edgis mockingly replies, he just thinks everything will work out for them. Starting right this second, the rival says he talks way too much for a loser, shouting for the kid to vanish once and for all. He rushes in, throwing a heavy slash, but Edgis manages to dodge by rolling super fast across the floor. The man yells furious, demanding the kid not act so cocky just because he hit a 3-star rank. Edgis uses his weakened katana once more to hold back the force of the enemy blade's terrible impact. Lila leaps from above with all her force, prepping a strike with her mystic staff to assist her comrade. The enemy looks up, mockingly shouting he already warned he could read all her moves. The weapons collide, triggering a giant golden light blast right in midair while they trade. Hits Edgis mentally confirms his tactical plan played out exact to how he drew it up earlier. He wears a slick smile, adding that he also managed to see the weak spot crystal clear. The hero lets out a heavy battle cry, dropping a lightning-fast diagonal slash from bottom to top. He flawlessly pulls off a move from his single-sword 1,000-blade style against the rival. Edgis glows intense while unleashing his most destructive secret technique to end that fight. He delivers the supreme 5 blades technique, cutting the air at straight-up unreal speeds. The hit rushes, tearing open the suitman's chest, who gets launched back, gushing tons of blood, spitting tons of blood. The opponent stammers in disbelief that it is impossible for a 4-star rank to get beat. He drops completely motionless on the stone floor, refusing to accept he lost that scrap to a 3-star warrior. Edgis calmly sheathes his weapon, sighing relieved to finally wrap up that tough fight. Lila rushes over to Edgis to check on her teammate's physical shape. She asks if he is doing fine, and the guy answers, yes, thanks to finding a gap in the defense. Lila stares at him super confused, not quite getting how he spotted such a subtle opening. Edgis friendly reveals that honestly, Lila herself was the one who exposed that massive opening to him. He breaks down that the enemy cannot run magic and swordsmanship at the exact same time, since the enchant drops upon casting. Whenever the opponent decided to use his earth spells to attack or defend from long range, He temporarily lost the full physical edge his swordsmanship granted for close-quarters combat. As such, a super brief vulnerable gap existed at the exact moment he swapped between the two. Edgy says he simply capitalized on that gap, humbly thanking Lila while she claps happily. The warrior slowly gets up, worryingly asking himself how their other teammates' fights are faring. In another corner of the rift, Sandy flies at lightning speeds wrapped in heavy electric discharges. She flawlessly executes the Thunder Flash attack, unloading lightning straight onto the suited rival. The opponent clicks his tongue, super annoyed upon dodging that heavy electric rush. Right after, Alan pops up, spinning her metal fans fast to whip up sharp wind gusts. She fires her powerful gale projectile technique straight toward the rival clanman. Sandy screams, freaked out seeing the giant wind blast pass super close to her. She nimbly leaps backward with her sword to dodge her own ally's attack. She snaps at Alan in a total rage, screaming that she almost got wiped out by that gust of wind. Alan just sighs in boredom and fires back that Sandy was simply too slow, driving the blonde insane. Their opponent takes advantage of the distraction, mockingly pointing out how close the two of them seem to be. Right after that, a massive explosion of dirt slams into the ground directly between the two warriors. They click their tongues in frustration and immediately drop into their most serious battle stances. Alan quickly casts Wind Wall to build a defensive barrier against the rising dust. Sandy admits exhaustedly that a 4-star opponent is way too tough to handle, and Alan agrees. Alan complains that her attacks are missing because Sandy keeps getting in the way. Sparking an indignant outburst from her, Sandy shoots back that her own attacks are missing because Alan won't stop blocking her path. She screams that the same goes for her rival, but is cut off mid-sentence by an incoming rock shell attack. Alan casts Tempest Blade to shatter the enemy's strike, pissing Sandy off with the awful timing of the irony. Both of them yell at each other to watch out for the enemy's lightning-fast follow-up attacks. The opponent taunts them, calling their teamwork childish and mocking them as nothing more than kids. Sandy locks eyes with the man with a lethal glare, threateningly asking him what he just said. The blonde admits that their teamwork might be childish, but warns him that there's more to it. With a vein popping on her forehead, she screams that she absolutely hates hearing comments like that from him. Alan reluctantly agrees, taunting him right back by saying he seems like the weakest 4-star warrior out there. The enemy turns bright red with rage after being called weak by a pair of mere students. He charges forward, his aura flaring with fury, telling them both to die while tasting their own weakness. Sandy quickly shouts Alan's name as the enemy's dangerous attack closes in. She flashes a confident smirk and yells that she'll cover Alan so she can finish off the fight once and for all. Alan gets a bit confused and complains, asking who gave Sandy permission to decide that on her own. But a second later, she sighs in resignation, accepting that they have no choice but to work together. Alan flawlessly executes her wind-slicing fan technique to hold back the enemy's advance. She fires off her gale projectile spell, launching razor-sharp blades of green air. The enemy uses his purple earth magic to block the projectiles, screaming that it's useless. However, his eyes widen in shock as he realizes Alan's wind is suddenly pinning his movements down. She smirks, revealing she pumped extra wind energy into the spell to trap him. Long enough, Sandy swoops in from above, holding her giant lightning sword. Responding with absolute confidence, she locks her determined gaze on her opponent and shouts for him to take the full force of her strike. Sandy unleashes her furious thunder portal attack directly onto the suited man. The opponent staggers back in agony. Clutching his wounded chest while gritting his teeth in pure hatred, Alan raises her metal fan with elegance and mocks him, saying he really doesn't know when to give up. She rushes in at top speed, delivering a falling dust wind kick to finish the job. The rival clan member lets out a desperate scream of pure agony as the attack hits him dead on. He crashes hard onto the stone floor, knocked out cold and completely defeated. Sandy wears a look of absolute pride over their achievement, while Alan just stares at her with her usual coldness. But right after, Alan gets annoyed and complains that her partner was far too soft at the crucial moment. Alan demands that she finish off enemies properly, and Sandy screams back in a furious rage. Sandy yells while pointing at herself, saying Alan's attack only landed because of her support. Alan lets out a deeply frustrated sigh, mocking her by pointing out that she still couldn't finish him off. The fallen opponent mutters bitterly from the stone floor that he can hear their shouting loud and clear. In another part of the spatial rift, another enemy points his fingers to fire off a rock projectile. Vineal sprints across the battlefield, desperately dodging the shower of stones raining down around him. He plants his feet and spins his staff, using his phantom wind style to defend himself. The hero casts Whirlwind Impact, creating barriers of air that deflect every single projectile. The suited opponent finds it extremely annoying and refocuses his magic power to strike again. Meanwhile, Lika rushes in at full speed, preparing her giant thundersword stance. Lika leaps toward the opponent, ready to unleash her first secret technique cloaked in lightning. She executes her devastating celestial thunder strike with all the force of her electric blade. The violent impact completely shatters the stone floor around them with a massive boom. Lika puts all her strength into the strike, trying to crush the dangerous opponent's defense. The Cerberus clan member digs his feet into the ground and raises his weapon to absorb the terrifying shock. He activates his style's sword and earth unity technique, channeling the ground's strength into his defense. Lika gets spooked when she notices the earth's energy reacting strangely at that exact moment. The entire lightning discharge from her attack ends up redirected and absorbed directly into the dirt ground. She breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing her electrical power has been completely neutralized. The opponent seizes the opening to counterattack hard, shattering part of the girl's defense. Lika is sent flying back, quickly trying to recover her balance while keeping her massive sword raised. The enemy leaps forward with a violent sand slash aimed straight at her, making her click her tongue in stress. He lets out a contemptuous grunt and connects with a clean, hard kick, sending her flying away. The girl gets thrown back violently, struggling to recover from the brutal impact. The rival clan member watches her fall with a look of extreme coldness and total superiority. Out of nowhere, Vanille leaps in to help, launching a gale projectile technique at the opponent. He grits his teeth in concern, noticing the enemy spotted his rapid approach from behind. The opponent nimbly dodges, leaping backward to avoid Vanille's razor-sharp wind. Lika thanks him, completely exhausted, and Vanille replies that he simply took advantage of the opening the enemy left. She agrees with deep concern, realizing that Warrior is freakishly strong and dangerous. She concludes in alarm that he must be one of the strongest 4-star warriors around. They quickly take cover behind a massive rock to try and catch their breath. She knows his ground-binding sword technique neutralizes her lightning, and that he barely leaves any openings. The only weakness she spotted was during his lightning-fast transition between spellcasting and physical attacks. She laments that even though she specializes in speed, she's still not agile enough to exploit that tiny gap. She notices that even Veniel is struggling, and calls out to him nervously. She warns him that they won't win like this, and asks if he can use some poison to help them out. He reminds her bitterly that Zeke drank all his poison before. They left, claiming it wouldn't count as real training, otherwise he complains that the guy even detoxed the poison stored in his own body, leaving Lika completely stunned. With that option gone, both of them lament that they have no obvious way to exploit the enemy's opening. However, Vanille's expression shifts, and he says there actually is one single alternative. Lika's eyes widen in utter surprise as she asks him what he means by that. Suddenly, the Cerberus clan member reappears impossibly fast, shouting that they seem way too relaxed. They dodge out of the way as rocks explode, and Lika screams, asking what his plan actually is. Vanille shouts back, firmly ordering her to hit the opponent with her fastest technique. Lika stammers that her raw speed won't be enough, but he assures her he'll handle that part. Her eyes widen when she hears the absolute determination in her teammate's voice. He rushes forward, staff in hand, but adds that it's okay if she can't bring herself to trust him. Lika leaps right beside him, wrapped in golden lightning, and screams with conviction that she trusts him. She lets out a fierce shout of determination, repeating that she completely trusts Vanille's skills. Vanille sprints at top speed, locking all his focus on the dangerous enemy's position. The duo moves in total sync, determined to execute the plan perfectly to win the fight. The opponent shouts with total confidence that the outcome won't change, launching his stone needles. Sharp spikes of solid rock erupt from the ground, trying to impale the duo as they sprint forward. Lika manages to leap nimbly, channeling every ounce of her electrical energy into her blade. She swings a powerful slash to shatter the rocks in her path, clicking her tongue from the exertion. Right after, Vanille spins his staff masterfully, triggering his whirlwind impact technique. The gale of wind slams violently into the suited enemy's barrier, making him complain in frustration. Vanille shouts at the top of his lungs that this is her exact moment to land the final blow. Lika flies in fast, her eyes glowing with fury as she readies her sword to deliver the cut. The opponent calls the young girl a fool as he raises a massive, pointed earth stake from the ground. He dives from above, shouting that he's going to turn her into a literal pincushion of rocks. Suddenly, Vanille screams that he won't let the enemy pull that off no matter what. With wind-like speed, he steps into the line of fire and masterfully deflects every single incoming attack. The rival clan member notices the wind barrier and quickly readies his defense. He extends his arm, shouting to create a rock plate right in front of him. To absorb the impact, Vanille yells that he can read his movements like an open book, unleashing his whirlwind impact to trap the man. Lika locks her gaze onto the target as she realizes her ally's wind trap worked perfectly. The suited opponent tries to move, but finds himself completely paralyzed by the intense tornado around him. Vanille keeps the wind vortex spinning, making sure the enemy stays vulnerable and defenseless. Lika seizes the opening, channeling the full power of her giant thunder sword art. She lets out a fierce yell, screaming with all her determination as she lunges right at him. Lika flawlessly executes her devastating flash of thunder right into the opponent's chest. The Cerberus clan member takes the full brunt of the massive electrical shock. Screaming in absolute agony, he drops to his knees, completely scorched and smoking from the terrifying power of the lightning. His sword clatters to the rocky ground, signaling the defeat of the powerful enemy. Vanille explains that he used his wind aura to boost Lika's body speed, making up for her lack of quickness. Lika gives a tired, grateful smile, realizing just how brilliant his strategy really was. Vanille gets a bit self-conscious and shyly asks why she trusted his plan so blindly. Lika starts remembering all the tough times they've faced together in the past. She offers a gentle, warm smile as she looks directly at her proud clanmate. She mentions that a lot of complicated things have happened between them in the past, but she says she chose him to lead the expedition team and trusted him precisely because of that history. She finishes by thanking him warmly, saying their victory was entirely thanks to him. Vanille's green eyes widen slightly, left completely speechless by her genuine gratitude. He tries to hide his embarrassment by turning away, claiming he only helped so they could win, which makes Lika laugh. Lika lets out a tired groan and changes the subject, anxiously remembering the 5-star leader. Both of them look nervously toward where Zeke was fighting the terrifying enemy leader. Her eyes widen and her jaw drops in absolute shock at what she sees right in front of them. Lika screams Zeke's name in sheer panic as she sees him completely buried under a mountain of rock spikes. However, Zeke's firm fist shatters the rocks with ease, breaking out from inside the prison. He simply sprints out from the falling debris without a single scratch on his body. Zeke lets out an insane laugh, shouting that this is awesome and absolutely amazing to witness. The protagonist rushes forward, laughing like a maniac, demanding that the suited opponent use even more magic. The 5-star leader stares at him with a confused and serious expression as he readies another spell. He activates his style's sharp rock armor magic to try and block Zeke's crazy advance. The leader swings a massive sword strike, but Zeke dodges it effortlessly by leaping into the air. He smirks and says that no matter how much rock the enemy uses to cover himself, it won't make a bit of difference. Zeke focuses his strength into his fist while dodging more razor-sharp rock spikes launched by his opponent. The suited enemy fires off a devastating earth-crushing rupture that tears through the ground with extreme violence. Zeke just glances down at the ground, shattering wildly beneath his feet with mild curiosity. With superhuman agility, he plants his hand and feet on the floating rocks amidst the explosion's smoke. The boy leaps through the chaos, shouting excitedly that the whole thing is insanely fun. The 5-star leader is completely stunned to hear the boy's crazy laughter ringing through the dust. Soaring high in the sky, Zeke shouts happily that he's truly enjoying this incredible fight. He lands smoothly on his feet on the stone ground and makes a thoughtful comment about the rest of the rift. The boy flashes a wicked smile and informs the leader that it looks like all his teammates have already won one of Zeke's giant bird. Disciple screeches loudly with pride, standing tall in the middle of the battlefield. The giant birds stand victorious, stepping on top of the enemy wolves that are completely knocked out. Edgis and Lila watch the victory from afar, casually commenting that they'd love for the rest of the day to go like this, while Sandy and Alan are still arguing. Edgis and Lika watch Zeke's fight with deep concern. The 5-star leader flies into a rage, seeing his allies lose to mere 3-star kids. He fixes them with a menacing, furious glare, showing that the battle is far from over. Zeke senses a sudden, massive surge in the surrounding magic energy and mutters in intrigue. The rival clan opponent pounds his chest hard, releasing an immense amount of magic power. A massive pillar of golden light erupts from his body, forcing Lika to block her face with her arms. She clicks her tongue, struggling to withstand the insane wind pressure spreading outward. The leader determines that he will complete the mission, even if it costs him his life in the process. Edgis is stunned by the sudden, terrifying intensity of the new energy radiating from the enemy. Alan shouts nervously, warning everyone that something extremely dangerous is about to break loose. Vanille yells right after, warning that the threat is coming from directly underneath them. Dozens of rock spikes begin shooting out of the ground, and Lila runs around confused, asking if it's magic. Aegis notices the entire terrain changing rapidly in response to the man's immense power. The enemy clan leader is engulfed in a massive explosion of golden power that makes the earth tremble. Zeke casually dodges a flying rock, thoughtfully analyzing the sudden spike in his opponent's power. He notes that both the hardness and sharpness of the rocks are now on a completely different level. The protagonist wonders if the opponent is forcing his own magic power into a berserk state. Indeed, his power explodes exponentially, lifting massive boulders that float high above him. Vanille watches the scene, gritting his teeth, knowing the situation has turned critical. The floating rocks begin fusing into a gigantic, destructive mass right above the battlefield. Zeke lets out an excited smirk, hyped by the sheer size of the massive rock floating in midair. Lika screams in desperation as she realizes the enemy leader intends to drop that entire rock mountain on them. Aegis warns that escape is impossible and that there's nowhere to hide from an attack of that scale. He adds nervously that the Chaos Stone itself will be obliterated by the impact. The Chaos Stone floats nearby. Glowing intensely purple amidst the massive magic disruption, Lila asks if destroying the stone wasn't their actual goal, and Aegis explains that the moment it shatters, he finishes nervously, stating that the special rift will instantly start closing up. Sandy screams in panic, realizing they'll all end up trapped inside if the portal shuts down. Vanille yells at her to stop screaming and focus on stopping the opponent's devastating attack. He complains that the intense golden wind pressure is preventing any of them from getting close. The opponent plants his stance firmly, gripping his blade while channeling all his energy into it. He smirks maliciously, shouting that it's too late and that they're all going to die right here. The enemy readies his falling star technique right on top of the Chaos Stone. Vanille and the rest of the team watch the gigantic floating rock, completely frozen in shock. In contrast, Zeke begins to focus, dropping into a calm stance to step in and stop the attack. Sandy screams at the top of her lungs for everyone to blast that giant rock with everything they've got. Aegis casts his style's secret, supreme 5-blade technique. Lila activates the secret heaven-piercing sound technique, her staff glowing with purple energy. Vanille and Alan combine their secret techniques of mystical wind and slicing fan to strike together. Sandy and Lika scream as they trigger their dust wind, and celestial thunder strikes with their giant swords. All the young warriors' attacks collide violently against the massive rock in midair, triggering massive explosions. Lika's jaw drops in absolute horror as she realizes the giant rock mass took virtually no damage. Sandy turns pale and stammers in disbelief, seeing that their combined attack failed miserably. The gigantic floating mountain of stone begins plummeting straight toward the group at terrifying speed. The opponent tells them to give up, stating that the spell carries magic power equivalent to a 7-star level. He explains that no matter how many 3-star fighters band together, they will never break it. Vanille calls out angrily to Alan as green wind currents continue thrashing around the area. A massive vortex of green wind spirals into the sky, attempting to slow down the meteor's fall. Gripping her mystical staff, Lila admits with frustration that their power just isn't going to cut it. Zeke observes the impending destruction with total calm, simply letting out a thoughtful hum. Zeke flashes a confident, toothy grin, showing he isn't the least bit worried about the situation. Seeing his reaction, Lika is completely baffled and screams Zeke's name, having no clue what he's planning. He flies toward the meteor, thinking that merely unleashing his aura with his current body won't be enough to shatter that huge rock. So, Zeke hypedly concludes that the simplest way to fix everything at once is to punch the rock directly. A massive golden shockwave erupts in midair the moment his raw physical strength makes contact with the giant rock structure. He puts his whole body weight behind the blow, delivering a devastating punch straight into the enemy barrier. His fist collides violently with the rigid stone, which begins to crack as the skin on his knuckles tears from the force of the impact. Even while bleeding, Zeke starts laughing out loud, commenting that even he would end up breaking his own fists using this body. Still, he doesn't let that stop him. Pushing forward with even greater determination to finish his attack, Zeke readies himself to throw another brutal strike at the obstacle. Calling out that here comes round 2, he tells his opponent to take it like a man as he channels a massive surge of golden energy straight into his fist. The young man dashes forward like a blazing streak of light, obliterating everything in his path. He lets out a deafening roar, telling his enemy to swallow that strike with all his fury. Under the overwhelming impact, The massive stone structure collapses and completely shatters to pieces. The suited man from the enemy clan stands paralyzed with terror, stammering in sheer disbelief at what he's witnessing. Zeke reveals that with his right hand, he executes the world collapse technique to crush the enemy's defense. Then, using his left hand, he triggers the world blast technique, causing a devastating detonation by combining both moves. Zeke activates the second form of his dragon-slaying combat art. He roars at the top of his lungs that it's all over as he unleashes the final blow toward the enemy. With a devastating move called Crushing Wheel, he impacts the massive boulder and reduces it to dust. After the devastating attack, Zeke slowly touches down with bleeding knuckles. Yet holding an imposing and victorious posture, Lika and the rest of the team wear hilarious expressions of pure shock, seeing that the meteor actually broke. Still unable to process the absurdity of what she just witnessed, Lika screams out in total panic. Debris from the rock begins raining down everywhere, threatening to crush the Chaos Stone floating right below. Aegis rushes forward, drawing his sword, and yells out for Alan and Vanille to help contain the falling boulders. Vanille replies that they're already on it, angrily complaining about how Zeke always creates complicated messes. They use their wind abilities to construct a protective vortex around the crystal and tell Aegis to handle the rest of the debris. Aegis steps into the dust cloud with determination, telling them to leave the rest of the falling rocks to them. He focuses to his absolute limit. Unsheathing his blade, which bursts into a brilliant golden light, Aegis readies his attack using the classic thousand-blade style to slice through the incoming danger. He masterfully executes the single-path fluid blade technique to slice the giant falling rocks in midair right after cutting through the boulders. Aegis notices his sword broke and mentions it with an embarrassed smile. The swordsman admits to himself that he still has a long way to go to reach his rival's level of power. Down on his knees and heavily injured, the enemy mutters in disbelief, unable to accept that the kid actually destroyed his strongest spell. Zeke calmly walks over to the defeated opponent, coldly informing him that he's the last one standing, crossing his arms with a challenging look. The protagonist asks the man what he plans to do now. The man grips his sword hilt even tighter and answers that the response to that question is obvious. He lunges in a final desperate attack, screaming that he will fulfill his mission no matter the cost. Zeke smiles in admiration of his opponent's resolve, praising his attitude before launching a swift counterattack. Zeke's brutal punch lands square on the suited man's chest, making him cough up blood from the overwhelming force. As his consciousness begins to fade, the opponent stammers that he thought there were only weak lizards in this student group. He collapses to the ground, thinking that in reality, a true dragon was hiding among those kids all along. Zeke looks down at his fallen foe and gives him a genuine compliment, saying the way he fought to the end was truly splendid. Lika and the rest of the team run toward Zeke, shouting his name to check if he's okay after the fight. She asks him worriedly if he got hurt, but the protagonist crosses his arms and replies that he's completely fine. Aegis admits that even knowing his friend's strength, he never expected him to beat a 5-star opponent. Vanille grumbles in a cold sweat that worrying about Zeke is a waste of time, because the guy is just an absolute lunatic. Lila reminds them that Zeke was just a 2-star warrior and congratulates him on finally reaching the 3-star rank. Sandy remarks that now she understands why everyone calls him a monster, making the boy complain comically about the terrible nickname. Zeke smiles warmly and praises his teammates, telling them they all fought amazingly and did a great job. Even the tiny feathered monsters start chirping happily, and Zeke praises them, saying their training clearly paid off. Lika admits she doesn't really get those little creatures, but thanks them for keeping the monsters busy so the team could focus on the enemy. She pets one of the giant birds on the head, genuinely thanking them all for their invaluable help. Aegis walks up to the defeated opponent's body and begins carefully inspecting the ground around him. Suddenly, something shiny catches his attention, pinned inside the fallen enemy's clothes. He kneels down to pick up the mysterious object, surprised, and mentions he found something important. Examining the item closely in his hand, Aegis realizes it's an official identification dog tag. He reads the name engraved on the tag and asks Sandy out loud if she's ever heard of someone named Jack Rock. Sandy is shocked and reveals she heard that name from her father. He was an elite Cerberus family member known as the Hound Vanille Facepalms, angrily asking if the invaders were idiots for carrying something that reveals their identity so easily. Aegis thinks it through calmly and suggests that the enemies probably never even entertained the thought of losing to students. He explains that only 3-star warriors were supposed to enter the rift, but the rival clan brought 4- and 5-star opponents. With such a massive level advantage, the invaders never dreamed they could lose to Zeke's group in raw power. Lika completely agrees, adding that the enemies wanted to wipe them out, but the team's strength simply blew past their expectations. She looks around and frankly admits that the majority of the victory was thanks to the insane power Zeke displayed. Zeke bursts into loud, joyful laughter, praising everyone and saying that while they have room to improve, it was a splendid fight. While being hugged and smothered by the giant birds, Zeke asks with a chuckle if his friends are finally done with their complicated chat. Everyone stares at him, thinking that Zeke is the kind of guy who destroys any enemy plan through sheer brute force. The absolute worst rival to have Lika comments that a lot has happened and asks how they're getting back. But Zeke cuts her off, saying there's still one thing left to do. She looks confusedly at the Chaos Stone, not understanding what's missing. While the protagonist responds with a mysterious smile, he mischievously shows off one of the glowing vials of magic water and directly suggests that they should all drink it. The dragon-slaying combat art is the strongest in the Eldragon clan. Passed down exclusively to leaders due to its extreme difficulty, Lika freezes in complete shock upon hearing Zeke's absurd idea of consuming the precious magic water. Without hesitating, Zeke lines up several glowing vials on the ground right in front of his entire squad. Sandy steps forward in complete disbelief, screaming at him to ask what on earth he's talking about. Zeke gives her an innocent look and asks if such a simple idea is really that mind-blowing to them. Sandy confirms that it absolutely is. While Aegis asks if Zeke somehow forgot what their actual mission in this special rift was, Zeke assures them he remembers very well that the mission is to collect the mystical liquid and close the rift, which is why drinking the water makes total sense. The young man assumes a firm look and directly questions his friends on who exactly decided they couldn't consume it. Hearing that wild and bold argument, Lika is left speechless, just staring at him in utter shock. He explains that while they came for the mission, the actual people who earned that valuable reward were them. Zeke points the glowing vial toward them, firmly stating that the rightful owners of that achievement are the young fighters themselves. He goes on to say that regardless of which family they belong to, everyone there worked hard and fought tooth and nail to get it. Zeke concludes that handing over the reward just because it's a mission makes zero sense, asking if he's wrong for thinking that way. Alan points out that the water is crucial for creating more mages, warning that acting on their own will deeply infuriate the family head. Vanille agrees nervously, emphasizing that if they drink the mystical liquid, there's no telling what severe punishment they'll face. Vanille warns that they could even be executed in the worst-case scenario, but Zeke casually tosses the vial into the air and says he doesn't care. Zeke points out that strength is everything in the Eldragon clan nowadays, asking what could possibly be wrong with seeking new power through magic. Aegis admits that might be true, but points out they never would have gotten in here if it weren't for the official mission. Zeke dismisses it, saying that if the family had wanted that valuable resource so badly, he should have come get it himself instead of sending kids. He states that if the clan leader couldn't bypass the rift's restriction on his own, it just means he wasn't strong enough. Zeke continues his logic, saying that if the leader truly wanted the item, he should have gained the power to make the impossible possible. Zeke concludes that without their help, the family head would never have been able to get his hands on that reward anyway. With a sly look and a playful smirk on his face, the protagonist readies his final killer argument. He holds up the vial of magic water and cheerfully argues that the mission only says to recover the item, but nowhere does it forbid drinking it. He adds that since they weren't given clear instructions on how to recover it, they can simply claim they recovered it by drinking it all. Lika and Sandy scream together in total shock, loudly complaining that his insane logic is the most ridiculous thing they've ever heard. Zeke smirks back, saying that if they find it ridiculous, the family should have provided detailed instructions from the start. The boy gives a clever grin and concludes that this situation will serve as a great lesson for the clan's adults to learn how to do their jobs properly. Zeke throws his arms out challengingly, asking his teammates if they're really going to pass up this once-in-a-lifetime chance to get stronger. Lika holds the small vial of magic water in her hands, lost in thought and hesitant about making such a heavy decision. She reflects that if she doesn't drink the liquid right now, the chance to wield magic probably won't come around again for years. If they take the mystical water back as ordered, the clan will only hand it over to the Eldragon family's elite members, not to them. On the other hand, if they drink it right here and the feared clan leader finds out, they'll all face severe consequences for disobedience. Lika looks at her half-brother Zeke, who stares back at her with a calm demeanor and an encouraging smile. With a serene, friendly look, the protagonist shows absolute confidence in his companion's choice, completely unbothered. She remembers how Zeke smashed that giant rock with his bare fists in such an incredible display of power. Determined, Lika thinks to herself that she wants to be strong like him, deciding once and for all that she wants to reach a new level of power. Lika firmly announces that she's going to drink the mystical liquid too, leaving Sandy completely terrified and frantic. She looks at her cousin and explains with conviction that she wants to get stronger, and that's precisely why she's drinking the magic water. Edges calmly steps forward and says he's drinking his vial too, shocking Sandy once again with his choice. Edges smiles, saying he's curious to see what magic feels like, and Lila confesses she shares that curiosity, deciding to drink hers as well. Lika proudly states that she will definitely become the head of the family in the future, and she needs the power of magic to achieve it. Vanille shocks everyone by dryly declaring that he's going to drink the mystical liquid right along with the rest of the group. He gives Lika a challenging look and says she's not the one who's going to become the head of the four family. He as Vanille vows to master magic to surpass his older brothers, and Alan smilingly agrees to join him on that journey. The young man looks at Sandy and dismissively warns her that if she doesn't want to drink, she can just stand there and watch desperate. Sandy argues that she can't do that, warning that if the clan leader finds out, he could end up killing them all. Lika calms her cousin down, saying she knows the risks well, but if there's a chance to get stronger, she simply doesn't want to let it slide. Vanille crosses his arms arrogantly, commenting that he knows the dangers involved all too well, but he still chooses mystical power. Unable to stop the group's collective madness, Sandy grabs her head in sheer frustration. Sandy loses her temper and decides she's drinking it too, unwilling to let Lika and the others take that terrifying risk alone. With everyone on board, the entire group lines up holding their respective vials of magic water amidst a glowing atmosphere. Without wasting another second, Alan and Vanille throw back their vials and down the precious golden liquid in one gulp. Instantly, an intense, glowing, colorful aura begins wrapping around the bodies of all the young students who drank it. Lika stares at her hands in awe, feeling the magical glow radiating directly from her skin right after drinking it. Lika and Lila look at themselves a bit confused, commenting that they don't actually feel any immediate physical difference. Zeke smirks with his arms crossed, confidently assuring them that they have definitely changed after drinking the sacred water. He explains that he can sense a magic energy coming off them that's completely different from before, telling them not to worry. Sandy notices an extra vial left on the ground and asks Zeke if he, as the mastermind behind this craziness, isn't drinking his share too. He casually turns his back and tells them not to worry about him, pointing forward in a laid-back manner. The young man shapes his right hand into a gun gesture, which begins glowing intensely with a mysterious, concentrated yellow energy. With a swift blast fired from the tip of his index finger, he launches a powerful technique straight toward the mid-air debris. A massive rock projectile fired from his fingertip tears through the air at high speed right in front of everyone's eyes. Zeke smiles warmly as he remembers the name of the mystical skill he just casually cast, Rock Cannon. All three of his friends scream in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how Zeke can use high-level magic without even drinking the sacred water. He simply explains that after getting hit by spells so many times in his life, he naturally learned how to manipulate magic. Thanks to the breath of the Dragon King inside his body, Zeke naturally absorbs and accumulates the magic power flow of every attack that hits him. This allows him to convert his raw stamina into pure magic, simply by cleverly copying his opponent's energy flow during battle. Lika and Edgis stare at their friend in total disbelief, with Edgis muttering in shock that Zeke is literally a limitless monster. Zeke points to the last remaining vial and comments that since he didn't drink, that single bottle will be enough to hand over to the clan leader. She rubs her head, saying that questioning Zeke is pointless and suggests focusing on finding a way out of the rift now that they've drunk everything. Edges agrees thoughtfully, but warns that they now have a small problem ahead, prompting Zeke to ask what went wrong. Edgis explains that to close the rift, they must shatter the Chaos Stone, but the time it takes to close varies depending on its size. He reveals that this specific rift could take anywhere from 3 days to a whole week to close permanently, which is a dangerous wait time. Lika reflects worryingly that if they have to fight tough enemies on the way back like before, it will definitely take much longer than just a week. She highlights the major challenge. Even if they make it back to the exact spot of the entry portal, they don't know how they'll climb back to the top. Sandy panics, asking frantically if this means once and for all that they're completely trapped with no way out of the dungeon. Suddenly, the giant leg of one of the massive birds dashes toward the group as they converse nervously. The huge feathered creature appears right behind Zeke, chirping happily, making the protagonist turn around confused to see what it wants. The giant birds start chirping excitedly around the squad, appearing to offer a plan to help them escape the area. Before they know it, everyone is soaring through the sky on the backs of the giant birds, making Sandy let out a terrified scream at the speed. The The feathered beasts cut through the clouds at breakneck speed, ascending rapidly toward the top of the dungeon to pull them out. Sandy keeps screaming in terror while holding on for dear life so she doesn't fall off during the frantic flight. Lika tries to calm her cousin down, impatiently asking her to keep it down since the noise is getting really annoying. Sandy yells right back that holding back is impossible, as she never imagined these birds could fly so insanely fast. Edges comments with a smile that the speed is so absurd that not even the chaos monsters chasing them can keep up. Vanille watches the horizon, coolly admitting that if they maintain this fast pace, they'll definitely escape in time. Edges carefully balances himself on the bird's back, looking over the path they traveled with a calm, thoughtful expression. While Zeke stands casually on the bird's head with his arms crossed, the girls remain huddled together, trembling in fear right behind him. Lika shakes her head in acceptance, smiling as she comments that there really are no limits to Zeke's absurd and shocking ideas. She finds it unbelievable that the protagonist actually tamed wild monsters inside the mystical rift just to use them as transport. Lila looks at the creature's soft feathers, sweetly commenting that besides being super useful, they're actually really cute and fluffy. Lika agrees sheepishly, thoughtfully reflecting that this high-level mission was basically carried completely by Zeke's efforts. Lila stares at the sky with a subtle smile, silently agreeing with her teammate's conclusion. Lila recalls that he defeated a 5-star opponent, shattered the indestructible Chaos Stone with a single punch, and secured their escape. They reminisce about the breathtaking scene of the young man casually obliterating the massive meteor, while the group could only watch helplessly. Lika looks down sadly, lamenting that despite being the official team leader, she failed to do anything worthy of a true leader. Lila approaches her from behind with a friendly look, kindly assuring her that what she's thinking isn't true at all. Alan and Sandy hold steady during the skyward journey, displaying expressions of total trust in her leadership of the group. Edges points out, with a smile, that without Lika's presence to guide them, that group of troublemakers would have never stayed united. Zeke also glances back at his sister with a knowing smile, silently agreeing with Edges' encouraging words. Lika whispers Lila's name, deeply moved by the heartwarming show of support from her comrades during such a tough moment for her. She tightly hugs her friend, thanking her from the bottom of her heart for all the emotional support she received during this intense journey. Lika reclaims her resolve, promising herself that she will grow strong enough to truly lead everyone in the near future. With a focused, imposing look, she solemnly vows before the others that one day she will become the great leader and head of the entire Eldragon clan. As they soar toward the exit, Zeke's cheerful laughter echoes through the sky, while the giant birds chirp around them in celebration. Zeke praises the giant bird, happily noting that it's way faster now than the first time it carried him through the air. He states with a grin that this incredible speed is also the result of the hardcore training they did together inside the dungeon. The young man points to the chicks accompanying them, casually remarking that those little creatures have a bright future ahead. Suddenly, the creature lets out a strange screech, and Zeke looks down slightly confused, asking what's wrong with it all of a sudden. The mystical bird's head begins emanating a mysterious greenish glow as it takes on a serious, combat-focused expression. Zeke's eyes widen in alarm when a flash of golden energy suddenly cuts across the sky right beside them at terrifying speed. The smaller birds quickly dart out of the way as spirals of magic energy begin erupting and slicing through the air in a threatening manner. Before he can react, Zeke takes a direct hit to the chest from a massive explosion of colorful magic energy coming out of nowhere. Witnessing the terrifying scene unfold right before her eyes, Lika panics and screams her brother's name in desperation. Completely disoriented and surrounded by glowing beams, Zeke yells out, confused about what's happening while the birds squawk in terror. He complains to the birds that squawking doesn't explain anything, but cuts himself off upon noticing something strange further ahead. The group finally spots the purple exit portal glowing in the sky, but notices something deeply concerning about its structure. Alan looks at the exit passage and asks worriedly if the portal looks smaller, with Edges confirming it seems to be rapidly closing. Edges stares at the opening with a tense look, breaking into a cold sweat, while muttering that their escape situation is looking really bad. The mystical portal continues to shrink rapidly, shooting purple lightning and shutting down even faster than before. Edges grits his teeth in anger and frustration, realizing they could end up trapped forever if they don't hurry up. Lika screams anxiously, asking if they're going to make it in time, but Zeke looks at her with a confused face and questions her doubt. The protagonist flashes an insanely confident, mischievous smirk, assuring his teammates that they're 100% making it through. The giant bird lets out a loud screech, its eyes burning with fierce determination as it prepares to pick up even more speed. Sandy's eyes widen in complete terror as she realizes the beast is accelerating its flight to an even more absurd pace. The creatures flap their wings with insane force and launch through the air like literal missiles, leaving a glowing trail of cosmic dust behind. They dive at full speed straight toward the purple rift that's on the verge of snapping completely shut in the dungeon sky. With a burst of feathers and a blinding flash of white light, the group makes the final plunge through the portal at the absolute last millisecond. The moment they cross the portal, they all go into a free fall, making Sandy and the other girls scream in terror at the sudden drop. Right behind them, the purple exit portal snaps completely shut in a final flash of colorful, mystical energy. Zeke gently pets the bird's feathers, thoughtfully admitting that in the end, he never quite figured out the true nature of their aura. He lovingly tells it that this is their final stop, making the tiny bird chirp sadly as it realizes they have to say goodbye. The young man comforts the creature, saying that as long as they stay alive, they'll meet again, telling it not to forget their training and to live strong. Zeke waves cheerfully at the flying beasts, saying goodbye and wishing them all the best from here on out. The group crash lands clumsily right onto the grass of a dense forest, groaning in pain from hitting the ground back in the real world. Edgis lies on his back in the grass, completely exhausted. Quietly asking if they actually made it back safely, Zeke pops up standing beside them with his hands on his hips, casually confirming that, yeah, they made it back safe and sound. Lika feels a wave of relief hearing that, but looks at her surroundings and points out nervously that the area is still really dark. Zeke explains that the dark mist from earlier is gone and the chaos presence has vanished, but Lika seriously notes that their mission isn't over yet. She warns everyone that they need to move fast from here, as the dangerous Cerberus clan members are still roaming around nearby. In the dark forest, a monstrous creature resembling a black wolf with glowing red eyes emerges, snarling fiercely. Hiding in the bushes, Edges, Sandy, and Lila watch the enemy movements, terrified of being spotted. Lika ducks down in the grass, trembling as she senses a massive, crushing enemy aura rapidly approaching their location. Zeke keeps his calm stance with arms crossed, casually guessing they must be elite soldiers sent by the Cerberus clan. Desperate as she realizes the extreme danger, Lika yells out, ordering everyone to move immediately and run for it. However, the moment she tries to take her first step to run, her legs give out, making her trip and collapse onto her knees in the grass. She stares at her trembling hands on the ground in total panic, realizing with horror that her body simply isn't responding. Edges explains that the potion healed their physical wounds but didn't restore their stamina, admitting he can barely stand up himself. Lila also looks completely wiped out, adding that now that they've escaped the portal, all the adrenaline and tension from the fight have completely worn off. Lika leans on her giant sword, warning that they can't fight like this, but suggests trying to reach Eldragon territory where Lady Freya can help them. Suddenly, a powerful red-haired woman with a massive silhouette of a purple dragon glowing behind her emerges leading the rival army. Alan looks at his teammates with a deeply distressed look, admitting that in their miserable state, running away is going to be nearly impossible. Edges grits his teeth anxiously in a cold sweat, but mutters with determination that they still have to try something. The dark forest path lights up with sinister purple beams, making it crystal clear that if they try to fight here, they're all dead. Sandy screams in despair, asking what they should do, bitterly cursing that this is happening at the absolute worst possible moment for them. Zeke watches the whole tense argument with arms crossed, keeping a super focused, cold, and serious face in the front of impending danger. The young man calculates that there's a 6-star opponent and several 5-stars with giant wolves, concluding that even if they were healthy, they'd be captured. Facing an overwhelming and inevitable disadvantage in both numbers and raw power, Zeke quickly makes a final call to save the squad. He flashes a fearless, toothy grin as he casually announces that he's staying behind so everyone else can escape Lika, and Sandy's eyes widen in pure shock at his suicidal offer, asking out loud if he's freaking kidding around with something like that. Zeke calmly explains that in their current shape they'll get captured anyway, so he'll act as decoy to buy them time. Edges yells that it's impossible, warning Zeke that he knows full well those new enemies' auras are nothing like Jack Rock's. Lika frantically agrees, stating they could never leave Zeke alone behind to sacrifice himself. But the young man calls out her name sternly. She gets startled by her brother's serious tone as he looks her dead in the eye and asks if she truly wants to become the next clan head. Zeke advises her to learn to know her own limits and to coolly decide what needs to be prioritized, because a good leader needs that skill. The protagonist offers a light, friendly smile and frankly states that with her current strength, finishing this mission is her absolute limit. Lika is deeply shaken by his realistic reality check, almost in tears as she stammers about the terrible pain of having to leave him behind alone. Zeke gently places his right hand on his sister's shoulder to reassure her, softly asking her not to worry about him at all. He walks toward the enemy, waving over his shoulder, promising he'll keep them busy for a while and catch up with the group later. However, as she takes her first step to flee with the others, Lika's legs freeze mid-stride as she makes a sudden decision. With a look of pure focus and determination burning in her yellow eyes, Lika loudly announces that she's staying behind to fight too. Sandy screams in shock, unable to comprehend Lika's insanity, while Lika apologizes to her cousin, saying she can't abandon her friends, and definitely not Zeke. Sandy looks at her cousin with a sad, pained expression. Realizing there's nothing she can say to change her mind at this point, Lika draws her massive glowing sword with a firm grip and shouts with authority, ordering everyone else to run right now without looking back. Zeke lets out a deep sigh and a cold sweat, noticing Lika's stubbornness, humorously commenting on how ridiculously hard-headed she can be without missing a beat. The young man moves blazingly fast. Prepping a precise strike with the side of his right hand, aimed at his sister Zeke delivers a clean chop to the back of Lika's neck with expert speed, making her eyes widen in total surprise before she loses consciousness. As she collapses into his arms, Lika mutters with her last bit of strength, confusedly asking why he did that to her. Zeke catches the knocked-out Lika in his arms and calls out to Aegis, apologizing and telling him to take her and get out with the others. Aegis worriedly asks if he's sure about this, but Zeke smirks and replies confidently that that's a stupid question to ask. He hands his unconscious sister over to Aegis, firmly stating that if he says it's fine, then it really is fine. Zeke shouts at the top of his lungs, commanding them to start running immediately and pull out of this dangerous forest right now. He warns that if they keep hesitating, they're going to fail the mission, telling them to stop worrying about him and just get moving. As he sprints carrying Lika, Aegis thinks nervously that even Zeke must be running on empty after that dungeon fight, hesitating to leave him. With a massive grin on his face, Zeke flexes his muscles in a laid-back way and assures the whole group that he's going to be completely fine. Aegis locks his focus on escaping, deciding they'll move at absolute top speed to get out and bring back powerful reinforcements to back up their friend. The group begins sprinting rapidly through the trees, leaving Zeke alone behind to deal with the entire army of rival soldiers. He thinks to himself amusedly about how much people care about him now, something he could have never imagined back in his past life on Earth. He stretches and reflects that with his current body, it would be really tough to fight multiple 6-star rivals while trying to protect the others at the same time. Suddenly, the heavy sound of enemy footsteps crushing the grass starts slowly closing in on the spot where the protagonist is waiting. Zeke flashes a fierce, mischievous grin, excitedly admitting to himself that he still hasn't trained his own body enough. He watches the army of soldiers and wolves approaching. Thinking that this was exact what he had told Lika and the others, Zeke cracks his knuckles with a confident smirk, revealing that in reality, he never intended to just buy time for the group's escape. The enemy leader approaches calmly, muttering in surprise as he realizes his ally, Jack Rock, actually failed his mission. Zeke stands his ground with arms crossed right in front of them, wearing an insanely cocky and provocative smirk directed at the rival clan soldiers. The man in the hat gives a wicked smile and mockingly asks if the other brats ran away, leaving just one behind to die. He comments that their escape is a pointless effort, coldly ordering his men to hunt down and slaughter the little caterpillars that fled. Following their leader's command, the giant black wolves snarl fiercely and sprint at top speed toward the forest. Zeke stays completely still and unbothered in the middle of the field, watching with contempt as the beasts rush right past him. The protagonist's golden eyes flash intensely with lethal energy, showing he's about to unleash his true power. Wrapped in a terrifying, massive dragon presence, Zeke stands firm, releasing an overwhelming pressure throughout the forest air. Sensing that terrifying, sudden wave of energy in the air, the enemy soldiers step back in terror and draw their swords in panic. The fierce wolves from earlier lose all their aggressive posture, whimpering in fear and backing off completely terrified by his presence. Zeke wears a cold, sharp look, sarcastically commenting on how rude it is of them to try and ignore him like that. The invaders' leader swallows hard and nervously asks who the hell he is, with the kid answering simply and directly that his name is Zeke. The man thinks to himself that he's never heard that name before, wonderingly asking how a mere 3-star warrior can project such a freakish pressure. Zeke rubs his neck and lets out a tired sigh, admitting that releasing that overwhelming dragon presence really drains his energy. The man in the hat grips his sword hilt with extreme fury, angrily barking that Zeke is nothing more than an insolent brat. He mockingly assumes that Zeke stayed behind to act as bait, asking if he honestly thinks a single person can buy them any real time. Zeke glances at the enemy out of the corner of his eye with pure disdain, mockingly telling him not to speak nonsense about something as stupid as buying time. The man gets spooked when Zeke cheerfully confesses that he didn't get to fight enough inside the dungeon, and that he's not here to delay them. Cloaked in a golden dragon aura, he points at the enemies and warns them that every single one of them is going to serve as entertainment until he's satisfied. The rival leader stares at the young man in utter panic, unable to comprehend what kind of monster he is, when suddenly a strong gale erupts out of nowhere. Zeke flashes a friendly, excited smile as he senses a powerful and familiar mystical presence arriving to intervene in the forest fight. Zeke casually looks to the side, commenting in surprise that that important person managed to get to the location so fast. The red-haired instructor comes dropping out of the sky, delivering a devastating spin kick using her Four Winds leg art right against the rival. She executes the acrobatic move with mystical mastery in midair, channeling a powerful wind whirlwind around her legs during the strike. With the overwhelming impact of the move called whirlwind, a massive crater of destructive wind tears into the ground, blowing the rival soldiers back. Zeke watches the scene with a hilarious look of pure disappointment, silently lamenting that his combat fun was interrupted by her. The gorgeous red-haired instructor approaches Zeke forcefully, announcing she came to rescue him, making the protagonist thank her with zero enthusiasm. She angrily questions his unenergetic tone, but Zeke dodges the topic, asking if her arrival means Lika and the others are already safe. The redhead seriously confirms that yes, explaining she rushed ahead solo just to rescue Zeke and make sure he was alright too. She lets out a long, exhausted sigh upon noticing Zeke's total lack of gratitude, while he keeps his typical laid-back, calm expression. He gives a lazy thanks, making the instructor yell in annoyance that his tone doesn't sound remotely grateful for her saving his skin. The rival leader stares at the instructor in fear, angrily muttering that he didn't expect Gofu to show up, concluding Zeke must be someone crucial. Gofu stands commandingly beside Zeke in the middle of the battlefield, staring down the enemy clan's soldiers with a cold, challenging look. She gives a smug smirk to the rival leader, authoritatively confirming that Zeke is indeed infinitely more important than all of them combined. The man sneers at her presence, but the red-haired instructor slyly grins, provocatively asking who said she came alone. Suddenly, one of the enemy soldiers screams in desperation to his leader, warning him of a surprise attack coming right from behind. The invader's leader is completely horrified as he gets suddenly impaled through the back by a dagger made of purple shadow energy. He grits his teeth in extreme pain and hatred as he feels the sharp blade pierce through his body out of nowhere in the middle of the forest. The other enemy soldiers back off in pure terror with swords drawn, screaming out to ask who's responsible for the attack. A puddle of purple shadow on the ground begins moving mysteriously, revealing a mocking laugh coming straight from inside it. The purple-haired man rises from the shadows, holding a sharp dagger, sarcastically praising the strength of the invaders in front of him. Ludens wears a super calm and lazy look, casually greeting his opponents with a light smirk. The enemy leader recognizes him as Ludens, vice captain of the Black Dragon Corps, terrified to see such a powerful figure right there in the forest. The red-haired instructor grins with satisfaction, commenting that with his arrival, things should go smoothly for their side from here on out. Zeke watches the newcomer with curiosity, placing his hand on his chin as he analyzes the mysterious ally's stance and movements. Zeke notices that his movements leave zero trace of presence or energy, making him a stealth master even better than Lady Freya. He also notes his dagger skills are top tier, while the purple-haired warrior himself catches Zeke staring Luden's comments with a smile that he'd already heard rumors about how unusual the clan head's illegitimate son was, finding Zeke super interesting. The enemy leader tries to keep his composure, saying their chances aren't zero, but the assassin complains that they're underestimating his power. He plunges his dagger into the ground, telling the enemy leader not to draw the wrong conclusions about the situation, mockingly calling him a little dog. He reveals that he only spared his head because he held back, coldly guaranteeing that if he wanted to, he could take all their heads off in an instant. The rival clan soldiers break out in a cold sweat of terror from the threat, but try to keep a brave face, telling the assassin to prove his words. Ludens flashes an insanely confident, smug smirk, calmly replying that unfortunately for them, they won't get that chance. A massive, brilliant silhouette of a golden dragon suddenly erupts in the forest, illuminating the entire area with an overwhelming mystical energy. The red-haired instructor smugly reveals that she didn't come alone either, as the imposing figure of the Eldragon clan head manifests right behind her. The invaders' leader steps back in sheer panic upon sensing the crushing presence of the family head, screaming out in utter disbelief. He stares at the scene, trembling in terror, stammering that this should be impossible, since even the feared combat instructor was present right there. The imposing head of the Eldragon family stands tall with a cold, stern expression emanating force worthy of the clan's strongest warrior. The purple-haired assassin points out that this is an absurdly overkill military force for them, sarcastically asking if they still plan on fighting. Ludens flashes the sharp gleam of his dagger, frighteningly warning that if the opponents want to fight, they will be wiped out right then and there. With a sadistic look, cloaked in flames of purple shadow, he guarantees that the only ones disappearing from this forest will be the invaders themselves. The assassin drops into a nimble stance to deliver a lethal strike against the rivals. While the enemy leader realizes they are at a total disadvantage, the enemy leader recognizes that fighting the shadow assassin and the feared instructor at the same time puts them in a fatal predicament. Holding his chest, he turns away in bitterness, announcing to his soldiers that unfortunately, they have to pull back from this fight right now. Ludens lets out a loud, mocking laugh, asking out loud what makes them think the rescue team is just going to let them walk away. In response, the suited man raises his right hand, displaying a small, mysterious spherical purple crystal that glows mystically. Gofu and Zeke watch that glowing object in his hand intrigued, with the instructor asking in surprise what that item is. Ludens senses the trap instantly, dashing at top speed toward the enemy leader while shouting that he won't let him pull it off. However, the man crushes the crystal hard in his hand, triumphantly declaring that the shadow assassin was too slow to stop him. A massive explosion of purple mystical energy wraps around the entire army of invaders and their wolves in the blink of an eye in the clearing. The assassin approaches, covering his face due to the intense flash, but lets out a surprised hum upon seeing the result of that massive detonation. Zeke's eyes widen and his jaw drops in utter shock as he witnesses what just happened right in front of him in such an unbelievable way. The cloud of purple energy completely clears in the wind, revealing that the enemies and their wolves have vanished entirely without leaving a single trace. Ludens grumbles in annoyance, realizing they used teleportation orbs, leaving Zeke curious to know what kind of magic item that was. Gofu patiently explains to the young man that they are rare magic-imbued artifacts, serving as a very valuable type of fast-travel magic item. The explanation reveals that the small purple orb acts as a mystical energy catalyst to save the user in life or death situations. As soon as the orb is crushed, it instantly warps the holder to a safe location that had been designated beforehand. Gofu concludes by saying they are extremely rare items, making Zeke look on fascinated, thinking about the existence of such a mysterious artifact. Zeke dramatically wipes away fake tears, bitterly crying over the enemy's escape, and Gofu agrees it would have been useful to capture them for questioning. Zeke starts bawling out loud in a hilarious, overly dramatic way, furiously throwing a tantrum because he really wanted to keep fighting those rivals. Ludens starts laughing out loud at the dramatic scene, finding the kid's behavior hilarious, while Gofu just glares at him with a cold, serious look. The head of the Eldragon clan seriously observes the empty clearing and comments on the invaders' escape, receiving a serious confirmation from Gofu. She worriedly admits she never imagined the rival clan's elite soldiers would carry rare teleportation items with them on this mission. The clan leader orders full alert status since they are near rival lands, while Ludens wipes away tears of laughter and agrees to head back home. Zeke yawningly announces he's going on ahead just to get some sleep, leaving Gofu annoyed by his disrespect and ducking out before the end. Gofu angrily points out that Zeke has already vanished insanely fast, while the family head comments that he remains as free-spirited as ever. The leader says they'll handle the rest, and Zeke replies unenthusiastically that that's comforting, making Gofu yell in annoyance because he sounds miserable. However, the family head takes on an extremely serious expression and warns that there's something important he needs to ask regarding the magic water. Zeke pulls an insanely hilarious innocent face and lets out a clueless squeak, trying to play dumb like he knows nothing about the matter. Lika screams Zeke's name with a look of total surprise as she sees the boy approaching. Zeke waves with a smile, commenting that it looks like everyone managed to make it out of there without a scratch. Lika smiles in relief seeing that he's okay, while her other teammates watch from right behind her. She clenches her fist emotionally and tries to start apologizing to Zeke for what happened earlier. The protagonist simply offers a warm smile and apologizes to her for that whole situation. Lika is left completely baffled by that reaction, letting out a confused mutter. Zeke asks if it still hurts from him hitting her out of nowhere, and she stammers back that she's fine. Lika panics, saying she ran away and left him behind, unable to understand how he can act like this. Zeke places his hand on her head and says he came out unscathed, suggesting she simply focus on getting stronger. She lowers her head emotionally at the affectionate gesture, quietly muttering Zeke's name in deep gratitude. Edges says he's glad Zeke is okay, confessing he thought his friend had completely lost his mind. Lila thanks the rescue team for arriving in time, but Zeke says he appreciates the concern, however. Zeke comments that Miss Freya's squad showed up right when he was finally about to start fighting. Edges asks in utter shock if he really planned on fighting, and Zeke answers that that was obvious. Vanille glares at the protagonist in irritation, stating with absolute certainty that the guy has lost his mind for good. Gofu lets out an indignant sigh, noting it's the first time she's rushed to save someone only for the person to complain about it. Commander Teach assumes a serious posture and warns that they need to discuss the magic water. Lika panics, wondering if he noticed she drank the water, while he asks if they secured the item, extremely nervous. Lika hands the glowing vial over to the commander and confirms she recovered it. The man's eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes that it's rainbow magic water. He explains that the color of magic water dictates which magic element a person will be able to master. However, this specific magic water has the power to awaken whichever attribute best suits the user. He goes on to say that the other types are valuable, but rainbow water is exceptionally rare. The commander reveals that the other 8 ruling families would kill to get their hands on it. All the young warriors freeze up in extreme tension upon hearing the true value of that artifact. Lika breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing they actually drank something insanely precious. The commander's expression suddenly shifts, and he asks in a terrifying tone if they drank that magic water. Lika stands paralyzed with terror, realizing their secret was exposed insanely fast. Gofu asks in shock if that's true, and Commander Teach says he can feel the power radiating from them. Vanille thinks to himself that he fully expected a 7-star warrior to pick up on it eventually. Gofu screams in a rage, asking if they've lost their minds, but Zeke questions if they weren't supposed to drink it. Zeke says it's weird because the mission was to secure the magic water, but they weren't given instructions on how to do it. The boy smirks, stating they recovered the item exactly as ordered, which was by drinking it. Gofu complains that that's just twisted logic, but Zeke shoots back that they left one bottle completely untouched. He gives a super cocky smirk and asks what the big deal is about what they did. Commander Teach stays silent, observing the vial, while Gofu keeps ranting beside him. To everyone's shock, the commander agrees and apologizes for not giving precise guidelines. Gofu thinks that's absurd, but he says they secured one vial and that Lika drinking it will benefit the family commander. Teach puts his hand to his chin with a thoughtful expression, taking a brief, serious pause. He warns that whether the family head will view the situation the same way is a completely different story. A week passes, and the young squad is summoned to appear before the family's leadership cabinet. Commander Teach and the other leaders stare at them with extremely serious, rigid expressions. The grand head of the Eldragon family holds the remaining vial of magic water, glaring at them coldly. He locks his sharp red eyes on them, chillingly commenting that they drank the contents. Under that overwhelming pressure, the students swallow hard, unable to squeeze out a single word. Commander Teach takes the blame for the lack of clear instructions, but highlights that they defeated the enemy elite. The Supreme Leader remains in absolute silence, keeping an entirely unreadable, stern face. Commander Teach bows respectfully and begs the leader to show mercy toward the kids. Suddenly, the family head's eyes snap open in a fit of rage, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. A massive aura of a red dragon erupts in the room, slamming everyone back with monstrous pressure. Lika and Zeke begin choking and coughing up blood under the weight of that horrifying pressure. Unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the aura, the two crash to the room's floor, completely pinned down. The family head states he's had enough of that insolence, while Lika groans in agony, pinned to the cabinet carpet. He ponders out loud if cutting open their stomachs and draining all their blood would let him recover the magic water. Lika suffocates under the terrifying red energy, pinning her against the floor. Zeke casually comments that that's pretty barbaric, while Lika tries to call out to him with difficulty. The Patriarch fixes his glowing eyes on Zeke, shocked by the kid's sheer audacity. Zeke appears standing tall, protected by a golden shield, while his teammates remain pinned to the floor. Commander Teach and the other officials stand open-mouthed as they witness what the kid just pulled off. The protagonist casually cleans his ear with a finger, saying the leader keeps trying to intimidate people and hasn't changed a bit. The Grand Patriarch flies into a rage at the provocation, growling with anger directed straight at him. Zeke asks why he's so angry, considering they recovered the item and should be getting thanked instead. The leader fires back, asking if drinking it counts as recovering it, stating the water was meant for the strongest. He states the artifact would have brought prosperity to the family, but was wasted by weak, unworthy fools. Zeke replies that Lika and the others will bring prosperity now, and that they still brought him a bottle anyway. The Patriarch glares at the boy while flaring his aura, demanding to know what he truly is. Zeke laughs and says, knowing who he is doesn't matter, and that the bottle in the leader's hand is all that's left. The leader just falls silent, staring deeply at the kid, while Zeke holds a confident smirk. The Patriarch finally closes his eyes, seeming to make a decision after a brief moment of silence. He declares that despite what Zeke says, they twisted orders and harmed the clan's prosperity. In an unforgiving tone, the Eldragon family leader warns that they will pay dearly for this crime. All the young warriors grow anxious and terrified upon hearing the leader's punitive declaration. Zeke lets out a sigh and says that if the leader is so desperate to punish someone, he should just punish him alone. The Patriarch observes the boy in silence for a brief moment with a deeply analytical gaze. Lika is completely horrified by her brother's offer. Screaming Zeke's name in total shock, Zeke states that to be completely honest, he was the one who instigated the whole thing and convinced the others to drink. The boy concludes casually that punishing only him would be the fairest thing to do. The commander asks if that's true, but Lika frantically yells that they decided to drink it of their own free will. Zeke casually insists it's true, leaving Lika even more frantic beside him. Zeke proposes taking the full punishment for all the kids, asking if the leader agrees to those terms. The two stare at each other for a brief moment, while the leader seriously evaluates the terms of the proposal. The Patriarch finally agrees, stating he will apply the entire punishment exclusively to Zeke. Lika protests frantically, saying he can't do that, but the leader warns that there is one condition. He says that since the others consume the water, they will become useful pawns for him to put to work. Lika lets out a groan of frustration as she realizes the true intentions behind that decision. The Patriarch warns that if they prove to be useless, they better prepare for the consequences. The rest of the squad listens in tense silence, and Lika lowers her head, agreeing to the command. He then orders the commander to take them immediately to the second floor of the Dragon Hall. Commander Teach is extremely shocked by that order, asking if the leader is sure about it. The leader says it's not a reward, but merely to ensure the magic water isn't completely wasted. Commander Teach breaks into a cold sweat of relief as he understands the real intent, simply nodding in agreement. Zeke excitedly asks if that's a reward, remembering he's already been to the second floor before. The protagonist flashes a broad grin, suggesting he should be granted permission to check out the third floor too. The Patriarch pulls a subtle smirk, warning that he's sending the boy to a very special place instead. Commander Teach gets startled and calls out the leader's name, while the protagonist stands there completely clueless. The Patriarch solemnly declares that he is punishing Zeke with immediate banishment to the Valley of the Ruined Dragon. An image of that terrifying place filled with ancient bones comes to mind, leaving the present officials horrified. Unlike everyone else present, Zeke simply wears an insanely serene and calm expression. He doesn't seem to care in the slightest about the terrifying banishment judgment he just received. Sandy and Edges stand completely shocked upon hearing that Zeke is being sent to that dreadful place. Commander Teach and Lika are left completely stunned by the sheer severity of the punishment announced by the leader. Even Zeke's eyes widen slightly when he hears his destination is the Valley of the Ruined Dragon. However, the boy quickly shifts his attitude, cheerfully saying that works just fine for him. The Patriarch seriously questions if he has any clue what kind of place that valley actually is. With complete honesty, Zeke shouts back that he has zero idea where that even is. He explains that the unknown fascinates him, and that the more dangerous and mysterious the place is, the more fun he's going to have enjoying his entire banishment journey. The leader just listens in silence while Zeke keeps talking, saying it doesn't matter what kind of place it is. The protagonist smiles confidently, stating that he will simply continue to be the strongest. The family head turns his chair around, declaring everyone dismissed as they leave the room. Commander Teach calls out to Zeke, but the young man stays quiet. Lika runs up to Zeke, screaming his name, and he asks her with a smile why she looks so sad. She questions him with eyes full of tears, asking why he acted like he was the only one to blame for everything. Zeke says he was the one who instigated the group, but she shoots back that everyone drank out of their own free will. Zeke tries to calm her down, saying that if she feels guilty, she should just focus on getting stronger from here on out. He points his finger, saying it's a fair trade. They get to go to the second floor, and he gets to check out the treasury. Edgies watches the scene quietly, starting to reflect on Zeke's true personality. He thinks to himself that underneath that rebellious front, Zeke actually has a deep sense of responsibility and sacrificed himself for them. Edgis concludes that despite his wild side, Zeke might actually be the one who possesses the true qualities to be the head of the clan. Edgis quietly calls Zeke's name to bring him back to reality as they walk down the hallway. The gray-haired youth seriously warns the protagonist that the Valley of the Ruined Dragon is no walk in the park. He explains that for many years that place served as a punishment ground for criminals, basically acting as an execution site. Commander Teach tries to step in and add to the explanation, but gets cut off by Zeke right away. Zeke smiles with hands on his hips, repeating that it doesn't matter where it is, because he's going to keep being who he is. The protagonist looks at the commander with a determined glare, summarizing that it's as simple as that. Next, Zeke turns to Vanille with a more serious expression, surprising everyone by offering an apology. He says he'll have fewer chances to supervise his training now, but Vanille shoots back that he doesn't care. Zeke tells his rival not to worry, guaranteeing he'll leave plenty of prep work ready for him to keep training. He says that way Vanille can grind while he's away, making Lika give an awkward laugh. Vanille stares at his cousin in total silence. While the Patriarch's final decision echoes in everyone's minds, Zeke advises his teammates to focus on their studies and make sure they get way stronger from here on out. The protagonist flashes a warm, genuine farewell smile at his friends as he prepares to take off. He promises he'll keep training hard too, while the others watch him with determined looks. Meanwhile, back in the cabinet, an official asks if Lord Balza is really sending Zeke to that dreadful valley. The leader says he's simply holding Zeke accountable for the responsibility he took on, but the official warns it's a land of certain death. The official tries to argue that Zeke is only 3-star rank, but Balza states he's annoying, and his orders are absolute. Lord Balza threatens the official, stating he won't show mercy if he keeps pushing the matter. The subordinate then questions why he allowed Zeke to enter the legendary dragon treasury in the first place. He reflects that if members who complete missions don't receive rewards, the organization will break down. The Patriarch adds that actually managing to retrieve any treasure from that place is a completely different story. He thinks to himself that Zeke used a strange power to withstand his pressure, but tricks like that won't work inside the treasury. He explains that the deeper you go, the stronger the influence of the ancient leader's power becomes on the artifacts. With a dark look, the family head admits that not even he is capable of reaching the deepest depths of that place. The Patriarch concludes that Zeke will be lucky if he can even walk around the entrance with his current skill level. He states that any item Zeke brings back from there will be useless against the inevitable despair awaiting him in the valley. Balza thinks to himself that he wants to see how an arrogant kid will react when confronted with the true, absolute despair of that valley. Meanwhile, Zeke is already inside the treasury surrounded by glowing blue spirits, wondering if this is really all there is. The protagonist lets out a bored yawn, commenting to himself that he was expecting something a little more challenging than this. A few hours earlier, one of the family guards accompanies the young man and points out the official entrance to the treasury. Zeke observes the massive, dark stone portal with curiosity while the guards stand firm on watch over the area. Zeke notices there's a 7-star guard watching the place, which proves the massive importance of the treasury to the family. Given that, the protagonist directly asks how far he's allowed to go inside that place. The guard simply replies that he can go as deep as he wants, leaving Zeke pretty surprised by the answer. He explains there are no movement restrictions inside the treasury, and that Zeke is also permitted to take one item. The guard warns that he can choose any object, but reaching the bottom of the treasury is a whole different story. Zeke gets curious about that mysterious warning, asking what the guard actually meant by that. The soldier tells him the place houses weapons and elixirs, but at the very bottom lie the sleeping relics of the ancient leaders. He adds that those items possess an immense power that makes passing through extremely difficult to overcome. Zeke lets out an amused smirk, hearing about the massive challenge, seeming to get even more interested in the location. The guard warns that something capable of helping him in the valley might be at the bottom, but it'll be tough for even him to retrieve. Because of that, the man friendly suggests that Zeke focus on grabbing the strongest elixir he can find in there. Zeke thanks him for the advice, but states with a smile that he'll decide what to pick in the end. The guard watches the protagonist walk away, thoughtfully thinking that when it comes to Zeke, anything is possible. Already inside, Zeke stretches casually, thinking he expected something way more dangerous judging by the guard's tone. The boy looks around and finds the place disappointing, despite housing the legendary weapons of the clan's ancient leaders. He sighs in boredom, reflecting to himself that he has zero interest or use for any of those weapons. Still, he never imagined that the real secret at the deepest part would be something carved directly into the stone wall. Zeke analyzes the deep sword slashes on the wall, realizing they belong to someone who was at the 9-star rank. The protagonist gets intrigued, thinking that someone that strong managed to reach that legendary level after his death. He touches the slash mark with nostalgia, remembering back when he used to train against that exact same rock, wondering if it was a past leader. The boy laments that if the creator of those slashes were still alive, he would have loved the chance to fight him. He glances away, acknowledging that the Eldragon family really did manage to hoard a massive collection of relics. He notes the collection has a bit of everything, from potions and weapons to rare tools with completely unknown uses. Zeke continues walking through the stone hall, wondering what they even intend to do with all this junk. Unfortunately for him, there seems to be absolutely nothing catching his eye or anything he actually wants to take. Deciding to just grab some random elixir and leave, Zeke suddenly turns around upon noticing a bright flash behind him. The protagonist stands in complete shock as he recognizes the mysterious object. Drop a like and comment if you want the next part.